Market trying to hold on to key levels here as we get going on Monday morning here. Not only a brand new week, but a brand new month to kick things off. We are downside now after giving back an early move higher right across the board, not only for futures, but individual stocks as well. There are key economic data points coming up this morning, but not until a little bit later on. 9:45, we'll get the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI release, and then the bigger one follows that at 10 o'clock, the ISM Manufacturing PMI for September, again, coming up a little bit later on, so I'll bring that to you. When it does come through, there is, this as well. Fed Chair Powell scheduled to make some comments this morning at 11 o'clock. We'll keep an eye on that. Harker as well on tap, so we'll keep an eye out for what is going to move the market this morning. Welcome into brand new month. We get Chinese EV deliveries, as usual, a little bit better than expected across the board. We are awaiting Tesla deliveries as well. Rivian to the upside this morning, also on an upgrade. There's a ton moving around. It is, I can't believe we're saying this, Monday, October 2nd, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. We got a little bit of a bounce there as we come on here at 8:30. Nice to start the week off with you as always. 0.18 for the S&P right now. NASDAQ about the same, a little bit worse off, but trying to hold on to the bottom from Friday. That is how the daily chart, meanwhile, is setting up. Big red candle to end the week on Friday, along with the NASDAQ here. But again, a lot of things to look forward to this week, including what will cap things off coming up on Friday. We'll get non-farm payrolls. That's going to be the major release as far as economic data is concerned this week, but a ton of things moving around here in the pre-market. A decent start as far as futures are concerned. I mean, we're still in this range overall when you look at that daily chart, but holding support so far.
A lot of volatility for the morning. I mean, I woke up at 5:30 a.m. and I saw the Dow was well over 100 points and the NASDAQ was well on its way to reaching 100 points, and then I think we're down now about 71 points. Bitcoin also making a big move overnight, 28,000, reclaiming that level. Maybe we see 30,000. I know Gary Gensler was making comments with respect to the possible delay of these spot Bitcoin ETFs if the government was to shut down. That didn't happen, though.
Shocking. Equity is related, obviously, to the upside this morning as well. Coinbase to the tune of 5 with Mara, Riot, both, they were 6% at one point on a bit of a pullback. But nice look to start the week. Happy October, guys.
And a happy October it is. I'm in a good mood. Bills won. Jays are going to the playoffs. Our Suicide League, our Survivor League got through. Despite the fact that we picked like KC, which won by 3 to the Jets, for crying out loud. And then, of course, Philly needed overtime, so we sweated that one out. It worked out. All's well that ends well. Crypto's to the upside. We're waiting on some delivery numbers. And, crypto to the upside, this weekend was a little bit of a something. Through 28,000, that's dragging pretty much everything up. Now, whether it's Riot, Mara, the usual suspects, even Coinbase up 5 or 6%, Rivian's blasting away. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty interesting week. We're on some pretty big levels when it comes to the futures, as Sharif just alluded to there. And we've got some big movers potentially, I think, in the semi space, just given the way that AMD was hopping about last week, and then NVIDIA in the news this morning. So I'm pretty excited. Got Roblox on watch after what we saw last week. They were an absolute banger. They're coming into a big level as well. So pretty excited for today and this week. Oh, and to top it off, when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I look at is definitely not the Dow, Sharif. That's the first I've ever heard of it. It's like the NASDAQ. How's crypto doing? How'd your Cowboys play? But the Dow? I don't know about that. Just saying. Lack commitment. Just nobody cares about the Dow is all I'm saying. I'll check. Don't get me wrong. If something crazy happened over the weekend, I might check where the NASDAQ's at. I might check where I'm not checking the Dow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, everyone can check whatever they want, but Sharif is very committed to the Dow Jones. So he saw Walgreen Boots Alliance last week. He was concerned about it this week. So
that's fair.
Rivian is moving higher and higher right now. It's one of the only names that I have on the watch list. I'm looking at stocks right now and not seeing really any action too much right now, but we do have some good economic numbers coming through. So we're going to see what pops off today and what doesn't. But there goes Rivian upside and then downside right away there. So I don't know what just popped through because it's 835. So nice number up to 25 and then right down to 24 and change again. So something's going on with Rivian as we speak. There it is moving around, man. You just dropped $1 on RIVN. So watch out, Rivian down $1 and tanking right now. So I don't know if there's news out there, guys, but Rivian is making a move here.
Looks like 16,000 vehicles produced at their Illinois factory, delivered 15,000, on track to deliver annual production guidance of 52,000 vehicles. So that looks like it's the reason. Just got some numbers.
Probably a miss.
Yeah, and well, so much for it breaking out that 24.5 level.
Tanking.
It's tank city.
I just punched
the 50
that
period actually sits at 23. My goodness, like that would be an interesting level if we got down there. Yeah, it looked like it was going to be the week of Rivian. Support at 23.75. It looks like it just bounced off of that. Yeah, digesting these numbers. 23.75 was Friday's support level. Right. Maybe it has a bit of a bounce off there.
Good. Yeah, vehicle deliveries 15.6 thousand versus 6.6 thousand year over year. Firm's full year 23 vehicle production of 52,000. So a little bit light there for quarter. We'll see what Tesla comes through with, but I mean, we were saying to start things off here, like the Chinese numbers, I mean, they're okay, kind of in line. So downtick here, basically right across the board.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got to tell you the truth. The Chinese EVs are growing faster than the American ones, that's for sure. We're talking about like hundreds of percent year over year, especially for Lee. And again, you know, invested in this one, but it was surprising for me. But let's have a look at Rivian. 16,304 vehicles produced at its facility in Illinois, and it delivered 15,564 of those. So it's not a bad look. Looks like, you know, they're not sitting on the sidelines like we heard about Fisker last week with the Ocean, where, you know, they produced 5,000 and delivered 900. It's not that look, but I think Tesla will show us a little something different when they release.
And fittingly waiting for the final. Or they're going to be, obviously, the final one to come through here. Significant one anyways, but Tesla not really doing anything on that. I'm just seeing crypto popping up again, guys, across the board here. So Mara, Riot, a little bit of volume there. But yeah, that kind of changes things as far as EVs are concerned. Again, Li Auto, Xpeng, NIO all out with numbers this morning as well.
Illinois, interesting. I'm just saying. There's just a lot of, I don't know, I heard Illinois and I'm like, it's fine. I've actually done that a couple of times myself, go Big Ten. But Rivian just tried to bounce off 23.5 here. There was an iceberg at 23.50. I got in and out because I did that whole thing where you get in, get out by misplacing a stop, which happens in our system when you use a certain one, but it just popped back into 24 even. So it looks like that liquidity rush to the downside has found support. Not at the first level, but probably at the second. Friday morning support down there. Looks like it's trying to hold here. I was double checking to see if anything was going on with our usual granddaddy, and that's Tesla. It's slightly to the downside. We're still waiting on them. If you're talking about the Chinese ADRs, just one thing to keep in mind. Like, they had their delivery numbers. I thought they were okay, not great. NIOs were a little bit disappointing month over month, but it's the Golden Week in China. So like, the Chinese markets are off for the week. And I'm not sure that's going to mean extra volatility for these names, but it is worth watching. You know, if NIO can hold on to 885, I think that's an interesting level. I'm watching Li Auto for a fade as well, but you have light volume on these already in the pre-market. Lee looking like it's going to, you know what, I wanted Lee to be up so I could short 38. Maybe it's just going to be a 36 breakdown. But Rivian's definitely the one to watch today. Keep an eye on the Chinese ADRs, but if they do less volume than normal, then don't be terribly surprised because of that holiday week.
All right. Yeah, we're long Rivian. We did take a long there initially at 24.50. That's where we liked it. We got out. Now we're holding again. Let's wait to see. It just popped up $1 or so in the money. We missed it up to 24.50 there. So let's see what does happen with Rivian. I haven't paid any attention whatsoever to any of the Chinese EVs or anything like that. NIO up to $10. We saw that nice run. It didn't get there on Friday, but it wasn't bad. 930, 940. We'll see if it can wind up up holding some of that bid right now around 9. But 850 is looking a little bit better to me there. LI, Lee Auto, again, I mean, Sharif knows everything about this name. It's still under that $38. I don't think you get too aggressive until you get back above that 38 right there. So we'll have to wait for LI, Lee Auto, to get going again. But I haven't traded these Chinese EVs since NEO last week, so probably won't be looking at them again here today. But they're moving around.
Yeah, we were just going through this Rivian note. I don't see a single thing that was negative about this. So they even, so they have 12,300 vehicles left then between now and the end of the year to fulfill their full year target. So, and they made more than 16,000 in Q3. Just be careful. There's a couple of notes flying around on X suggesting that was for September. It's obviously the quarterly delivery number, not the September delivery number for Rivian. So just be careful with that. But yeah, I don't really see anything negative here.
Yeah, that's a whole long article here, so that I got to read that. I have nothing really to add more than what I've already said. 15,564 vehicles delivered, 16,304 produced on the quarter. We'll have to wait.
Yeah, conveniently, Evercore goes to outperform with their rating and increase their price target on Rivian this morning anyway. So there's also a couple of positive notes across the board for other names, including this one from Goldman Sachs. NVIDIA up nicely here, 1+%. Also Microsoft on a Wells Fargo note, not really doing a heck of a lot, but holding on to some key levels here, guys, to start.
Yeah, and it looks like a potential double bottom at 2350 on Rivian. It's trying to hold, but we'll move on at least for now. Microsoft, interesting one, and if only because we talked about the NASDAQ last week, and the ES actually specifically. Michael Lawson mentioning it as well, and he's going to be on. But the support levels that we're on and potential bounce zone. So Microsoft, same sort of thing here, where it's holding on to this 310 back from August, these August lows, and you see the triple bottom that we got last week, right, sitting there at that 310 level. Now, the bullish case would say, hey, you hold that triple bottom, now the next thing is to hold a higher low. 315 was Friday's, and then I think on Thursday, you're looking at about 313 in there. So those two levels, the 10, if we get there, something bad has happened in the market today, obviously, but the 315 and the 310 look like decent areas on Microsoft here. Now the key would be this market has not done much of anything if you look at the NASDAQ in terms of getting outside of Friday's range. So if you're respecting Friday's range, then I want to find stocks which are going to respect the key levels as well. So when you're close to this bottom, that's why I'm not looking at 310 on Microsoft. I'd be looking at that 313 or 315 levels for support because you're right down at that 14.8. Right? I think that's what we're going to be keyed on this morning for the big cap tech names. So I want to be looking at anything which has a chance to make a local bottom with it. And you got a couple of decent ones there on Microsoft. Whether you want to call it the upgrade or as a catalyst, it doesn't really matter, at least as far as I'm concerned. I just see a key level of support on the futures, and I see another one over there on Microsoft. And I'd like to participate in that. All bets are off. We take out 14.8 on the NASDAQ. Well, I'm obviously at that point not thinking 315 is a good level for the long. If for some reason we're getting up to 15,000 early in the morning, worth mentioning that 320 could be in play for short on Microsoft. But we're at the 15 and the 13, I think, first, testing that 14.8 on the NASDAQ.
Look, it seems like a pretty, like I was saying before, it seems like a pretty slow day here in the markets with the NASDAQ basically flat, the ES flat as well, not much really happening. So I think that 310 level on Microsoft, I don't think, if it gets down there, I think it's a huge buy. It has to, like Neil said, has to be a problem if it gets down there. And then same thing with Apple. At least Apple today is up 0.17 against the market. So I could see sort of some strength in Apple. I feel like we'll play off this one, 170, 169, something like that. But I feel like today is probably hands off for a while until we actually see something happening right now. So Rivian's moving around. Other than that, it's like, kind of sleepy time. But if we have Michael Noss, then maybe he'll give us some trade ideas right now. I don't have much, man. Rivian, AMD, Apple right here. So not much happening in the market
I have a
yet,
feeling.
But let's see if something does happen.
I think he could come out guns a-blazing with a review of one of his calls.
I don't know. We had him on Friday on the recap show. So thank you so much to Michael Noss for that one. Hopefully he gets out a little more in Vegas next time.
Yeah, let's bring him in. Michael Na, CMT over at Trade Ideas to kick off a brand new week. We are still a few weeks out here for most of the retail names to come through with earnings. We'll get started not this Friday, but next Friday with the big banks as always. But you're going to dig into a little bit of a data point on the fundamental side today as far as some of the retailers are concerned.
Yeah, this is something new that we have at Trade Ideas that's really exciting. Something that was basically exclusive to hedge funds for the longest time, but with some connections we made and some growth in AI, this is something now we can do ourselves. So we're really, really excited for it. So the first slide we have here is just kind of what the dashboard looks like. And we just call this inflection point data. And what we're going to do is expand this out over time. But what we're doing right now is we are studying and we are scanning the amount of sales that different retailers put on. And the idea behind this, if we just go to the next slide, Bed Bath & Beyond was almost a meme for how many sales that it would put on and how often they would put, going out of business sale and 25% off and 75% off. And today, officially, I think it's completely delisted even from the OTC and gone forever. Now, the next slide is just the logo of an Apple, because I could find absolutely nothing related to Apple sales. So if anyone has been shopping for any length of time for any sort of Apple device, you know that they never, ever put anything on sale. So the idea behind this data is if we start to really scrub and get into the math behind what retailers are putting stocks on sale, when they're putting stock on sale, it can give us kind of a precursor to potential moves. So if, for example, a company that has always had, 25, 30%, 50% off sales, all of a sudden just cuts all of their sales to zero, then we know that maybe they're getting out of inventory, which is obviously good for retailers. It means sales is going to be good and potential up move from there. And if Apple, for example, that never puts on sales, starts going like Bed Bath & Beyond and starts mailing out, 50% off, 75% off on their Macs and their iPhones, it would be a good early sign that something's up. Now, with everything, we combine everything with technicals, we combine it with trade logic, risk management, all of this. But this is a really cool data point that we're really, really excited to get to you guys. And we're excited to make some trades off it. So what I have right here is a company called The Children's Place. I guess they make clothing for kids. I had to ask my wife on that. And we chart out in this report the amount of sales that are going on in kind of a histogram. So the bigger red means the more sales that they're putting on at any given time. And the green means that they are either reducing sales or cutting out sales altogether. And we're trying to visualize this data for our clients so you can say, okay, is this a company that potentially has a lot of excess inventory that they have to get rid of, and I can make trading decisions off that? Or is this a company that's finally starting to sell old inventory and could have an increase in sales? Now, obviously, we're talking, swing trading and longer with this, but it's very, very interesting as a way to highlight certain securities and certain trades. So when I saw this trend of this Children's Place lowering the amount of sales that they were doing over the last kind of month or so, even with the downturn in the market, it really got me interesting that maybe that they're going to start selling more inventory and profits are going to continue to rise on Children's Place. So next here is just a data sheet. Just wanted to point out the EPS. They are still a unprofitable company. So just be careful with that. It's not something you want to hold for the very long term. But with a 23% short float, Children's Place is starting to get a little interesting on me. So it's a great way. Now I have my thesis for why I want to look at the stock. But as a chartered market technician, I need to always make sure everything lines up with the charts. So we got some charts here for you. So obviously a downtrend here on the weekly chart. It's gotten killed from 100 down to 27, had a really rough time. But one thing that I'm doing more and more when I'm trying to bottom pick is I'm taking a low point, the lowest point of the stock, which you can see here on the weekly chart, and I'm anchoring a VWAP to that. I did this with KRE. I know we talked about that. I've done it with a few names, and it's worked out really well. When a company bounces and then comes back, if it holds that anchored VWAP, it gives you a really safe place to try to catch a falling knife. It either holds the anchored VWAP from that low and then puts in a higher low and starts to move higher, or if it breaks that it's time to go. And that's usually the problem with trying to buy things in downtrends, is where do you put your stop? So this is, again, a weekly chart. The anchored VWAP sits right below us. If we go to the next chart, I have the same anchored VWAP drawn in. That sits around $25 or so a share, but it's putting in this really interesting pattern on the daily chart where it's getting very, very, very tight here, potentially waiting for news to come out. And as Brendan said, we have retail sales coming out soon. So into the 30-minute chart, which is the last chart there, this is kind of how I look at it for entries and exit. We have a clear area at 28 where it rejected on the 20th of September and also rejected on Friday. If we can get above that 28th, I'm interested there. For people who are looking to buy support, we have about $27 or so that if you wanted to take a nibble there, you could. For me, I'll probably wait for that break of 28, and I will be wrong if it gets under $27. The idea behind this, again, is you're looking for this fundamental shift. So if you can get something like a $1 risk on something that could potentially, if the data holds true, have increased earnings and sales over the next few quarters, then this could be something that could be a weekly hold or a monthly hold or longer. But as always, we want to get our risk controlled. So we want to get a good entry price, and we want to sell some to limit our risk. And then from there, we want to see if this data holds true. So very exciting data point. We're going to do more as well. A new way to look at the market that I'm really excited for.
Yeah, really interesting concept as well. Two questions. The first one, how delayed is this? How often do these companies have to report these types of numbers, or is it something that is tracked in real time?
We report it weekly, but we are actually, and the data source that we're getting it from, they have done the work of signing up to all of these things that we all unsubscribe from in the email, where they're just blasting out. So he's basically signing up, and we're signing up for all of the sales of all of these companies. And then we're using machine learning and AI to read them and pull them out and do the data. So as a company sends out a new sale, we're ingesting that data, we're processing it, and then weekly we're putting together these reports. So it's not even something that the company really has to report, or that we even know that's reporting it. If they're trying to pump out sales, then we're seeing it.
Yeah, and I know, because people are going to wonder, currently available, or is there an update that will provide this for people?
Currently available to premium members. So if you're a premium Trade Ideas subscriber, if you go to the channel bar, there's an inflections channel right there. You can click on and read the report and get into it right there. And if you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber, Trade Ideas or Trader TV 20 will save you 20% off at checkout.
Great stuff. Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
There we go. Always new features, and that's what we love, Trade Ideas. And it's an interesting looking stock, that Children's Place. I mean, 23% short float. A lot of retail names are going to be in that place, so to speak. But yeah, I mean, I might want to set an alert for that myself. I'm going to have to get that one loaded up because I do think that's it's an interesting indicator, and it just gives you something for some confluence maybe for a trade, which is possibly already setting up on a stock. As Michael noted, like, you're seeing a lot of probably technical things that you might want to look at on a trade like this, and you're just looking for some kind of other reason. Sometimes you need like a fundamental nudge or something to get you interested in a particular name. Speaking of fundamental nudges, obviously Rivian with those deliveries quarterly, it seems like it's caught a little bit of a bid. So it tried to get through, so it tried to hold initially this like 23.5, and then flushed right into Friday's bottoms. Couple of times, this could be the last time, a couple of times it's held that low. It's gotten up to like 23.90, been able to take some profit out there, but it might take out the low for good. So this little reprieve that Rivian has had, I'll be out if it gets underneath. Just got to try to preserve. I mean, first time good, second time good, third time okay, and then the fourth time is not a charm. So I'm now out of Rivian. Looks like it's still heading to the downside. And if you're looking at some sympathy plays, I mean, this is very much a Rivian thing. Like, Lucid didn't budge on that. Like, we already showed Tesla wasn't really doing much of anything. It's down 0.5%, but Rivian getting shellacked now through 23 even. So not a great start for Rivian, down 5% now, and working on 6% as it just got through that 23 area. It is worth mentioning, it's at the 50 period on the daily. So that's like a zoom out kind of zone, but when catching that falling knife, if it doesn't hold a support level like that, like a triple bottom, Going to have to back off until we get into the open. Crazy, crazy mover. I see a few people in the chat, wait till 20. I don't think we see 20 today. I'd be very shocked if we see 20 today. But if we see 20 today, I promise you I'm on that bid. Because you'd be down over 10%, your round number. The numbers didn't look all that bad from what I saw. I think that's kind of a little bit crazy. But 10% to the downside would be a break of 22. If it goes SSR, I'm going to be looking for another long at that level to be sure.
Yeah, I'm just writing the sticky note out right here. Like I said, there isn't a heck of a lot happening, but the NASDAQ now finally turning around, down now 0.1. So it's going to make some of these levels a little more exciting. I'm going to wait till 22 breaks here on Rivian. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I was waiting for some 2250s there, missed it. It went down to 2280. We're just going to have to wait on Rivian. It's obviously a disaster. So we'll see what's going on. Back to coffee. Yeah, exactly. We're here at Coffee Nimit. I actually felt fine. It was Friday morning was bad, but then Friday afternoon and Friday day was good. So
How was golf?
we were fantastic, man. 26 degrees yesterday.
Beautiful, man.
Wow.
Yesterday was really nice.
Yesterday was, the whole weekend was gorgeous. Hopefully it stays that way. Like to go golfing some more.
For three, not to. It's going to be gorgeous for like 3 days this week,
And then I just asked Randy. He's in shorts. I said, "When's the turnaround?"
This weekend, it's I swear I looked at Saturday because I want to do some stuff with my daughter because it's daddy-daughter weekend next weekend. My wife's in Germany, and it's like 13 degrees was the high I swear I saw on Saturday. For us,
okay.
like that's not good. That's not good at all.
Yeah.
It's October 1st, so
Yeah,
like what
it's
do you?
16. Yeah, it starts on Saturday. So 16 on Saturday, then 12.
12 was Sunday. Okay.
Man, I got to get golfing.
You got to golf on the week then. You got to
I'm
golf.
off Friday. Maybe we'll be able to do something Friday. It's Canadian Thanksgiving this weekend, so should be some fun there. So get your turkeys ready.
All right. Yeah. No, yesterday was amazing around here. It was
great.
Absolutely beautiful. Zero humidity, not a cloud in the sky. It was great. I'll take it. For October, let's get some analyst moves for you here to kick off the brand new week. There it is. We'll touch on that a little bit more. But yeah, that is definitely not right anymore. And now down more than 5.5%. FedEx on here, U.S. Steel, Clorox, this Toast, Solar Edge, and Carnival from Friday downside as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, CCL, obviously at this particular point, like with Rivian getting an upgrade, it's kind of jokes that they give them the upgrade, and you get those numbers and they head to the downside. Carnival, though, on the downgrade side, look, read a report about travel, and it wasn't a good one. It's just along the lines of a lot of people have made their trips, that they're interested in doing so after, COVID and all that good stuff, and that demand could be going down. You throw in student loan repayment and people tapping into savings and debt and yada, 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 and then there could be a bit of a downtick in travel. CCL in particular, Carnival, since it rejected that 15 level, it just feels like it's got another potential push. You're going to test the bottoms today because you're there right now, and the 200 period moving average is sitting at just about 1260. It's also a bit of a key level going all the way back into June. So you have a consolidation June breakout, and then you go to last year, you go back to the beginning of the year actually, and you're going to have this February top. So 1260 is a pretty key level on CCL where I think you can get to. Clearly, it has to break Friday's bottom, which hasn't really happened just yet. And then that 1260 feels like a little bit of a go zone for me on CCL. Peter in the chat, Neil, you're not going to go to Children's Place, are you? Probably not. But I am likely to trade some CCL if it gets to 1260. I'm not sure. Maybe you get there tomorrow. I don't know. If it gets there today, we cross that bridge when we get there. It's just want to have that one lined up, set an alert, all that good stuff. But CCL looks like it's headed toward that from a technical level anyways.
Yeah, I'm just looking, as I said, I'm typing out the sticky note right now. I'm just looking for some catalysts on reasons to trade something here. So maybe it is going to be some CCL. I actually was busy looking at the chat and doing other things, so I did miss the upgrade downgrade sheet. So with that being said, let's go over back to the desk and talk about the watch list.
Zero appeal. But yeah, we'll jump into that. We had a little technical glitch this morning, but it's fine now. Should be out for everyone in your inbox. I wanted to mention this real quick. AMC, a little bit higher on this morning potentially. Move over Taylor Swift. It's Beyonce tour time. There could be a tour released movie in AMC theaters to come as well.
Yeah, December 1st is when they're targeting for North America. It's essentially a movie, much like Taylor Swift's, about Beyonce's Renaissance tour. So I have to keep an eye out for that. It's in collaboration with Parkwood Entertainment, and it starts at $22 plus tax. Is the slated price.
I forget what Taylor Swift's was, but that'd be interesting to look up as well. Beyonce feeling the pressure here a little bit, guys, maybe.
What pressure? She's feeling no pressure. Neither one of them is feeling any pressure. Like they're just feeling the pressure of all the stacks of cash around them is how much pressure they're feeling. I don't know if this move, is this really going to move AMC today? I'm a little skeptical, but I can tell you that the $8 level has been a lot less interesting than what I thought it would be on AMC. Like I was anticipating that if we held $8, you'd be breaking out on AMC. Well, the exact opposite's been happening. If I were to draw a line, and I guess I can actually do that, so we'll just like if you just draw a line at the $8 level, you're just up and down off of this level a million times, and you're going up 70 cents, you're going down 70 cents. So I think you just want to play the other end, which is longs in front of 7, shorts in front of 9 on AMC until it breaks out of this range. Everything else is pretty boring with this stock. We're going back to Brendo.
Tesla guys just out with deliveries here. 430,000 produced versus 435,000 expected there. So a slight miss on production. Model 3 and Y deliveries, 419,074 units. That's higher than expected. Total deliveries, again, 435,059. The estimate was 456,722. Downside here.
Yeah. I have to read through this. It's quite lengthy, but a miss of 5,000. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, the stock really taking on the chin here, Brendo. Dropping from that 250 we were in the pre-market, now bouncing off 242.
Yeah, so I'm going to read through this more, guys, but production Q3 models down a little bit, ever so slightly. But yeah, a couple of misses there for Tesla, guys.
Yeah, I think it was 450, 455, 456, and then for the deliveries, it missed by 20,000. I mean, it's not trading at a level that I think you can get away with this because it's been a little bit bearish under that 250. Just looking at 38, 39, obviously you go back to Thursday, that's where a bit of a bottom is. With this tanking, I don't know if, I'm not going to catch the falling knife here. It feels like double-edged. It was okay the first time on Rivian. And if we get to 39, that would be the level. Everything else is diddling in the middle. I don't know if I would want to pick that one up for a bounce play unless it got a few dollars lower here on Tesla. This was gearing up for if it came the other way, I probably don't have to worry about a 53 breakout at this point because that's no longer in the cards. Maybe a fade back into the 50 level. I think you just got to be patient with this. Bit of a miss there. Previous support turning into resistance at 46 could be a play. But it's not close enough to 39 to catch this falling knife. But that would be the level going back into Thursday for Tesla. It's worth mentioning at the 250, also the 50-period moving average that it would be rejecting. So would have been sweet if it could have been breaking out from that, but that delivery disappointment, heading it in the other direction, much like Rivian.
Yeah, miss there everywhere. Total deliveries miss, Model X and S miss, Model 3 and Y miss. So yeah, it's everywhere right here for Tesla. So you're gonna look at 230, 235. So that's good. Like I've just been tweeting out here, it's like you gotta wait for something to happen here today, and there it is. So we got one mover in Rivian, and now we have another one here in Tesla. So let's just get this name down a little bit more, and then we could buy this. Hopefully 210, 220 or so. But you are now below the 50-period moving average, which is fine. We've seen it struggle up here all last week. It could not break 260. Kept on bouncing off against that. So now we see why. Deliveries slightly down. I mean, like we said, man, it's going to be a couple thousand cars, not the end of the world. They do that in a day, but still, 234 right there looks like a decent bottom, 234, 235. So I think we probably get there on this number. So watch out there, delivery miss. Nothing's going to be on the imbalance locator because it's a NASDAQ name. So a 925, we'll probably see a red number come through here, and then watch it right off the open, man. 236. Feels like we're going to get down there, and that's maybe where you start to play it.
I remember that consensus target was actually lowered to that 435 number from 473 a month ago as well. So if you consider that going back a month ago, what they were expecting, that's a big miss for Tesla. They did, however, come out and say that 1.8 million for production target for the year remains unchanged. So 1.8 million cars on the year. Sharif's going to have a look at the futures.
Yeah, 43.25 is where we closed out on Friday. We're at 43.12 already, so we're below that, down a third of a point. If we get to 4,300, look for support. We've had support at 4,300 going back to September 26th. Sure, on the 27th, we dipped below it, but look at all the closing prints north of 4,300. If we stay above 43.25, which is, again, is Friday's close, look for resistance at 43.50-ish area. We've been having resistance there going back until, you guessed it, the 26th.
Dare we say there's a downtrend on that chart?
No, of course not.
No. Let's go. That's the QR code you need. Scan that or go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter email address, and you get that every single day for free. It was a little delayed. Our apologies this morning, but all is well. Let's go. A few other things of note. Obviously, there's stuff has been happening since we came on here this morning, but we'll touch on a couple other things, including this one. Microsoft, up on a Wells Fargo note. Wells Fargo adding Microsoft to their Q4 quote-unquote tactical list. They're coming up with new names for these lists, it seems, every quarter.
I feel it's like another way to give them like an upgrade. It's just like an outside way of doing it. The main headline that I'll be keeping my eye on today for Microsoft is Satya Nadella. He testifies at the Google trial. This will be very interesting because this is an actual competitor here. So we're going to get the other side of the coin. We saw what the Apple CIO had to say about it last week. We're about to get the other side of it now.
Just reading some more here on Tesla deliveries. Guys, we'll touch on that as well, obviously, coming up. But thoughts on Microsoft?
We kind of went over this one. It's like if we get to some key levels, and I think now that the market's down 0.21%, I think it's a little bit more likely that you could have that. And obviously, Microsoft doesn't care about delivery numbers, but it's generally speaking going to follow the market. 15 is here, and then going back into Thursday, you have the 313 level. So on support, 13. If we get to 10, I think that's an auto. Bad things have happened, but that's an auto look for the long at that price. And then this 13 level, I think, is the first one that's going to come in on Microsoft. I don't know if we get the chance to short any pops off of pre-market highs. Doesn't seem like it's going to be in the cards for Softy. But when you go to the daily chart, like this is rolling over past the 50 period, looking and already testing out those August lows. Were it to break further down, it feels like that 200 period moving average and $300 is a perfectly reasonable thing. So to me, it's a trend to the downside. 310 is held for now, but once 310 is gone, I think you see underneath $300 on Microsoft, which is fine. Just makes it a buying opportunity at that 200 period. But for today, I'm only looking for dip buys if we challenge those big levels at 13 and 10. Otherwise, I don't know if I get the short at 320 here today, so I'm probably sitting Microsoft out in terms of key levels. Might have to be the chips when it comes to big tech for me.
Look, like I've been saying here, we finally get a little bit of a catalyst. We said that there wasn't much happening here this morning, and there really isn't other than a few key names. And Microsoft is one of those names that's really not doing anything. Despite catching an upgrade, it's flat. We'll wait to see what happens. When you're flat and you catch an upgrade, I think it's a negative thing. So now we'll have to wait to see if it does test back down here at 310. I mean, I think you just be patient, right? I think that's the whole point of what we're trying to do right now, be as patient as we possibly can be with some of these names, especially in the tech space. October, you have seasonality coming through. This is supposed to be a great opportunity to buy stocks heading into the new year. So let's see if it holds true there. But again, with this move to the downside being dragged by Tesla, it seems like. Thank you, Mr. Randy.
Appreciate
looks
it,
like
sir.
236 is coming in a little quicker than we thought. Tesla missed on deliveries. So just 20 to 30.
Jimmy Butler's going to buy one. So
Just next to 20,000.
Yeah, that makes it all right.
Or so. All right, cheers.
Jimmy Butler's buying one. That makes
Jimmy Butler probably already has many Teslas. And,
everything he needs.
if I was him, I would not be buying a Tesla.
He can buy one for Rachel Nichols, and that'll be all good.
He can do lots of things there. So poor Jimmy Butler can cry on his no getting Dame Lillard.
Seems a little miffed about that. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
We didn't get him, so we have the right to be pissed.
Yeah. Dame will be very displeased in Milwaukee. I can guarantee you that.
All right. Tesla just confirming here, guys, as well. Their Q3 financial results and Q&A webcast is going to be Wednesday, October 18th. So mark that day down. Wednesday, October 18th, 4:30 p.m. We'll get Tesla results. So a few more things coming across here, but That was the meat of it already that we brought to you. Yeah, overall market downside here, as Sean was mentioning, looks like Tesla leading the way, but this one's still positive, 0.7 for NVIDIA. It was among the bigger as far as the gaps are concerned anyways this morning in the pre-market. Get this, so Goldman's list is called the America's Conviction List. I don't know.
I don't know what to add about that, but look, Atif Malik, an analyst at Citi, had an interesting take today on NVIDIA. Let's have a look at what he said. He's looking to the B100 chip, which is supposed to be released in the second half of 2024, but he thinks that NVIDIA could accelerate that release to take advantage of the hype in AI. If they do, he likes their margins, he likes the growing demand for it. And here, basically, he's saying that it's a major game changer versus the H100 chip. And yeah, look for that possibly in the early half of 2024.
Just checking out Google here as well. They just announced a product. Keep in mind we have Google coming up this Wednesday with the Pixel event.
Yeah, that should be interesting. I mean, given what happened for Apple and Meta at these events, you don't wonder if there's not a good sell the news thing coming on for us on Wednesday. But moving on to NVIDIA, or back to NVIDIA, this one seems like at least we have some key price levels. This tried to break out. Okay, it did break out of the bottom off that 420 level. I think we can at least put that level to bed for a little bit. But you're right up tight to this 440 to 444, which has been resistance. And from here, it just looks like a short. Let me go to the daily chart. It's getting close to that 50 period. It's been bouncing and looking to roll over as opposed to consolidating. So I've been thinking short, 44, 50 would be one if you got there, but I think that low 40 is much more in play. Friday support level is at 33. Decent chance you could get there first, but I'm looking for the old pop and fade there on NVIDIA. And if you look at the chips in general, the super strong one was AMD last week. And most of it just had to do with what we saw on Thursday. Like Thursday was wildfire with Microsoft and positive note on them. And then you rejected 105. If this doesn't hold on to, it's got a huge gap fill underneath 102. If AMD doesn't hold on to that, I think you get a pretty decent pullback. Easy short if it gets to 105 for me on AMD. But this was the strongest of all of the chip names last week. Decent day for trading it in terms of the levels it gave you, bouncing off 103 several times on Friday. But 103 has now been taken out, so it's all about this 102. That goes, you could easily see a 100 level on AMD.
Yeah, we've been saying this for a while, man. The chip names led us higher here into this rally, and now they're leading us back down, right? So I just look here at SMH, and if SMH can hold the 140 level, then I think that that's pretty sweet. It's been down there a couple times, this 140. We've been talking about this on the market recap show over and over and over again. So let's just see if it holds that 140 right there, and then you have NVIDIA with a nice move to the upside. Well, it was anyways. Not nice, but it was hanging out up there. Now probably fading out a little bit as this NASDAQ. Yeah, no, so still up there, 440. So it looks like we did. Let's just zoom this out a little bit here. So we, or zoom it in, I guess. 441 held this morning. So I think that's a good break level. If the market does wind up blasting off here off the open, I could see that happening. Let's see what happens here with NVDA right now off the open for this. So we'll watch out for 440, 441, and then another name that, of course, is on the sticky note. I mean, what would a sticky note be without AMD on it? And that is that exact level, man. It's 105. It's a very, very simple level. Comes in right there. We didn't break it on Thursday or Friday. So let's see if it breaks it right now. There's 105. Pretty clear as day. We didn't get up there yet today, but I'm thinking about a short. As long as the NASDAQ is below that, I'm thinking about shorting this 105. So I just don't know if the NASDAQ is ready to go quite yet. We are now back into a net positive situation here on Rivian. We just got up into 70s. We were waiting for a VWAP up here, although now I got to put it down a little bit lower. We were waiting at 24, so just bouncing off 23.90 right now. So hopefully that can get going here. Rivian waiting for 22 to break or so. That bottom that just happened was 23.90. Let's give it a little more room than that down here. 50 period got basically breached there at 23 bucks. So let's just see what that little whoosh down was all about there. Maybe 22.50, 22 out or so on Rivian. Let's see what happens here off the open.
All right, let's, it sounds Apple-y. Let's talk about Apple here. We're just talking about that Google note that came across there. for this event coming up on Wednesday. Meanwhile, yeah, deliveries, first of all, for the iPhone 15 are much higher than expected. So there's that. Second, over the weekend, Apple actually came out and acknowledged there's a problem, which is very rare, and said they're going to fix it with a software update. So as we were saying last week, they're saying certain apps, and in combination with the way they're interacting with, I guess, their new chip, is causing this overheating delay. So they're going to potentially, anyways, fix it with a software problem. I think I want to say it was the 12, but it might have been the 13. There was a similar overheating issue when it first came out, and they also did the same thing, fixed it with a software update. So to come for Apple.
Well, it's better than what a lot of people were suspecting it was. The switch from stainless steel to titanium, they were saying it didn't help cool as much. Looks like that's not the issue. Something to do with iOS 17 and some other major apps. Like they didn't really cite which ones, but you have to assume they're one of the ones that are widely adopted. So that's from the fixed perspective. What Brenda was alluding to earlier are the delays. Let's have a look at these delays because we're talking about record delays for the i15, for the iPhone 15 Pro Max. We were at 54 days now, back down to 46 days for this particular model, the longest ever for an Apple product, according to some articles.
It's worth a note, totally unrelated, but Tesla, speaking of deliveries, also said the drop in deliveries was specifically from the planned manufacturing outages for upgrades that they did to the factory over in Shanghai. So just side note for Tesla.
Yeah, good note there. But Apple, I felt like this was going to be a fade off 173 half, 174 week. We're not even close to that right now. And if you look at this daily chart, it's so similar to what you saw with all of big tech and then the S&P 500 as well, obviously. But you broke the August lows in this particular case just last week. And if we hold underneath there, I mean, 74 is a deeper resistance level than 172, which is that previous low, can be your lower level. So that's not exactly where we closed, but it was the range that we were closing out on Friday with a 172 top and the close at 171. So 172, if we break that at the open, I think I would not fight the move and then wait until it gets closer to 174 for a fade on Apple. We'll see what happens, but I mean, the trend has been generally to the downside. You had one really good wipeout bottom day, and then it was weak on Friday after that wipeout bottom day. So I'm still thinking this is probably at least a first look short almost every single day. Above 74, that would be a different story.
Yep, I'm just same way, man. I mean, there's 173. It's a pretty obvious level right there, so you can just look at it. If it breaks it, then I feel like we want to go long, but for right now, the market's down. We're below VWAP right here, although it hasn't been, I mean, I keep saying the same thing. It's a relatively boring week so far. We're going to get some, data points coming through, which should hopefully spark a little bit of something. But right now, I mean, how many times have we come in and Apple, 0.4, like 0.04, sorry, not even 0.4. Yeah, not much happening. I would say you wait for 173 or 170. Either way, kind of stuck in the middle right now with Apple. I still like the story. I love those delays. I don't know. I feel like it's good news here for Apple that they have those big delays. The lineups continue to start. And I don't know, people are waiting 56 days for a new phone, or now 44 days, 46 days. I mean, it just shows the strength of their product line, and I like it, but the overheating problem is a little bit of a problem to me. I always feel like literally where there's smoke, there could be fire. I'd hate for them to have made this big move with the titanium, only for it to provide more issues. And, could you imagine what a recall would look like for those guys? So that is the danger spot right now. But here goes Rivian, 25 cents in the money and trying to break through 24 bucks. So let's see if Rivian can get going here into the open. I'm excited for it, but still have 17 minutes here. We've gotten L so far on Rivian because we got out when it broke 24 bucks, but we've been averaging into it now. So let's see if it gets going here. 13, 12, 11 minutes until this bell gets rung. So let's go. Hopefully Rivian takes $24 here, and then we'll see a little higher after that.
In 50 US?
Yeah.
We were just saying with the new iPhone 15 versus the 14, the cost, I was reading, to replace the back glass with this switch to titanium has gone from, I think it was 550 US prior to 250 US to replace just the back glass of your iPhone. So don't drop your phone. It's expensive.
I won't.
I mean, how many people do that, crack it, and then just put a case on it, and then...
Yeah, I think a lot of people do. We got two hand raisers.
Both Ramin and Fabian put their hands up. All right, let's talk some Chinese EV deliveries here. I know what you want to talk about, so I'll highlight this one down here. XPeng, I mean, it was 81% year over year, so that's not bad, but 15,310 for XPeng at the top of the list here, 15,641, very similar. For NIO, but up 43.8%. Tell us about Li Auto.
Again, I'm talking up my own book here, so full disclosure, most people will know that, but look at this. For September, deliveries, 36,060 vehicles. All right, for the Q3 deliveries, we're looking at 105,108 vehicles. That's a quadrupling year over year. For January to September deliveries, 254,225 vehicles. They're not Tesla-esque, but, you know, they're not bad.
I want to highlight something here as we head into the final 10 minutes. But this was Friday, obviously. Just noting, Sharif, the volume here heading into the close ahead of what we were expecting to come this morning for all of these. I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Yeah. So, I don't know. The Chinese ADRs, I'm feeling like it could be a lost week in terms of volume because generally speaking, when you get deliveries at the beginning of the month, the volume's usually pretty good. Like you'll see NIO doing 1 million shares pre-market or something like that, and you're never gapping flat. You're always gapping up or down 3 to 5% at least across the board. XPeng, the strongest of the bunch on the chart. On the chart, it's the strongest of the bunch. I don't know if it gets through the resistance at 19 on this lackluster volume, 150,000 pre-market. That's a hard pass. Li Auto, I did feel as if the delivery numbers could have given us some kind of a push. 100,000 in volume, that's near nothing. It's right at a good tipping point at 36 even for a false breakout of this little channel. That's the one that sets up the best, like a false break of this top, you know, hold 36.50 and then just go back to the trend short that Li Auto's been. That would be in play, but like I said, volume just completely non-existent. And then NIO, this one's through $9. It's done this one at least has volume. I think that's why I'm kind of looking at it. On those numbers, it did just hold 885, and by those numbers, I mean what we just saw on Tesla and Rivian. When that came in, it's held on to Friday's low, which is also Thursday's afternoon support at 885. This looks like the level to watch and trade off of. It could be a little more interesting there. And just a shout out in the chat, Jason in the chat mentioning SDC. So this is on the radar today, Smile Direct Club, it's not a great stock, but anytime a stock is doing this, down 60%, and now it's 17 cents. Were it to get to the 10-cent level, that's kind of a go zone in terms of just looking for some kind of a dip buy. Dead company, obviously, but that's one of those situations where it goes down to a level like that and can be worth a shot. It's on the radar now, if only because it's so incredibly depressed, STC. NIO will be on the radar for 885. Maybe Li Auto if volume comes in, but that week-long holiday in China could have negative consequences in terms of volume. So you don't want to force trades in those names unless you see the volume come in at the open.
I know we're talking about Chinese EVs, but Tesla right now is making a nice bounce back upside one more time. So look out for this break right here. It hasn't broke 244 since the release, right? And so there it is, a nice move downside. We've bounced off this 244 a couple times right now. We mentioned 236 possibly being the bottom. It looks like for now it was 239.50. So with Tesla on a slight miss there for deliveries, but still full year line in target. So, you know, if they're going to miss by a little bit on a planned shutdown, then I feel like they are reaffirming guidance on the full year. I like Tesla here. Let's see how it trades off the open, but I feel like we could probably watch out for a 240 retracement early and then a long into that level. So for me, I like Tesla down there near that 240, but let's let everything open up. But that was a great little flush there with some volume into 240. You can see we wicked the bottom there. We've already wicked bottoms down here before. So that's interesting to me, especially now that we're bouncing off of 244 again. So let's see if this does pull back in a couple bucks off the open, and then most likely look for that long. So 240 right now coming into play off Tesla, and then once again we just had some more bump offs right off of 24 bucks. We missed it by about 5 cents there when it first got going. Let's see if we can take 24. And then just in a matter of seconds, you're going to get the NASDAQ imbalances. So let's go talk about crypto, because that must be on someone's mind today.
Right now, a bit of a pullback, but essentially day highs on the daily chart anyways after what happened the past couple here. Nice breakout to the upside. Back above 28,000. It's been a while. I got to go all the way back to the beginning of August to find the last time we were up here. Coinbase with its own Singapore headline positive, getting a license there. All the other ones mining related up 5+% at one point.
Oh yeah, and they can move. I mean, we saw Mara, Riot, and the like. They move, 5, 6, 9% intraday, and then they'll retrace, the entire move the following day after Bitcoin retraces. But yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting for the spot Bitcoin ETF. We've been waiting a long time, ever since Grayscale won their lawsuit against the SEC. Gary Gensler making some comments over the weekend with respect to the government shutdown and how that could have delayed the possible approval for that spot Bitcoin ETF. We know Fidelity, we know BlackRock, ARK, Grayscale, like I mentioned, all in the waiting for that approval from the SEC.
We'll see. 29,000 maybe next stop here for Bitcoin if we get some follow through today, guys, for BTC.
Not impossible. I don't know if we get there today, but certainly on the week, on the reversal could happen. I want to get to, just very quickly before we talk about Coinbase, Femi made a run to $4. This was a runner from last week. Great trade. If you had it anywhere along, there were multiple opportunities. That Friday high sitting right about 360. Looks like the support level right now. So if we fail off that 4 level or dip off that 4 level, it's in front of 360 that I think it makes some sense to look for the dip buy. Heading over to Coinbase, up that 5%, doing, as you can see, literally nothing in the pre-market. That is a complete and utter barcode off of these levels. When I see that, it's like, okay, well, if it can't get through 80, don't touch. Like, I'm not going to look for the long unless this breaks out 80. It's going absolutely sideways. If you're going to make another move up, it looks pretty clean that it would be an 80 break that gets you there. The 50 period is just above that as well, a couple of dollars higher at 81.5. So I think you could have a decent breakout. If you pull back in, 75 would be kind of where you closed on Friday, and that could be the target. So play out the 80 level. I usually think short first off key levels on Coinbase. Maybe I'll have the discipline not to do that with Bitcoin actually being one of the few catalysts that you have in the market today. So 80 break on coin. We'll see if it even happens. Keep an eye on that Femi. Oh, and just quickly, this ICCM, which is another small cap runner, it already failed $1 once, but has held on to the 90-cent area with a triple bottom here at 88. Could be another $1 runner on ICCM. So lots to watch in terms of small cap names, oddly, this morning with Femi, ICCM, and a couple of other small ones out there to watch. But coin, it's just that 80 level. I'm not trading anything else unless I see 75.
Yeah, just for those of you, I know we talked a little bit about Smile Direct, obviously declaring that Chapter 11 here. So we'll see if these guys go down to the pink sheet or not, coming up very, very soon. So Smile Direct Club today down 57%. And, they are the #1 name here on the imbalance locator. So if you do have this up or you're wondering what's on there. And I was saying this as soon as we sat down, man, nothing going on today. And you basically get that confirmed by this. But that doesn't mean that things aren't going to change quite dramatically once we open up in just a couple minutes. So thank you for staying tuned with us. If you are looking for some names, man, go over, grab our watch list, tradertv.live, and you'll be able to figure that all out. We've had Michael Noss a couple times talk about crypto names, and he mentioned, join me and him and everybody else on the recap show. But he was saying that, Amara with a high short interest could be one of those plays that you want to look to. There it is right there, 30%. You want to look to these kind of plays here to possibly get going on a crypto squeeze because, obviously the short float or whatever it is on Bitcoin, it's never really that talked about. And I don't know if it matters, so I don't know. But I don't even know if that's calculated. I don't know how they could calculate that. There's so many different exchanges out there, so I don't know how they would calculate that exactly. But $10 there. Watch out for that kind of a break on Mara. And I just feel like with the catalyst there, you could get a piece going. We did take out some of Rivian. Obviously, you see where it is right now. So we actually got some 90s out. So we'll ring the register on about 35 cents there. See if it can get going now, back up to the high side. I don't have any outs until 24.30, which kind of gives us that spike that we missed right there. So we'll try to take that. And then if we can get the 50 period, we'll go on and on and on here with Rivian, hopefully back up to the upside right there. But yeah, exactly. I think 4L Taz there says, please do your research before you buy crypto. I mean, I think that you could put that in before you buy.
Anything.
The word at the end of that would be anything.
Yeah.
You know, except for things your kids want. You just buy them whenever you want them. No. All right, let's go. AMD 102, Apple 171. We only have 20 seconds until the bell. So Adara will be on the bell, so that's good. Just a couple seconds to go. And yeah, not much happening other than Tesla. We're going to look at that.
Yeah, it's been all about the deliveries this morning when it comes to, well, at least Rivian and Tesla. Chinese names kind of moving a little bit slow. But Adara on the bells. We start this Monday in 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
All right, let's go. All right, we are now open. Yeah, just as expected there. There goes Tesla. We talked about where this one would possibly go. It does break that 244 just before open. So there's the break of 244, retaking VWAP, and there she goes. Nice little move to the upside, 245. I would say let this one settle down, obviously. I mean, if you're in Tesla right now, you've just seen it go $1 up and $1 right back down. So give this a little bit of time here for Tesla. Everything else, yeah, I mean, Apple's kind of opened here to relatively quiet. We'll just wait. But for now, you know, so far so good.
Yeah, just, I mean, seeing Tesla make that little bit of a turn, watching NIO at that 885 level, Rivian just got to 24 exactly. Yeah. And then pull back. So 24 even looks like it's going to be a good level, obviously. Coin, we had mentioned if it could get up to 80, that's the key price, but you can see that's actually heading to the downside. Like a lot of other things, AMD's holding 102. That is pretty solid. I hate to say it, but this ICCM maybe making a charge at the 1 level could be the first thing on tap here today. Want NIO breaking that bottom,
oh, no.
Not necessarily anything else. Google apparently making a run, and you know Femi, that was the other one. Femi already gone, so forget about the dip buy. I'm not dip buying 360 if it's at 430. It's probably halting down if it's filling me down there. So Femi, absolutely off to the races. I thought this would be a dip and rip. Instead, it's already at 440 with size on the offer here. Great runner. Hopefully somebody's got this to the long side. I want it in front of that 360.
All right. Shopify made a nice move down to $54 there and then bounced right up. Like, look at this level for Shopify. Pretty nice, man. Down there at $54. So that's a nice bouncing spot there. We'll see if Shopify can, we'll see if Shopify can get back. It just went down there and it just came across on my radar. All right. Apple's starting to rip city, man. Tesla's also ripping back up to the upside. As you can see, this market really starting to go. And Yahoo, man, we can finally hit a little bit of registers right now because there goes Rivian. We made a keystroke error. We meant to buy more, and we got out there on VWAP, so we just put it right back in and bought some more. So yes, sir. Bang! Let's spin a little bit of money here for Rivian as we held on to it and just made a nice little play there on RIVN. So far, so good. Back up to the upside. AMD touching 103 as well. So far, so good here. As some of the levels have come in, we're just not ready to make any plays yet on anything that I see anyways.
Yeah, I'm trying to be a little bit patient here. The NASDAQ still chilling in a 40 handle range, a 40-point range, I should say. Rivian blew out that 24. Looks like that AMD 102 was going to be solid, but it's already pulling. It might be a flat top break here. There was an iceberg at 102.75 on AMD, pretty much right into the open, and it just stalled out at that exact same price. This could be a break just based on what I saw pre-market there on AMD 102.75. There's still an iceberg there now, Brendo.
Just reading, guys, more into these Tesla deliveries. If you go back to last year, Q3 of 2022, 343,830. Again, this year, total 435,059. So more than 100,000 more in a year is pretty impressive.
That certainly is. There is a huge, they're still holding this level on AMD. There it goes. Wow, you couldn't even get the fill. Oh, that's wild. All right, I just took a 103. I was trying to get the break of that iceberg at 102.75, and it went immediately from there to 103, which is completely insane. To me, that's chasing a move that went pretty far. The dip should be into 102.75, but crazy. Like, there was a pre-market seller right at that price, obviously, for 20 minutes, and then they held it at the open for a clean break. Just could not get the fill till it broke 103. So quick scalp out. I'll go dip buying to 102.75. Sometimes you have to wait for something to happen and just look at a key level. Hopefully we get a chance to crack that on the way back in here, because I do feel like there's still some shorts. We're at 14.9 on the NASDAQ, 15,000 to me is going to be a short zone. I want to check what's going on in Meta, because we didn't talk about this one. 305, not to tell anybody, 305 has been a pretty good level. It was a big inflection point on Friday. Meta at 305 looks like a possible place for a little bit of a short. And NEO, it's holding on to that support level. I keep waiting for it to break so I can short that, but not really. I think the Chinese ADRs might be dead this week.
All right, we just went against what we had thought initially there for Apple. I mean, it did have a huge move up, so we actually wound up punching that 173, just thinking that the market wanted to go. But the market ran right into VWAP again. So for right now, we are going to have to hold on to this Apple trade slightly against us, man. 10 cents against us. Let's wait. Obviously, we just cashed out a bunch of Rivian up there, man. 24.20s, 24.25. Let's hold on to Rivian and see what happens on that one. But right now, new position alert, and it's Apple to the long, even though we wrote down Apple 173 short. So this is going to be a good test for me here to see if we're playing momentum incorrectly or not. But I'm very, very surprised on what we're seeing right now. Here we go. Let's go over to Brendo quickly.
All cap moving here, guys. NVTA, Invitae Corporation, getting FDA approval for a DNA test that detects higher risk of cancer in people, which is really positive if that is the case. So 32% here for, it's a little penny stock, but nice move.
Oh, and it's got a top of 95. That's worth watching. Well, it's got a top in the pre-market of 95. Just to point out to everybody, this was already moving into 7 a.m. So that dollar potential break is going to be in play for this one, to be sure. Yeah, it looks like DMD is continuing to cruise here as it chips. The entire market are to the upside. If we get to 105, I still think it's a short, even though the long is kind of working off those bottoms. But if we get to 105, I think it's still a short on AMD. Intel also a bit of a mover this morning. So it's up at $36. Load, come on. It's up at $36. Every 50 cents is usually pretty key on Intel. It's worth monitoring because this is where the top was on Friday. If it can punch through, maybe that's a run till 15,000. First things first, resistance is resistance until it's not.
So we're waiting at 20. It went as far as 16 here for Apple, but we're pretty good, man. We're 70 cents in the money on Rivian, and we're just waiting for Apple to go boom if it does. What's up, Brendan?
Just looking into this more, but Kellogg shares just halted.
Yeah, so Kellogg is having the split, right? They're doing
it's like a
Kelnova or something like that. They're going two different divisions there. So we'll have to wait to see what that news is. Maybe like that's happening a little bit earlier.
Everyone's doing this now, right?
And yeah, exactly. Yeah. And here goes Apple. Hopefully, let's go. We're now at 15s. We were at 20s. Just to get out at 10% here on Apple. But as you can see, this market's ripping. And it's going to suck because it looks like it only went 17 cents in the favor for us right there, but no more. So hopefully Apple will climb a little bit higher. If not, man, we have VWAP down here that we can get out at 172.20 or so, 170, maybe 172.50 even as a drop zone, because this is going to be coming up here relatively quickly. So right now, nice move up as the market takes VWAP, the market gets going. Now you're looking at this 14,950 area right up here where we sort of danced around off Friday's close, I guess. Yeah, Friday's close. Right there, 14,950. I thought it was a little bit higher than that, but that's where we are on yesterday's close. So let's see if Apple has the wherewithal to withhold that. But there it goes, man. You are right now. We're at Rivian 48s. Let's just go right now and just punch some out right there. There it is, man. Alert, alert, alert. Almost a dollar club here on Rivian.
So by the way, I did take the short on Intel at 36 even. I'm at 94, so we'll give it to that high. The high is right now 97, but I'm not going to put a stop at 97. It's going to be at that even dollar level. Still pretty much cruising on AMD, but CCL is absolutely flying. It's another name to be put on watch. It broke out at 14. I'm looking at 14.4 here. That feels like a little bit too far, too fast, but good bounce for CCL off of support on the daily chart. And one more for you that we completely forgot about. And that is going to be SoFi. Were you going to say SoFi too?
No, I was cheering on Apple here.
Yeah, so load. Come on, SoFi. SoFi holds the $8 level pretty much to a T. Remember, this rejected 8.25 pretty heavily. It's been on a very, very nice upward trend. The 8 level looks like it's going to be good to go here today. So it's weird to be long AMD and short Intel, but that's an inversion trade which has worked a million times at the open, with Intel doing the opposite of what the growthier names can do for at least a few minutes at a time. So I'm going to put a trailing stop in on AMD. Do not need this back underneath 103. And SoFi, I like the 8 bid, but I probably want 1s and 2s, and then give it only about 4 or 5 cents.
All right, so here we go, guys. We got some outs on Apple there. We're going to see if it can go even higher than this. It would be nice if that is possible. So let's wait to see if that continues to go. And then Rivian, man, like I said, we are almost at that magical dollar club. Let's see if that will come in. If we can get $1 on this Apple, then we're really cruising and really happy with that. But that still has a little bit of a ways to go. So let's just wait to see what Apple does here. On this play. We just got some out real quick. And again, this is why we talk about the sticky note every single day on the show, and that is that we're just looking for some key levels. So we wrote down here on the sticky note that we are looking for Apple 173 short, okay? So let's just be careful with it. It's obviously at a big level there, but when the NASDAQ started to rip up, we actually use 173 as our long spot. So we're at a key level here. We've already come up to 173 before and dropped off right there last week. Basically 173, the most we got going was 173.50. Then we got 173 and change, and right now we just got 173.25. So it doesn't look like it wants to hold these highs. So the NASDAQ put in work. It seems like Apple's trying to come back in a little bit here. So let's just be very, very careful with it. 172.50, I feel like, is going to be close enough to the drop zone right there, as we have view up at 172.30. So let's just watch it out. Microsoft also ripping to that 318 level as well. So yeah, lots of stuff here to look at on what I said was going to be a little bit of a slow day. Obviously, the NASDAQ was flat. Now you're rocking up 0.5%. So let's go, man. Rivian also just kind of hanging out here. We don't have a whole heck of a lot of shares left on this one.
Yeah, and we're starting to pull back in really nicely here. Going to ring the register on INTC. I never call it that. Intel. We got a little bit of a double top. It wicked the top, which I always like to see. If you wick the high and don't break out, I like that setup 10 times out of 10. Why am I not getting filled? I'm sitting at, I hate when that happens. I was sitting at 78 passively, and it kind of bounced off that level and didn't catch the fill. Give me some 82s here. Gimme. If it gets to VWAP, I definitely want to have at least one other leg out here on Intel. So far, so good. Cancel and cross spread is the way you get out there. But a bit of a pullback off an even dollar level is going to work out. This Femi stock, I mean, talk about a round trip. It was just about 470. It's retesting 4 already. So forget about 360, at least in the short term. This is bouncing off 4 potentially. It hasn't halted, which is weird, because it looks like it could have moved enough to. But there's always a potential halt is what I'm getting at. So if I go long off of 4 level, I'm not really giving it all that much room underneath 4. You could easily halt off that. But I'm looking for a nice consolidation bounce off 4. It's still in the drop zone at this particular point. So I don't want to jump into it just yet. But this certainly has been a good dip buy if you've been able to hold these crazy dips it's done the last 2 days, going back over to Friday. Key is 4. If 4 can hold here, looking for the bounce back up. And then, I don't know if you get back to the high of the day, but I'd be out before I got there.
So Palantir ticked pretty high. They're up to 1650, which we had seen before. So PLTR, just waiting for that to happen again, maybe. But it's trying to hold. It's trying to hold VWAP right now at 1620. So not bad. What time is it? 9:42. Okay, so that's all right. Now it's starting to fade out a little bit here on Palantir, but there it is right there. Nice upside move, and creating an overbought condition up there at 1650. You can see that came right into where we were on Friday again, that level 1640, and then today's level 1640 again. So 1640 seems to be a relatively key level here today on PLTR, and here it comes fading right back in. So I would say that on Friday, we held 16 pretty good. At the end of the day, we talked about that as being one of the trades of the day, where we let this fall all the way back and got hit there, but then made it back trying to defend this 16 area. So on any kind of a pullback right now, I could see Palantir being pretty juicy down here near 16, 16.05. So, you know, we'll have a look in and around that area. As I'm still watching out Rivian. Rivian's still holding 70 cents in the money. Apple's still flat at 173 and not doing a whole heck of a lot. All this fanfare for us not even to look at Tesla. Tesla right there, 250, just bouncing. Not bouncing off 250, but that's going to be a level there on the 200 period. So let's see. Tesla, nice bottom of 240, up now $8 from there. So wow, here goes Tesla. Beautiful move to the upside. If you're not trading anything, I have Apple long. Let's see if that can hold. But it looks like right now, there goes Tesla. Huge move back up there to the upside. So yeah, wow. Maybe
Strong.
fade it through 250.
I like
Seems
50.
strong. We're still red on it.
52 and a
the
half,
Nasdaq could be there.
53 maybe resistance.
Amazon was the trade, Santiago.
NASDAQ's now starting to fly. We could see that 15,000 before we hit 10 o'clock. I did get the reload. AMD bounces off the 103 again, so just scalp some into that 30 range. If this gets, like I said, if it gets to 105, cross that bridge when we get there. I think that's a short at that level. So ring that register. Femi came back in and held the $4 level. Looking to scalp some out on the way up. 420. On on small cap names tends to be resistance. It also happens to be VWAP here, so sitting there passively, wanting something out in front of that 420 level. If it holds on to the 390, great, but that's a hard stop for me on Femi. You could halt down if it breaks this channel, and I'm not getting trapped in a halt. I'd rather make the bottom wick than get trapped in any kind of a halt. Going back to the one short we got on, Intel's now broken VWAP. Yeah, there goes Femi, just broke 390. I'm not gonna take that chance. Even if it goes from here, I'd rather lose 10, 15 cents on that stock than lose 50 cents to $1, hoping it goes. Intel looking like a good top there at that 36. I'm going to hold on for 35.5, these pre-market lows. If we roll over, you could get all the way back into the range. If we're going to have an inside day, I expect tops and bottoms to be met a couple of times, at least until we get to that opening range first half an hour. AMD, good thing we took something out because you're right back underneath. Yeah, you're testing that 103 again. So it looks like AMD was only good for the scalp trade. 103 can't hold on. We're going to have to get out of that one. That's why you definitely pay yourself out when things are working in the money. AMC could get back into $8. Not really much of a mover. I was checking that one out just on the off chance that it could actually break out Friday's high. Instead, it rejects precisely Friday's high. Go figure.
All right. Micron with a nice move up to 70 almost. We took some more out there for 20 cents. We're only out of 10%, 20% so far here on Apple. So let's let this name continue to rip up, man. We've picked this level. We like it. It's Apple. Let's see if it continues to work upside. That's it. We're just going to wait on that one. Rivian is pulling back a little bit, though. But we only have about 40% left. Well, actually less than that, about 30% left on Rivian, because Rivian actually touched the 200 period moving average. And on the minute chart, like, that's a pretty important level there. So just like what we're trying to wait for Apple, Apple comes down here to 170, 150. That's where we're going to be wrong. And Rivian the same way, man. So already out right there, as now we're trying to fall back in a little bit. What say you, Brendo?
Some travel strength so far, guys. Here's AAPL up 2%, straight higher so far. Some of the other airlines following along. Not seeing much on these right now. I mentioned earlier, Fed's Powell coming up at 11 o'clock this morning, along with Harker, Williams, and Mester. They're all going to be speaking at a roundtable event in New York, again, at 11 o'clock. So keep that in mind for this morning.
Really?
Yay, roundtable.
Really? We love those round tables.
Just very quickly, I am now, well, you're possibly breaking that 885 on NEO. That could come in any second now, but I'm out of AMD. It took out that 103 area, at least temporarily. I'd like to see it reestablish itself before I think about the long again. In that move where the market was holding those highs and now only turning, AMD's starting to roll over already. So it made a top and then started into the downside. Good for a couple of scalp trades, but it looks like the short could be in for that name. I'll get to NVIDIA in a quick little second, but I just got NEO. I only wanted the 885 level. It just broke to the downside. I just got 83s. They got their delivery numbers, but this is more of a flat bottom break idea for me here. So if we hold the entire way, It's got support at 830. It, in theory, has support at 865. So every 20 cents or so can be a key level for NEO here. To the downside, a bit of a rollover. Not for the entire market, but this is now down 2.5% on these deliveries.
All right. Just trying to, again, you know, we're doing this. We're doing what we're doing here. Apple is a long that we're really focused on. It's up double what the market is right now. Let's just continue it. I still watching out for this 172.50. We'll be averaged in if it goes down, and I know it's boring time here because nothing is happening right now with this name. So yeah, give it some time, and we'll see if Apple can go. If not, we are going to be out for that 50 cents. It seems like it's missing. And I said to Santiago, you called Amazon as being the one today. And yeah, Amazon nicely up, man. Upside, trying to take out 129, bouncing off. We had some levels there in the past of 129 on Amazon. Apple might not be the trade. What's up, Brandon?
On Apple, guys, I read this on the weekend and thought it was kind of interesting. Apparently, they're very, very far along, very, very far along was the note that I saw in talks to take over, global F1 TV rights. There's a whole bunch of broadcasters that currently do it in the States. It's ESPN. For all of Europe, it's Sky F1. It would be an interesting move following some moves from other major sporting leagues, NFL, over to some streaming names, but apparently Apple, guys, very far along for F1 TV rights.
Okay. That seems at least a little bit interesting, but as you mentioned there, Sean, I mean, it's not moving a ton right now. Like I'm seeing a little bit more in the chip space. Obviously, Amazon.
It's not doing anything.
Come on, get to the Friday high. Frustrating. There you go. There's that chart loading up. 129. You can see that Friday top on Amazon. It's made a nice bottom at 125 on the daily. 129 looks like the level. If we're taking if we get to 15,000, I think you're probably already broken that 129 on Amazon. I'm only short right now off these highs, Intel, and then of course NEO on that bit of a break. But Nimit was just asking. A few people have asked about this MNTS, momentous. I'm gonna want to call it mints because it's hilarious. But this bounced off $1 last week, interestingly enough. I don't recall seeing this one. It was on low volume when it did break off the $1 level. It's done 2.6 million, but that seems like, I don't know if that's a trap because this doesn't look very liquid to me when I watch the level 2 of NMTS. It just feels like that's a little bit of a disappointing spread at times. I don't like stocks. If it's a penny stock or like, if it's doing a few million shares under $3, I'm seeing spreads open up to 3-4 cents at times on this. So I wanted to calm down before I would take a look at it. 250 looks promising, but a little bit too spready for me to trade. Sorry, guys. I wanted to mention NVIDIA was absolutely flying. I decided to go for AMD when NVIDIA was clearly the one. There we go. Off that 444 level, that was a clean breakout price. We like two levels, 33 and 44. 44, not trying to hold some support at that particular price. If we don't break this to the downside, NVIDIA is probably along all the way to 450. So 44 is the current level. I think I'm going to pivot from AMD to watching that one. NEO, I'm on the bid. Probably should just be at 75. That's a key price. It broke that 885 level to the downside, said that's what we wanted to trade. We waited till it got there to trade it, and now it's heading back south. I don't know if it's going to be a complete flush. It's down 3%. The market is relatively up. I think with lower volumes and delivery numbers, I think you have a better chance for downside movement with this week off the Chinese market has, but who knows? I mean, that's not something I back tested or anything. I just know you got to be really patient with the Chinese ADRs this week. Don't trade them at non-key levels.
We are getting ready to, oh, there it is. I was going to say we're getting ready to get out of, there's a buyer there on Rivian. We could try a little bit more. There's a buyer there at 45. Let's get out if it breaks 24s then completely now. Okay, so we just tested it there on the downside for Rivian. It obviously did not hold there, so now we're going to have to wait to see what exactly Rivian wants to do now because we just trying to get it back into 23.50. We were long at 23.75. We did average it in there on Rivian, so now let's see how far it goes. We did see that buyer, so now we're long at 54. Let's see if we get something out. This might just be bumped up because we saw a buyer there, but we're back in it. Let's see if it can hold that bid. 23, I think it was 23.30 or so. 23.45 was the bid that we saw. So we just took a piece out there at 50s. Now let's see if it comes back up to the upside as we've averaged in against what was a buyer there. Now, I don't know if that's going to be there soon or not, but let's take in a piece out 64. I believe we just said we're waiting at, oh, it just got to 63. Hopefully we can get through. Come on, let's go. Hopefully we can get to 64 there. I don't even know why we're randomly picking 64, but let's go upside here on Rivian. See if it can go. We're long. Oh, it's because we're long at 54. There it is. We'll take a dime back on that name and see if it can grow a little more high side. But look at the market coming right back in. So that should, we're still not long Apple yet down here. Let's put a bid right now at 95. I was waiting for 80s to come on Apple. You can see where VWAP is now back into the 50s. So if that breaks, then we're out. But we still want to hold a little piece here on Apple to see if it can come back in, back up. So if it comes in now, which it's doing, we do want to buy some 80s. So we're sitting here at 172.80. We're trying to be specific there. Again, just taking a downside move here. Watch the market, though, falling in pretty good right now. Just in case we don't get the 80s, let's put a bid here at 84. Oh, we missed it. That's too bad. Okay, if it comes back in, we'll take some more here. But we just missed a reload there on Apple. Hopefully we can get it again. And then there goes Rivian. Nicely done, man. Now we're cooking. Okay, now we're cooking with Rivian back up to the upside. So a couple more outs there. We'll take it out. There it is at 78. So far, so good there on the reload for RIVN. Brendo?
Yeah, we did get that S&P PMI number, 945 there, 49.8 versus 47.9. This one coming up at 10, though. Typically closely watched by the overall market, more so than the S&P number. So we'll bring that to you when it happens. But S&P side of things, 49.8 versus 47.9.
AMC did make that break of 830. So now it's on the run. Like, it's 5% now, but it's more about the fact that it actually broke this level. Still doing pretty decent volume. I like breakouts to try to hold that as previous support. So if it can dip down in, show some consolidation, I might wet the beak at the 30 level, but really look to see if it can hold VWAP. There's some serious room for this to actually go. I don't know if this Beyonce story is really the catalyst, but you can see on the daily chart, this has just been going back and forth with an obvious top. Show you the 15-minute with an obvious top here at like 8.5 in the last week, and then last time it got beyond that like 870. So I think it's got a couple of decent targets till you get to that high. So I like to play the trend going into that level. NEO, I got one leg out, and then we're bouncing right back into that 885 area. So it's a bit of a flat bottom break. That means I want to give it a chance to roll back over close to that 890. Intel's also bounced with a little bit of a bounce in the market. Shorted at 36, but does not get down to the pre-market lows. So some strength still in Intel. This sets up as almost a breakout if it takes out 36 even. I think that's worth monitoring. And NVIDIA is just absolutely flying. Looks like it's going to make that run at 50. The high currently 447. Looks like NVIDIA is on one of those types of days. AMD's a 0.25%. NVIDIA is 2.5%. Clearly, it's the runner today. Despite the decent long on AMD, NVIDIA definitely the better one here. Picked the wrong horse this morning. Winner's a winner, but you can always have better.
Yeah, and we saw that NVIDIA was the one with the story there, the upgrade.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you got to trade names with Catalyst, and we said we were looking for those around today. And I think we finally, we found one. We found one with Rivian. So Rivian's been a really good mover here for us now. Another 50 cents in the money on Rivian as we were very, very patient and played dips, right? So we waited for this move. So it came in. So we'll say thumbs up for patience on Rivian as here we go. Now we're trying to break it out even more. Let's go, Rivian. Huge move back up. I don't have any offers there. We just bounced off 24. So there we go. Yeah, yes, sir. That's a good one. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Good one there on Rivian as we're buying some dips. And again, man, if you're looking to play names that are in play, make sure you find it at Trader TV Show on the sticky note, and our watch list is all over that. All right, so we said we were going to wait for a little bit of a dip in Apple as well. Whoopsies, in Apple as well. So we did get that. So there's Apple dip buy. We bought the 80s like we said. So we got some out at O's. So hopefully this will continue. Apple's right there right now if you want to take it out. 172. We're only long at 172.95. So we are flat right now on Apple. So, a nice move back up to the upside would be greatly appreciated, as we've only traded two names today, Apple and Rivian. And like we said, that's what we're going to be doing probably moving forward, trading names that are in play, making better plays, and being much more specific with what we're doing. Square, again, on the New York exchange, we talked, this is block. Okay, there goes Apple. So if Apple's going to take out some more levels. We'll get something out here at 04. All right, so Square again, a name that we looked at last week. We played, I think it was a couple shorts last week on this name, but look at how nasty this has been, man. Straight to the downside, and now barcoding around this 44, 45. Looks, I was gonna say, it looked like it tried to get going there a little bit, SQ, but then failed again. So watch out for 44, 44, 80 there on block. Could be something. We recently bought last week some Oracle. What's that doing? 106. Okay, so not too much as we talk about our book. 106.80, getting up to 107. Yeah, still looking for that 107.50 break there again. Rivian touches 24 bucks, but not much going there. Did Tesla get to 250? No, it did not. It actually, oh man, damn, Daniel. Got right there to that 200 period and dropped down. That's something that we're looking at, man. So that's too bad. We should have looked at that and absorbed that information and gone short at 249. That would have been a $3 winner. But there it goes to the downside there for Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla pulling back pretty decently. I mean, it's still holding on to obviously the lows from the delivery numbers. Just one quick thing, I did get that SoFi off of 8, let it bounce off $8. Kind of be patient with it. It was kind of coming back in there. It bounced off 8, got back to 2s and 3s, took some 3s long. I'll give it to that $8 level, and that's pretty much it. Looking for the scalp trade. Also, mentioned wetting the beak there in AMC. It's still holding out off of Friday's high. It's at 834. I'm long at the 35 level. Again, in play-ish name, breaking out tops, looking to continue that move as we go to the desk to handle some business.
All right, coming up here in a few seconds, guys, we'll get the ISM manufacturing PMI for September. Again, if you missed it, S&P number, PMI final, comes out higher than expected. Kicked off that selling in the market there, 49.8 versus 47.9. Again, ISM incoming here. This one typically more closely watched. 49 versus 47.6. So both of these higher than expected there. Again, 49 versus 47.6. The employment side of things, 51.2 versus 48.5. Construction spending, 0.5% to the upside versus a 0.9% uptick that was expected there. Again, if you missed it, Fed Chair Powell coming up at 11 o'clock. Taking part in a roundtable. If you're with us in the pre-market this morning, we touched on a whole bunch of things. Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, among those. Yeah, Tesla out with quarterly delivery numbers that miss expectations. They did reiterate their full year 1.8 million target, however. I saw a note on this one, SPR not doing much, but downside. There was a takeover note that people were circulating on SPR worth paying attention to. There is Tesla still down 1%, but a nice uptick for Tesla here. Brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. TTV, capital letters, get you 10% off.
Boom goes the dynamite right there, so let's go.
Awesome.
I mean, again, guys, if you're following me, then you are going to hopefully be well in the money right now, because here it is right now. The only name that we're trading actively is Apple. Well, we're trading Rivian. Rivian's 75 cents in the money, but there goes Apple. It's the big boy, and there it goes. Nicely done to the upside on that number. So, hey, man, we will take it. A better than expected. Well, ISM 46 versus 43 versus 46 there. So we'll see there. USA construction spending 0.5 versus 0.5. But there it goes. Apple with a high side mover. And we are now at the highest spot. Obviously, we've been at all day because the only two names, like I said, that we're involved with, there's Apple. Apple go boom. Huge upside move, 70 cents. Both names now 70 cents in the money. So, hey, so far so good. Hopefully you guys are going, and we're nice upside right now.
Yeah, clean move just now on that number. Right back from 14.9 into the highs of the day. So that's what the NASDAQ is doing. I got most of the fills out in front of the pre-market highs on SoFi. So nice, easy bounce off the $8 level. Looks like it has a chance to challenge that high of the day. Obviously, some of the shorts might start to come in. NVIDIA's, by the way, broke that high of the day as well. So big time movement. That MNTS did get through $3. So good on you if you had it. I still think it's a little bit thin. The volume's picked up a lot, so the spread not as bad as it was before. Strong mover and probably worthy of a look. I don't know if I want to reload Intel just yet. It needs to show me that it's putting in a lower high. But as the market is pressing and breaking highs, Intel is still not near that 36. So I do like, generally speaking, if you're short a stock at one level when the futures are at the top, and then it rolls over on a lower high when the futures are making a higher high. That would be relative weakness. So it is still in the bucket of relative weakness that I like. But I'll be patient reloading this one. Not going to get in too early on that for sure. Last but not least, I do want to get back over to one big cap tech name. Obviously, a lot of things are moving, up 2%. NVIDIA's up 3%, Meta is up 2% right now and flying to the upside with the market less than that 1%. It chewed through that 305 level. This looks like a stair step on the way potentially to that 309. So looking at that 305 to be a nice little dip buy zone. If we're going to get and break 15,000, Meta looks like a strong one. You can certainly add Amazon and Apple to some lists. Oh yeah, Tesla 250 coming into play as well. Maybe that's going to be the first thing to break, and I should be at that 250 on Tesla. I'm going to buy dips on SoFi. I'm going to continue to take that one, and I will reload NEO for sure. It's sitting out most of the move to the upside in the market. I think that could be because of the holiday week, so I'm going to stay with that one short in front of that 890.
All right. I mean, it doesn't take long if you're part of this club, guys. Right there. There goes Apple. We're almost got both the names, so we're only trading 2 names today. Both of them are going to be Dollar Club winners, hopefully. I mean, we're knocking on it with Rivian right now. Let's see if we can get that back in. But there goes Apple. You can see we're long at 84s, and there it is, 95s on the upside. So there goes Apple. I want to thank everybody once again for watching. I mean, they're Apple boom. And we just put this on. If you're looking for the first time, this is the sticky note, right? It's out right now, and all we have written on here is Apple, Rivian, AMD, Google, and Microsoft. So we only traded today Rivian and Apple. So that 173 short, nah, not when the market goes, man. We only took long. So we waited for that long and hit it right there. Nice move, 173, boom. It held this whole damn time. So like I said, we'll be here and not much happening everywhere else. Tesla is making a nice move right there. Like Neil said, watch out for 250 coming through. But yeah, as I said, this is going to be a completely different style of trading. It's calm, cool, it's relaxed, and it's just finding the bigger trades, right? This is what we're looking for. All right, Santiago, I'll call it because you know what? Amazon has been blasting. I do want to take out one more piece, though, of Apple because, hey, man, we're at this 90 level here. So let's just take out one more spot on Apple because of where it's going. I still think we could go a little bit higher on Apple. But again, $1 is $1, and we're doing that. Not only like $1 on Apple is pretty good because it's 173, but $1 on a $24 name, $23 name is probably a little bit better right there. Although we have much more risk associated with Apple, we got to watch out. We're running into the 200 period, so not everything needs to go into the dollar club. So let's just put this here. Get something out if we get into the high 20s again. Just bounced off 32, 33. So if Rivian wants to go, we'll be fine on that one. And then we said we talk Santiago, my good friend there in the chat. How are you doing, Santiago? I hope this is what you're doing today as well, because you've been talking all about Amazon. Amazon got a great pullback into 128 and now is starting to take off. So congrats again, man. Amazon looking at 130. So thanks. Let's go. Nice upside move. Let's see what's going on next.
Not much as far as financial stocks are concerned. I saw somebody was asking about the banks today, but here's JP Morgan, dead flat. Just be aware, Jamie Dimon on Bloomberg right now.
Diamond on Bloomberg. Jeremy, you mean?
Oh.
Jeremy on Bloomberg. It doesn't really matter too much. He said some crazy things a couple weeks ago. You took out that 820 level. Could have been today, but it's not. Look for the breakout on AMC. It's not going to hold out. One in, one out. Not going to fight that stock. We are getting pretty darn close. We just wicked 15,000 on the NASDAQ. Okay, fine. Like 14,999 something. But that's pretty darn close, and you did not make a run at 36 on Intel and roll over here with a lower high. So that's still setting up that I want more of this one to the south side. That's the trend, then I'm going to follow that trend. On this little bit of a pullback, SoFi back to VWAP, I will go for the reload off the $8 level, probably want like 01s or 02s again. We'll see if we can get those on the downside and be patient with it. Femi,
all right,
I think we're right to get out of that one because it tried to break that $4 level, look for the consolidation, could not hold on. Now it's stair step to the downside. Needs to hold on to 360. Otherwise, I'm not trading that one again. The dollar's ripping. You're right, Dr. J. That 15,000 level, to me, we said that's a place to go look for some short opportunities if we got up there. I thought it would be 320 on Microsoft. Right now you're looking at a 319 top. Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't, but Friday's high was 319.5. So it could easily be a decent top here on Softy. It's not the perfect level. We get back to 15,000, I will look for some fades up there that aren't necessarily Intel or Neo. Those two have been holding out just fine. And nothing too much happening in Smile Direct Club. It's still down a boatload, but I haven't really seen any signs of a real bottom just yet. It's holding 15 cents. I don't want to jump the gun. Obviously, with something like this, you're not fundamentally looking for a long. You're just looking for some kind of a relief rally, short covering rally here for SDC. Like, they're going under, right? So they'll be at the OTC at some point. Doesn't mean there can't be a bounce first.
All right, it could go. We'll take 10 cents right away on AMD, but we are going to wait for a little bit more as we're defending that 103 level there. If it slips too much off of that, then we're going to be gone, right? AMD not up as much as the market here, but it can get going. We've seen it happen before. So let's just wait. We're playing off this 103. We are now, honestly, like our Apple position, our Rivian position. We could take out another piece of Apple here. Why not? Get something out at 70 right now. We've already taken it out, so we only have about 15% of Apple left. We have about, like I said, 30%, about 20% or so left there on Rivian as we got that 30 print or that 27 print that we were talking about. And right now, we'll just wait to see if AMD can slip up here and continue to make a move down. We will. Okay, I thought I was buying some 03s. What am I buying? Oh, I'm buying, there, I was buying 01s right there. So here we go. Long some 01s right now on AMD. Let's see where we go from here. Hopefully the next stop is up and not down, because a couple more cents downside and we're gone. We are just giving this to 103. Looks like it's trying, there it is. Looks like it's trying to pull back right now, breaking through 103 pretty easily. Let's wait a couple more pennies lower, about a dime lower than this, and we'll get out of AMD. But here it comes. Well, maybe not. Yeah, it's having a hard time breaking. The futures right now stuttering at 15,000. So hopefully we have a nice bounce, rebounce back. But I could see us testing VWAP, and when that happens, we know we want to get out of this one. So watch out here. Advanced Micro Devices making a push down here.
Yeah, that market doesn't seem to want to get back to that 15,000 level. That's not going to be great for setting up
there it goes.
A short off the high just yet on Microsoft. I definitely missed a reload chance there. Should have just went with the 19 instead of the 20. You anchor yourself to even dollar numbers sometimes, and it's a bit frustrating. I am trying to get more of NIO, but every time it rolls over, it's like lack of liquidity. I'm going to get a bid at the low of the day here. Just cancel those offers. Don't need them right now. Going to get a bid off the low of the day again. It's still going to be 885 zone, and then play this stair step into the downside. MNTS is going to get there in a quick second, but Jack Mack, you just mentioned a big name to watch right now. If I like SoFi at $8, sometimes those even dollar plays can be good. I don't know if that's going to be the case on Palantir, but it did close at exactly $16 on Friday. And it's at 16.05 right now. So the bounce at 16 does make some sense, just for one of those quick. It's kind of gimmicky, but if the market is going to be strong, I generally like buying off of key price levels, and you can see what happened at 16 at the open on Palantir. Shot up 40 pennies. If it does half that and you're long in front of 16, that's a good R&R.
Yeah, we're long Palantir right now, so hopefully that will continue to go to the upside. We like it. Let's see if it continues to work. I like that $16 level. We talked about that earlier as well, so good point out by you guys. AMD, again, it dipped down, so we just got out, fine. 13-cent hit there, broke 90s, and we got out. So now we'll see if it continues to fade out. Very, very weak name, AMD today. I don't like it. Well, if anything, we've got to wait for a short. And again, the thing about AMD is probably a double top right there, once, twice. So not probably. It looks like it. We tested it because we fell back into the 200. And again, you know, NASDAQ was still relatively strong, so we decided to hold a little bit of it. We did get out of some Rivian, of course, once it broke that 20. So we're still in it, but still a good trade for us. We did get out of some Apple there at 70, but now that's below that, so that's good. We did talk a little bit about JP Morgan there on that update, so let's have a quick look to see what JPM is doing. In fact, doing nothing, bouncing off 145 right now. I don't know, the 200 period's there, but I don't necessarily want to go short. Although, you know, financials obviously down 0.5 or up right now, but basically flat with the market up. What is the ES doing? ES is red. Okay, so NASDAQ really helping out this market. So that might be something there. Actually, this is not a horrible short again here for JP Morgan against 145.20. I could see that being something, but we've been wrong on this before a lot of times. Yeah, I don't mind this short right now on JP Morgan. I'm long everything else, so that's part of the problem, but so far that could be a good short, man, 145.20. Let's just get a little closer to 145.20, okay? If we get closer, we'll take a short. So I'm going to sit at now it's going down, like 145, maybe 15. See if we can get that short. I don't mind it for now, but it is going away.
Yeah, in terms of weakness, CCL just turned red. Like that went from screaming at the open to back red, rejects the 14 even area. I think this can be faded. Obviously going from red to green or green to red can be a good catalyst in terms of catching a rollover, but also look at the 1380. Was trying to hold on to 1380. We closed at 72. I like that in front of VWAP if we're going to join the party here. The ES being relatively weak, it tells you what's happening in this market. It's being led by a bunch of tech names. NVIDIA 3%. You saw Microsoft have a decent day. Amazon was up pretty handsomely. Meta is up handsomely. But these travel names looking like they were going to break out. I think some longs got trapped above 14 on CCL. So I'm going to short this one in front of VWAP. Just let the move come to you. Obviously, I would have liked this one if I could have gotten long off 1350 at the open. That would have been great, but you got to make the next trade. And I think that can be a stair-step trend to the downside. Intel still looks weak. It never gave a reload at 36. It's coming back into the bottom. I think I look for the short in terms of a consolidation. If I can't add in front of 36 again, I got to look for underneath VWAP here and stay patient. NIO continues to bleed to the downside. It just got a double bottom off the low, so I think I want to stay net short here. 3.5% to the downside. I'm willing to bet you there was probably a better chance in Li Auto. Actually, no, never mind. I was almost certain that I'd look over, and if NIO's down 3%, I thought Li Auto would be down 4 or 5. Li Auto was flat on the day. Guess we were right to trade NIO instead of Li Auto. See, it's that holiday week. That's what it's doing. And by the way, if you just saw that, hit the like and subscribe, but do it for these reasons.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
And the heart of the market is where it's at, because if the market is going to be moving in a very tight range, which it kind of is, between 15 and that 14.8, then you want to make sure you're trading the names that are moving. That's what it's all about here. And one of those is MNTS, Junior Mints, or otherwise known as Momentous. Look at it, hold at $3. Much, much better volume at this particular point. It's starting to look a lot better than when I first pulled it up. The $3 level looking pretty darn good. On the daily, this is just another reverse split and go. It's now holding the level that I think the breakout can get some serious juice. $5, obvious resistance level. Broke down there in a psychological one as well. So MNTS, I'd probably pay for locates if it got close to $5 to try to short it. But off of 3, that's a nice jump off zone. Always, this is always a risk of halts, by the way. So I would never trade this without a stop.
All right, Palantir. So I think we just got some, did we just get some 9s or did we just get some 8s there? We just got 8s. So no, we'll sit and get some 9s here. As we got loaded up there, we got some 05s. Let's just see where we want to go from here on this name, right? It's just bouncing around O's. If the market does rally, I'm pretty sure Palantir will go as well. So far, so good on this one. As we continue to watch out where Palantir goes, we just got out some 08s. Very, very small win as it just goes back up to the 200. That's what we're waiting for, a break, man. 10s. And then 10s breaks to 15, and then we'll see about VWAP. I don't know, this market, like, we've already had such a nice move up for Apple, such a nice move up for some of these names that I could see a fade. Microsoft really got going, Amazon really got going. I mean, we wrote down Google as well as a possibility. Look at this name today, absolutely flying right now. We wanted the long, but never hit our ultimate prices. But there it is, huge move up, 1.5% for Google. You want to talk about a name maybe coming back into VWAP now that I see it. Google is exactly that. Nice dip down into VWAP again. Watch out for 132.50. Like, that was a great level. Damn it, why didn't we have that? 132.50, a beautiful pullback into the 60s right there right now. So let's see if we have it. New position alert just came in right now. J to the P to the M. It's JP Morgan coming in right now. So we'll see about a possible short. We sat here. We wanted this short. We talked about this level. So let's see if JP Morgan can give it to us now on a possible downside push. Let's see JP Morgan. Quick short there against 20s. So this is only going to be about 10 or 15 cents worth of risk for JPM starting to go. There it is. Let's go. Oh my God. We just took an amazing 10 cents. So let's see if it goes down even more than that. JP Morgan in and out. See if it gets down there. That 74s, 80s is where we're waiting for on J to the P to the M. As here it goes. Yes, sir. Nice little move down on JP Morgan. Let's keep it going, though, as the market's thinking about what to do. Looks like Palantir may also break the other way as well.
Tesla finally making a push past that 250. It's been a battle at this price, but it's now looking a lot more solid. It failed to break the first time. I feel like taking breakouts, you got to be a little bit more cautious with it if you're not getting like right away at the open, because it wicked people out. If I was in it on the first 250 break, I'd already be out to that bottom. But now it looks a lot stronger. I grabbed Palantir off 16. It's the same thing. I'm not going to go over that when you guys can kind of see. It gets to VWAP, he takes them out, like that same story. But I like this. Finally, Tesla showing signs of that 250 level. I maintain 253 as my resistance spot for it. I'm not saying I'd be short at that price 100%, but I will be out of the long if we see 253 on Tesla. It just feels like that kind of day. We're on the charge to 15,000. At least it feels like we're on the charge to 15,000. I was able to grab SoFi again off of 8 even. If it gets to VWAP again, try to get some out in front. And then if it breaks the high of the day, just hold on for a piece above that. NVIDIA is also breaking 250. So you have NVIDIA 250, Tesla 450, Tesla 250, both in play. Still like my Intel short, but if the market takes out 15,000, I'm going to have to respect this pre-market low. That might just be the bottom on Intel if we're going to continue going higher in the overall market. Let's go to the desk and get the small cap recap from Rindo.
Just noting this one to kick it off. Fisker up 7% on the day. They closed a debt offering for senior notes, so straight upside so far for Fisker on the day. This and all the information on the show, once again, brought to you by Benzinga. Register now for a free 2-week trial or sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters, as part of their spring into fall campaign. Scan the QR code and use the link in the description. It'll take you right to checkout. Shout out to our friends over at Benzinga. Dara has small caps.
Yeah, we have Invitae and VTA, we were mentioning a little bit earlier. It's been granted marketing authorization by the FDA for a DNA test that looks at a predisposition to different types of cancers. Very cool innovation. It's seeing a bounce off of that. We also have Acurx Pharmaceuticals, ACXP, which has announced the completion of an early end to its phase 2 trial for a C. difficile infection treatment. It also announced that it cut its colon cancer study short, so it's been bouncing around a bit today. We also have Femisys, Femi, again on our radar. It looks like it's still moving off of the news from Friday that Wainwright has maintained a buy and upgraded the target price from $5 to $13. Keep an eye on all of those names heading into the day.
Totally forgot about Peloton and Fisker. Both short flow, big time short flow kind of names, bouncing off big levels. That moment, MNTS is now absolutely flying. Looks like it is going to make a challenge at that $4 level. 78% to the upside and counting. Reverse split special. I still like $3 or anything above for a dip, maybe like the 320s. Just hasn't had that pullback consolidation like you were getting earlier. A little bit parabolic for me on the way to that $4 level. Tesla did not maintain that 250 break. Looked like it was going, but I want that breakout. The second time through, gets underneath, take it out just under that 250 level. Doesn't look like it's in the cards just yet. Could still be a good dip buy. You can see 247 in here. That would be the next go of it, but relatively tight stop. You're tight enough to that 15,000 that I don't want to be sitting there stubborn with any longs to the upside. Still have a couple of shorts in the money. Palantir, we'll see about that 16. And Invitae wasn't the only small cap that I think had a chance to go. We were also talking about that Femi that was just mentioned by Adara. It's held 360, I'll give it that. The volume, putrid. It's 1020 and it's already doing like noon volume. I don't know if I can be there. I said I like the 360 bounce. It's bounced off 360, but the volume is really, really bad on this. Maybe I take a little bit of a baby shot at it if it comes back in and bounces off 360, but that's disappointment on volume levels for that name.
Look, guys, 30 cents plus now in the money on JP Morgan as it just continues to make a move down. So again, like, I feel like waiting around, got something in my eye here. Being very specific about what we're waiting for right now is going to give us the trades and the results that we are looking for, right? So there goes JP Morgan. Again, very, very patient, got it. get the flush down now. My best fill is right here at 77. Hopefully it can go down. We noticed obviously weakness there in Palantir, so we, again, you know, we have a lot of shares, so we're getting out of it as we notice the weakness. So right there, just getting it out, 4s, 3s for flat, basically. If it goes up to the upside, fine, that's fine. We had too many shares down there, so we got out of it because honestly, right now the one that's moving and working for us is JPM, so let's just stick with some of the shorts there. But hey, if Palantir goes up, great. I mean, this is gonna be great for everybody. I know that there's a lot of people trading it, but I've already got some out 3s and 4s, and then just again right there at O's or 90 O's, right? So we have only now a fifth of our position on Palantir as it's starting to bleed down. So let's just see where it goes right now. PTON, nice breaker. We talked about this last week with a deal that, quite frankly, we've been calling for years. And it's not, I'm surprised it didn't do more to the stock, and it just looks like it's holding water now. So this $5 level there, nice deal with them, with Lulu. Let's just see if it continues to create that sort of, you know, move up that everybody's hoping for Peloton. Relatively short float, 12, 13%, I believe, on Peloton, although we always check up these names. Yeah, 12.5%, so that's right. Nice float up, looking like you're trying to take out some of those levels right there. 550, I guess, would be the next stop on Peloton. So far, so good on that one. It looks like Apple's going right back up again. We didn't get any reload opportunities on Apple, maybe 173, but we did take some out right there. Last time we were up here to 75, and let's go. Like I said, man, let's go Peloton, or let's go Palantir. Hopefully it can get up, and then we'll start to get some of these out because there's JP Morgan, and again, we're out of 2/3 of this one on the downside. Lucky that it fell back into those levels here. Now it's trying to go back up to the upside. Let's take advantage of this climb up, get some out on Palantir again, get some out on JP Morgan, and man, well, I mean, right now we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. So, you know, let's just continue to feel good about the trades, make the right ones, and hopefully get rewarded. Rivian still 80 cents in the money as well.
Give you one thing which is a little bit crazy.
Here.
Coin, even when Coinbase was at these lows, come to my chart for a second, Bitcoin was still maintaining its break, and now you're starting to pull back in. Coin is just bleeding to the downside despite the market moving up. If you hold support, I'm going to pull up my BTC chart. There you go. If you hold on to this support at 28.2 and we bounce from here, Coin has a lot of room to try to catch up. I haven't really looked at any of the other names like your Riots and your Maras out there. Again, if you prefer trading them, fair enough. But Coin, we said 80 or 75. We could see that 75 as maybe the market is challenging some of those highs. So I think there's a decent chance this one can set up pretty nicely for a trade. I said that Intel still holding off those bottoms, but you can see this 13.5, bit of a double bottom, now forming some support. Going to have to get this one out if we retake that 70 level. Might even just get out at the 50 level if we get back down there again. When you trade Intel, you always trade out those half dollars. So 36 at 35.5 is always going to make some sense. It's still positive on the day, but as the market is continuing to climb higher, I think eventually this is going to catch up. If there's something which is still, I think, going to be a short, might have to flip from Intel to ARM. ARM down 2% and still trading like an absolute bum. Market's pressing higher, and ARM, just like on Friday, is a short. At this time on Friday, you could still short it on a consolidation bottom, regardless of what the market was doing. So might flip over from Intel to ARM. 2% to the downside tells you everything you need to know.
Man, you have little faith with Palantir. Damn, Sean. We just got some out at 12s. So again, like, you know, to take a 0 hit on the way down, we're long at O's, remember, right? So we were actually taking 1 or 2 pennies. So nice take. But at the same time, man, we just ripped up again right to the 200 period. So we took some 11s and some 12s there, as we consider ourselves pretty lucky because, you know why we were getting out of Palantir? Because we were nervous about JP Morgan. But JP Morgan and Palantir are going complete opposite ways right now. So we will, again, let's go. I mean, Apple, so the trades we've been making today, Apple, dollar in the money. AMD, we lost 13 cents. JP Morgan is currently 35 cents in the money. Palantir is currently a dime piece right now in the money. And then Rivian, we lost early, made some money late on that one. So I hope you are definitely enjoying the show. Do it for Kat.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
It's been a good one, man. Like, subscribe. Let's get this market going. Let's get our show on the road right here, because it's been, like I said, a really, really good day. Taking a lot of good trades here, and I feel pretty comfortable sitting here taking these with everybody. So there it goes. Look at JP Morgan, man. Let's bring the pain right now, JPM. You know, let's just get some more out of Palantir. Why not, man? 7 cents, we'll take it. Right here, here comes JP Morgan looking for a bottom break of 40, and that would be pretty good. So, you know, like we said, we're just sitting here making the trades, looking for some good ones. Peloton's on fire. What's up to Nita Stonk right now? Pfizer, yeah, Pfizer's a disaster. We won't look at those guys. Ola, everybody says, so Ola to you back. But there goes JP Morgan, 40 cents now in the money. We did take that Palantir out, and we're just gonna lay it on for Apple, man. We're gonna wait. If it comes back into 173, we'll take it. But thank you so much, Jack Mack there. SoFi's a big loser. I didn't have that one on.
It bounced 8 to 8.12.
Okay.
It depends on where you put your stop. I mean, if I'm trading off 8, my stop's going to be at 8. It's up to everybody else. Like, if you want to hold on to it. If you bought it at the highs, that's not going to be a good trade. I like it off the $8 level. It bounced off 8 once. Second time, just stop it out. I think you always have to play with an out. That's the way that you preserve profit. Every now and then you can get away with it, but I find that over the long haul, it's generally not going to work out if you're trading off of bad prices and just sort of holding things $1 million against you. I'm being facetious when I say that. Triple bottom now on Intel, so we're able to get the top, took some out in front of VWAP. It's made a triple bottom. I did have a trailing stop for it to get out at 35.70, but I want to respect the fact that the market is strong and this one is weak. Again, I feel like you want to ring the register here. It's still a relative trend down. I don't mind jumping back into the short if we roll over in the futures or going over to ARM, but this needs to at least take out that bottom or threaten it. ARM has just been a weaker name here, so I don't mind pivoting. I'm not going to give up on Intel, but I don't mind pivoting to something which is trending a heck of a lot better into the downside. Let's go to Brendo.
Maybe catching some negativity here from the other. Wow, I look like I shrunk. From the other EVs downside today, 13% here for VinFast, trying to get back to day lows.
Oh, VFS. Yeah, I don't know about that stock, man. Like, that stock is... This is a nasty one, and I feel as if it's been heading toward that $10 level for a while. Let's maybe pull up the higher time frame, because if it's going to break this double bottom, it's a tricky stock to play breaks on because of how thin it is. But if it takes out that low, I don't see a reason why you can't get to $10. Maybe even worse on VFS. Bit of a dumpster fire there. The valuation was always utter nonsense when it came to that stock. We've always warned people about things like this, about chasing tops, so we're not going to get into it too much. But if you break that double bottom, I think you could head down to 10. I am still keeping an eye on Smile Direct Club. I don't know if we get a chance at that one at 10 cents, but it is making a decent bottom where it currently lies. Neo in here, we still hold on to that short. Looking like it's going to make that gap roll over and continue. So might look to jump into more shares off the 875 consolidation. I think we've got 65 and then a big hole down into 835. So we've been net short this one pretty much the entire time. Hampton's trader, Femi, it's holding on to 360. Like I was just saying, the volume was so trash here. Like, it's really starting to die down on volume, but that's okay. It's not that bad. I mean, you're risking 15 pennies, maybe a little bit more with slippage. Yeah, I call it like 25 cents from here. If you're getting anywhere in front of the 360 level that I like, I think you're risking 15 to 20 cents with a little bit of slippage. And it goes to VWAP, you got $4. So risk to reward looks fine on Femi. It's just a matter of needing volume to actually pick up. This market is feeling like a rollover right now. Where's ARM at? ARM's at 52. Maybe I'm just getting back into Intel underneath. It broke the bottom. I might look to make the fade off of Intel at 35.5. Here's what's happening in the overall market. You just got a bit of a dip underneath that 14.95 level. So you wick the top, don't get to 15,000. Now you're retesting 14.9 even. If we break 14.9 even, I think this market is headed down further. I still like Intel and ARM to the south side. Probably a couple other names you can get to, one of which could be related to what Brendan's going to talk about right now, which is crypto. Or, sorry, it could be Adara. My bad.
Just a note, Fed's Bowman is speaking right now, so just keep that in mind. Stay tuned for that. We also have news in terms of crypto. Grayscale has moved to convert its Ethereum trust to a spot Ethereum ETF, so it's definitely of note. It's applying with the SEC for that right now. In terms of Bitcoin, yeah, we have that huge move up to above 28,000, which is definitely of note. If we look at all of the cryptocurrencies here, we have Ethereum, again, above 1,600, above 1,700 now. We have Bitcoin almost at that 28.5 mark, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, across the board, looks like most, if not almost all of these cryptos are positive right now, and quite significantly. Bitcoin most notably up about 4.25% right now.
Something different about Brendan there. Can't really put my finger on it at this moment. Obviously, that's my bad. You get some muscle memory, right? And fantastic job. Thanks, Adara. If we're going to hold that 28.2 level, which we just did on Bitcoin, I was showing you guys that on the chart before, maybe some catch up here to be played on Coin. Coin just made a local breakout. I mean, if you're going to show me that, as Bitcoin is making the pullback, sorry, not a pullback, but the dip and break, this is a 28.2. I've tried to resize the chart for you guys there. Now it's going to take a second to load up. There you go. It holds that support level, making a break off those bottoms. Coin has not been trending all that well, but I do like the R&R here. Again, it has something to do with 26 bottom, break this level. You have $2 or $1.50 till VWAP, so the R&R looks pretty solid. Palantir just bounced off 16 again. I did not reload NIO, which is kind of crazy, but I did want to get back to that MNTS. For you. About 25 minutes till we fought up to the midday, MNTS just pulled right back and bounced off VWAP. This is what I was waiting for at least a shot at this. Bit of a liquidity grab underneath 320 once already. So if it can get down there again, give a secondary bounce, MNTS never wanted to chase the highs on this. Was waiting for it to come back in. A bounce off VWAP one more time, and I think I can engage finally in what's the name of this company again? Doesn't really matter, but it's Momentous Inc. off VWAP here.
All right, it's always nice you come back. You get some little bit of fruit salad right here. And fruit salad tastes so much better when you come back with a 70-cent winner on board. So there goes JP Morgan right back to the bottom. Again, I saw the Sharif there. He was getting his coffee. I got a coffee and fruit salad. Today's fruit salad brought to you by Honeydew, and was a little bit of cantaloupe in there as well. So all good on that one. And yeah, so like I said, man, no trades, no cry, because we got some big ones on right there. Almost Dollar Club member once again with JP Morgan. Palantir, I don't know. Like Neil said, I probably should have I would have put a bid there, but didn't, so now I will. Down there for PLTR, so let's do that. We would have got reloaded on there, but we weren't sitting there, so that's my bad. Like I say, you got to put orders out, though, if you want to get fills. So, all right, let's see what Rivian's doing. Bouncing off of 24.40 right now. We'll wait on that one. So, yeah, so far so good here today, man. Let's just let JP Morgan continue to bleed. I just want to thank everybody for watching one more time. We've already talked about everything today that I'm probably going to be looking at. What about Coinbase? Wow, 76. Okay, whatever happened to this name? Was high flying up near 80 bucks in the pre-market. Now you're seeing a little bit of a move down. We can take a quick look. I know we just did the crypto watch right there as well. So let's go over a quick 5-minute look as there's crypto, there's Bitcoin, making some moves around again. Yeah, so it's not really doing too much, hanging around 28.3. We just bounced off 28.2, 28.6. So yeah, right now 5-minute chart for crypto, but it looks like Coinbase taking it on the chin to the downside there in that last recent move. Watch out for 76 drop zone area there. Palantir, Apple, Rivian. We'll just continue to look at these, man. I mean, the market, I think we should buy it maybe at VWAP. Maybe the TQQ could have a trade coming through. Looking at Meta, nothing happening. Looking at Softy. And again, we're just sticking with what we're doing. Softy, again, not much. So no, waiting for things to sort of trade inside and out. That's how we picked up JP Morgan, man. And like I said, today, Apple, AMD, JP Morgan, Palantir, and Rivian, a little bit of a taste for everybody.
Little bit of everything this morning, but you almost had to define the names that are actually going. So we're patient for Momentous or whatever, MNTS. Tisha was asking about, do I like it off VWAP? That's what I was sort of getting at, but I like the long here. It didn't really get to VWAP. You can see this is like 310, previous high, breakout. VWAP's a little bit lower. I'm going to have a hard stop if it breaks too far underneath VWAP, which is a couple of shekels underneath there. R&R, if it can get back to the high of the day, I like it. But I'm looking for these consolidations to jump in. And sometimes that's what it's like. Like Femi, I know it's not that, Femi's not that great today, but on Friday, it's always worth that shot on the dip consolidation because that was so gold if you had it multiple times. Like it gave it to you at the open, off like $2 to $2.50, and then you had another shot, $2.20, and that got all the way back into $2.75. So multiple chances to get 50, 60 cent wins on a stock like that. And I think you could see a similar thing happen in MNTS. If it does, great. If it doesn't, well, then you don't mind taking a couple paper cuts, but you are looking for that move into that high of the day. If I still like ARM, well, okay, still like Intel and do like ARM to the short, I'm looking for a pop to be able to be shorted. As long as we're underneath 15,000, I'll go VWAP here. That's Intel. And ARM is trying to bounce and not doing a very good job of it. Forget about VWAP on this one. It could just, maybe 52.5. This is just so incredibly weak. ARM is a dog, man. It was so bad on Friday, and it was just get into the short the first chance you get. And you're just staring at the low of the day despite what the market is doing. So, I'm going to wait for the next available pop. It might only be like a 50-cent move for that one.
Ah, man. JP Morgan is 2 pennies away from Dollar Club status right now. So, yeah.
Let's cart that, too.
Wow, let's go. Now we're 1 penny away. We're gonna get we're gonna get another piece out anyways ahead of this 145.10 spot. So let's see if that comes. Oh, there it is. Another Dollar Club winner for you right there as it comes in one more time. So let's just wait to see. Like I said, we are at the highest spot we've been at all day, obviously, as that just hit out. And we do have an average now. Was thinking about, I'll get something out here at O's on Palantir as it did break below. We're going to give it a little bit more. We're long only at 01. We did talk about rebooting. There it goes as it tries to rip through O's there. We'll see if, there it goes. Okay, if we do get anything on this one, we're long 01s. We just took a little bit of risk off there on this. We are sitting at 04 to get a little bit more off if that comes through for that. Wow, JP Morgan, I mean, give it up for that trade. I don't know, like, you guys are looking for like a one hit. I mean, so far today, Apple long, that was one trade. JP Morgan long is one trade. Rivian, we did get back and forth on, obviously. So that was a couple trades there for Rivian. But either way, man, these are banger trades for everybody. Like that huge right down there to the downside. So we can say this every day, but it only takes one trade. Every single day. So try to pick the ones that you guys like the best, obviously for your own account. That's what I'm sitting here doing as well. So good trade there. And let's go PLTR, man. Again, if we can get back into 04, 05, we'll take some more out as it's trying to bounce as well. We only have 10% left of JP Morgan. When that came, first of all, this was an out there and then that was an out. So, we're taking outs as they lie for JP Morgan, but trying to be patient with them as well. I mean, making $1 when you're risking like 15 cents, that's going to be a good one. And if we can keep on doing that, then wow. But so far, so good here. Oh, there we go. We actually get that Palantir fill at 04. So there you go, right? 1 cent worth of risk to make 3. It's not great, obviously, but I'm a little nervous about that Palantir position. Thought that we were going to lose 16 there. Pretty good. So the one thing we can't lose is Brendan because he's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll have a look at the S&P 500 here. One group specifically standing out, and I'll show you why. Here's oil. Currently, live futures here downside in a big way today, 1.5%. Just cut right through 88, right through to 87.5. 1.5% there for crude. So yeah, here it is. Energy stocks, very, very red, limiting the S&P gains anyways. Back to negative, in fact, right now for S&P. Overall, here is the other reason. Healthcare stocks under pressure across the board. And yeah, some of the banks outside of JPM having a difficult day. Wells Fargo, one of those, 1.3. Morgan Stanley there, 1.1%. Also to the downside, offsetting all of this. Tons of strength right through the entire tech group today, including NVIDIA on that Goldman note today. Apple, Google, Microsoft, Meta, nicely higher across the board, guys.
Yeah, just CCL wasn't. I mean, travel names aren't doing that great either. I mean, but it's still at that red to green, green to red like a million times here, but waiting around for VWAP might be a fool's gesture because this is a consolidation. It's not at VWAP. It's actually at 1380 or so as resistance. You can see that was the price it broke down off of. So I'm going to get in here in the 70s, mid 70s if I can. Give it to 80. VWAP is nice and I like it. But there are times where the consolidation doesn't necessarily give you the exact level, and that's absolutely fine. If you like it stair-stepping down and jump into it. When I was talking about ARM, it was rightfully pointed out to me that Instacart's also a dog today, down 4% and still flushing. This is not the all-time low on Instacart. It's 28 change, so it still has a chance to bounce off that. I think you join trend on that one. Palantir just gave up the bottom again. It's broken this 16 a few times. Where is that wick at coming out of? It's broken that 16 a few times, but has yet to break the support. Now, I keep getting out of it underneath. I do not want this flat bottom breaking, but 1595, if you zoom out, that was Friday's bottom for the majority of the day, and then on Thursday, 1595 was the high. That was the good short in the afternoon. So 95 could be a key level. I'd be thinking short underneath that and maybe giving that to 16 even, but I keep getting out when it breaks that 16. Just make sure you zoom that one out because I think the reason why it's getting like 97, 98 is because of that 95 from Thursday and Friday's trade as well. CCL, I just can't seem to get into. MNTS is flat. I like it off VWAP, but sometimes when you take these high flyers off bounce plays at lunch or in the middle of the day, it can take some time. You know, consolidating here, it's not going to do what it did at 9:30. Usually it takes a little bit more time for that. And then FEMI, that could already be making a challenge at that 14 even, sorry, $4 even move. Nice bounce off the 360 level, so that was the right level to trade off as well. But don't necessarily think they're going to put the moves in they did at the open. This time of day, you should be happy taking 30, 40 cents on something like a FEMI. Same thing with MNTS.
Wow. So we got out of Palantir as well when it broke down 96, I think, 95, 96 there. But wow. JP Morgan is having themselves a day. Like, you wouldn't really think that because it's only down 0.85, but like for some reason, like I don't even know why it bounced right there and then what this is meaning right now, but this is absolutely cracking down to the downside right now for JP Morgan. So not what I thought was going to happen. I thought we would have sort of bounced a little bit here, but it did the absolute opposite and took out that 144 and just kept on going. So, like, I knew we had a decent short at one, like right there, but we got out a lot of it at the pre-market levels for 50 cents, 40 cents. Now it's in the money $1.15. So this name continues to go down. We were just a lot lower than that, man. 143.80 again. But look what happened to Palantir. So I just want to talk about this real quick because we had assessed that this was in trouble. It wasn't really going. It's negative. It's not, but it was just negative against the market there. So as we got in O's, Phil, like we got some out at 01s, then we got some out at 04s, then we got some out at 01s again, and then when it dipped down and broke that 95, that's when we got out of the rest. So again, pretty peaceful trading here, especially when we're going long at O's and getting some out at 12s just to lose 5 cents on the back. So it's okay right there. Not great though. We did take some out of Apple. That's going to look bad right now. But again, we we got out of everything on Apple, broke below the 50 period as it looked like the NASDAQ wanted to retest lows. But again, if we're going to draw it, I mean, it's pretty simple here. This is the bottom, and then this is the top. So right now, you're pretty much, VWAP was the middle. That's supposed to be what VWAP is. So it's not technically, but generally when you're looking at the futures right now, when you get this kind of chop, that's going to be roughly a middle print there. So 15,000 the high, 14,850 the bottom. So it's 150 points either way. And right now, you're about 60 points lower from the top. So I don't know. We're in the middle right now. There goes Palantir breaking back above. So this is kind of the definition of a stock that I really wouldn't be trading right now. Too much back and forth. Rivian still holding out hope. AMD, a name to look at because, again, we've been trading it. Look at that 102 level. We wrote down AMD 105 short. It only got as high as 104, 103.75 right there. So AMD kind of in the bucket, and maybe this is a long off of 101.50. So right now I feel like we're stuck in the middle. We are at our highest spot here so far today, despite, well, we lost a little bit on Palantir, but made it back on the unrealized position of JP Morgan. So, and I do love Google there, Reed. So, I mean, yeah, Google, again, what a good name. What a great bottom that was the other day of 127 or whatever that was there. Now a nice move to back up to the upside. So Google still quite a nice one there.
Yeah, it's having, I like what it's doing. I mean, there's a lot of names out there that gave you some really great dip buys.
Yep.
Amazon gave you some chances. And look, I think that's what the market's been showing you. I don't know if right away it gets October 1st. Oh, yeah, sell in September. And then October 1st, you start buying. Who knows? I don't think it works exactly like that. But you do have a bit of a strong start. I'd love to see us re-challenge that 15,000, obviously. We just got to 340 on MNTS. So it played inside the top of the range and then rejected it. We want to take some out there, maybe rinse to a better price. If it can bounce off VWAP again, I'll try to reload that one. I did finally get into CCL. I mean, I haven't been that impatient with it, but the channel is what it is. I said I'd take mid-70s, not wait till VWAP. Just get it out if it breaks 80. But if the market goes down, this is trying to go green to red. I like the risk to reward to short off this level. If it flat bottom breaks, I don't want to be chasing it on a flat bottom break. I'd rather risk the consolidation and then continue that trend into the downside. So MNTS, we got long. I still think Femi has a bit of a chance as well if you're looking at that one. Oh, forget about the daily chart. If you're looking at that one, it is holding 360, but it just rejected $4 in VWAP. We were one and done early and then waiting for it to make the 360 move. That's where I like the long. I don't know if I want to try that $4 level again. And then one last one. It's already 1040. I thought there'd be a little bit more excitement in Smile Direct Club being an absolute dog that it is, but yeah, it's been a bit of a nothing burger. I thought this might give you a real flush at the open to try to maybe bounce off of, but it's weird. My level 2 doesn't even look like it makes any sense. The liquidity's so bad on Smile Direct. So I'm gonna throw that one out. Like, it's not doing any liquidity despite 26 million in volume. I'd be very careful trading this. Not a lot on the bid ask at all for a stock that's done 26 million and 16 cents.
We have VinFast there breaking down to its SPAC level of $10. So VinFast rate down 18%. I don't know. I mean, I think everybody knew about this. If you follow anybody's Twitter, you'll see that we were continuously tweeting, obviously, about this name when it was up here, 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 and even when it was up here. VinFast, nice little move to the downside, and goes the way of every single EV name despite Tesla. We had that stat for you last week that pretty much every single EV name is down about 98% or so. I think it was like, not 98, not every single one, but a majority of them are down 90+% from their IPO price. So, you know, it was no surprise when you saw VinFast go up to the upside there. We knew it was going to be a share problem there, a float problem, and that's exactly what it was as the market took it up and then the market came down. So no one was ever investing in VFS due to what its worth was, and I hope you didn't get caught holding the bag there on VFS because, again, we've talked about that over and over again. Yeah, I was going to look at Palantir, but honestly, it's at 10.05, and I feel like missed those opportunities. Again, JP Morgan pulling down to its day's low for sure. We can look at Uber. Uber's making a move or no? Yeah, Uber. So there it is. Uber, I'm getting the note here from Trade Ideas that we're breaking up to VWAP again right now, and that's exactly what we are on Uber. Uber's red on the day. The market's up, so I don't necessarily love this kind of a play, but we do have 85 sitting there, which could be something. I feel like we could try the short. Let's try that. I'm not even sure why Uber's down. I know that they have some issues with contracts and whatnot of some of the drivers there in certain states, certain countries. 45.90. I was gonna, yeah, what is that? 45.90. Okay, so we'll take a 75 short into 90 and see if we can get a retracement back into the 50s or so. I feel like 25 cents would be great if we can. Now we're probably not going to get it, but 25 cents if we can get that. We just missed that playoff VWAP. That would have been a good sign there up to 90. So let's have a quick look at that if we can get it. But yeah, right now, JP Morgan, man, continuing its downside push. So really happy with this at day's low. I hope some of you have JP Morgan with me because that was a banger. Ponzi Fonzie, Uber is a day trade nightmare, yeah. I mean, I'm not in it.
It was a great long couple days last week. I mean,
yeah, I think you just got to wait for
pick your spots. It's the entire, I hate to call them a group, But I mean, Cart's getting its butt kicked today. DoorDash is down. Uber. I mean, this is into a NASDAQ that's up. So I feel like that entire group is having a rough go of it. There's no volume on DoorDash. I was just pointing out that it's also 0.8. So you might look toward these gig economy type names that look a little bit weak. Nimit, liking MNTS. It was a good bounce level. I was looking for more. I mean, a lot of times you can scalp this, and I did take some out. I was going to take a little bit more of that, but I'm looking for it to really break out a lot of times, try to hit that home run, take some out on the way up, but look for that bigger move. If it's able to bounce off VWAP again, I would just try to reload that price. And then Femi, I feel like I should have been, okay, this guy actually run the stop right now. There you go, I'm going to get out. Hands off the keyboard. This is exactly why I do not give it a lot of room underneath, because once you've made a 350 top, you could go into a downside halt. So if you've got the long bounce play, you want to make sure you're taking some profit out, but I do not want to get trapped in a halt ever. I would rather make a bad wick than get trapped in a halt. I do feel as if Femi still has a chance to go. This could consolidate. Maybe it's worth a dip buy, but I'm going to wait till it's back above VWAP at least. Femi's holding up. Again, volume's still pretty weak, I want to say, for this name, but it's still holding up that 360, which does look like a good level to set upside. Tesla's now finally breaking that 250 with some gusto. Let's go to Brendo at the desk. We've got Money Talks. No? Money Talks.
Recent highs once again this morning, guys, for the dollar index. So USD up means typically everything else compared to it going to be on the downside of things. There were a couple of economic points coming out of Europe this morning on the manufacturing side of things for this as well. But so the euro, the pound specifically, under a little bit more pressure after those missed. PMI, meanwhile, ISM manufacturing PMI in the U.S. higher than expected, 49 versus 47.7. If you missed that at 10 o'clock. It's worth noting, we'll get the services edition of this coming up on Wednesday morning as well. So still to come this week. And then non-farm payrolls coming up on Friday, going to be the major market mover potentially anyways. There could be potentially some market moves coming up at 11 o'clock this morning. Fed Chair Powell speaking at a round table at 11 o'clock with a few other Fed members as well going to be there. So we'll see what comes from that. DXY, there it is, just took out that last high, 106.85. This is a daily chart. This move to the upside continuing for the dollar, guys.
Dollar making moves? Never. We were patient enough on Intel after getting out of the short. Like, it went lower. I said, let it consolidate off of the pre-market lows or VWAP, whichever one it's going to give me. Never really got back into VWAP, as you can see, but it just wicked this lower high off the pre-market low, so was able to get into the mid-50s. It is trend down, obviously, with the market up, and this is down. I never really found the way into ARM. Thought maybe this would get back in at 52.5. Instead, it consolidates even lower than anticipated. That's another dog name in terms of what it's looking like relative to the other chip names, because NVIDIA, on the other hand, is testing 450. If NVIDIA fails 450, fair enough, but ARM and Intel have been dogs pretty much all morning. Amazon still continuing to fly higher. One other name to quickly mention to you guys, that move in Peloton. And I say that move, the one that happened earlier, it's already under VWAP and fading a little bit here. So this was setting up for a trend stair step to the upside and might still put in a higher low, but not looking nearly as good as it did before. Bit of a squeeze names as well. And BNOX, Yatube 3037. I think I've seen you mention this one a couple of times. BNOX is another one from last week. High of the day as we speak, busting out 420. Seems like all my charts want to take a second to load up here. Doing fantastic relative volume, up at like 19 million on the day. This is what you mean by stair stepping to the upside. That's looking very, very solid. Higher lows all the way through. Every 25 cents has been good on BNOX. Pop the daily up, and you can see it's really cleared out off the daily at that $3 level. 450, it looks like it's incoming on BNOX. Good stair step to the upside. This would be one where you just play the consolidations until it gives you a fade.
All right, we right now, we just took Apple off 173. We got 173.13s or so a nice little move back up. We're just taking some out here of Apple, obviously, as it continues to make that move higher and higher and higher here. So we'll just take some more out. I mean, it's just buying off that level, so Yeah, we got to be a little bit careful. First of all, JP Morgan is now $1.50 in the money. So this is kind of what we're dealing with here, as we have a long in Apple and the short in JP Morgan. So we're just trying to take it off, and all we're really doing right now is stacking it up. So it's been an absolutely fantastic morning, as you guys can see, and we're just doing it again. Let's go Apple, man. If this, yeah, give us some 23s. Yes, sir. There it goes. Yeah, 24, 25s. Keep it going now for Apple as the fun. We might be done in just a couple minutes, but you're going to go over to more fun with Obi and Sharif. But wow, some good trades right now happening here. So that was good. Palantir, nice little bounce. Yeah, off 16. We'll wait on that. Rivian, absolutely barcoding and just sort of holding our beer right now on that one. But what a good Monday. Thank you for watching. Intel, Meta, NASDAQ, yeah. So that's the thing right now, the TQQs, like I was just looking at them and we talked a little bit about it. The NASDAQ is trying to push down. We're bouncing off VWAP here. It keeps on having these highs up here at 40, right? And so that's why when we had Apple run into the money for us, 10 cents, our out is right here. So it's a 10-cent hit if we break through 173. So there it goes. So it looks like, it held it. Looks like we're going to go 1-to-1 here on that last Apple trade. So again, and it was not even 1-to-1. Our best outs was 23s, which is 10 cents. If it dips down below, we'll take about a 15-cent hit or so on this app. There it goes. So Apple, there it is. So breaking lower. So boo on Apple. We'll flush that last trade down the toilet. So we won't finish at our highest spot, but we are still holding this one, which is good, man. JP Morgan now $1.50 in the money. Apple starting to break. Everything's starting to flush right now. So let's get the hell off the bid here of a lot of these names and then just watch to see what happens. We could probably even get out of some Rivian right now and just be clean at the end of this. I feel like that's probably the best thing to do. Let's offer some Rivians there. There we go. We get some out at 11. Get out of Rivian as it continues to barcode. That's it. We're done. Just JP Morgan, just $1.70 in the money. I hope you've enjoyed the show. It's been a big one, and we're happy, man. We're good spot. It's always nice when it's a green day for all the trades that we've been giving. So far, so good. Let's keep the momentum going, but only a minute left for us.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the NASDAQ is still up technically, but like everything, like the ES is red. You're rolling back over in a lot of things. It's just like some big tech names that are lingering to the upside. Just the pullback is on. Got no longs left. Intel, we just reloaded. It got back into the low of the day. This continues to be a bit of a dog. It's arrows down for this since the beginning at that 36 level. Haven't got a reload in NIO. As you pulled up Rivian just there, like Rivian's holding on to this 24. That could be a flat bottom break during lunchtime. Usually I'm like, yeah, leave that one for lunch money, but it's at 24.10. You can see the level it's putting up here. You don't want to wait around for something like that. Like if it's going to be a breakdown through that, then you might as well be prepared for it because you still have an hour to go. I do like that level. Maybe a flat bottom break on that one's going to be a decent look. Some people in the chat there, Portnoy and Boeing. I don't even want to pull up a chart of Boeing. Every time I pull up a chart of Boeing, I kind of get mad that I haven't sold that stock. NVIDIA is holding up the market up that 3%. If you're wondering what's holding up the NASDAQ, I mean, Meta's pretty strong. NVIDIA is pretty strong. So until this gives up VWAP, there might be a chance that the longs can work out, but it's feeling a little bit heavy everywhere else. So watch out for NVIDIA. It could be our litmus test off of VWAP here. Not a bad one. And you're right, Nimit, I will be talking some about crypto stocks in the middle of the day. I know you were all over a couple of names in there, and we didn't talk at all about, I think it was the Mara that you liked. Great one for you there. I'm glad you were in that trade on MNTS, but we'll talk some crypto at lunch money. For now, you see what's up. We got Sharif, the professor. We got Obi-Wan Kenobi. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We'll have lunch money from there, but we're going to get to the midday. It should be fire like it always is.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi Trice, Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's got so many names. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the good folks at Search Trader. I said folks. All right, guys. Obi, what do you got on board? I got an Apple trade going here.
Nice.
Trying to see if this VWAP dip will hold, but you know, it's a little dicey at the moment as the market just pulled back.
Coming in the morning, I didn't have too much on the board. I saw a few names. didn't really pique my interest. Sure, Amazon had a couple of trades that were pretty decent. I saw them after the fact. This like 127, 128. I actually had 128 written down on the sticky note as well. Some of these levels came in in the pre-market, and then you got that nice dip. Actually, right there, huh? So I guess I did miss a trade by a few pennies. It didn't come down all the way to the level I was looking for. So you know what? Kind of goes to show that, like, you know, if I have a level, say it's closer to that 126, and you come in and dip 20, 30 pennies away from that level, and you see reasons to get long, I think it's a valid reason to get long there. I did notice that pre-market kind of a lick grab there. Happened on Apple as well. Happened on a few names, especially taking a look at the NQs here. A bit of a downtrend out the open, lick grab, and then you wipe back up. Bit of a reversion there. But very, very strong here, holding that 129 on Amazon. I personally have not taken any fills, Sharif, but I have traded Nike. Ooh. I think Nike was definitely in play today. Day two earnings.
It looked like it was tanking.
Day two earnings. Let's pull it up. It trades on the NYSE, not the NASDAQ. So we can take a look at what our friend Nike is up to. I was a little short bias coming in, and we chopped it up a bit. Got a little chasey, but yeah. So that 95, I really like that 95 level to interact with. Got short on the 95. 95 breaks, kind of a bit of a fugazi when you come back in, but I like it even better, so I add some more in on that 95, and then you bring it back in, cover on top of the 94. A little too early, got a little too antsy, and then I punched the low, and then I punched some more, and I'm like, no, I believe in the short, and I punched some more, and I was like, well, you know what? If you know when the bids are strong and you're just like, oh, okay, I have an idea. You want some more? Take some more. You want some more? Take some more. Here you go, buddy. Have a blast. No, I'm joking. I'm not. That's not how I'm trading here. But it got short in and around off of that 94, just underneath that VWAP. And then when you come back into 94, there's not really much follow through as the bids kind of step back up again. So I was like, cover, get out of here. Don't really want to deal with that chop. We saw that how vigorous this bid initially came up off that 93.8. And then you come back in, and then I saw some signs of buying as well, and that was enough for me to be like, okay, well, kind of a mismanaged position already, in the money a little bit. Just take it on the 94. If 94 is going to struggle, then I'll deal with it after it's done its struggle. I'll let other people pay for that information in and around this 94 here. But some crazy moves happening right now on these futures. I can see this ES and this NQ move. Definitely trying to interact with this 15 thou here on the NQs. Not really too, I guess, involved in some of these larger caps as of right now. But I know I wanna keep an eye on Amazon. That 129, 128, definitely key levels. Let's take a look at potentially why. Okay, so we kind of had this trend that I was looking at from the day before, but as we come in now, a little irrelevant this week as for now, right? But that 127 was definitely a level to interact with. We saw that end of day consolidation on Amazon right on top of that 127, and then you do a lick grab of pre-market lows underneath that 127. So that was pretty decent. Missed that move. If you're trying to play the breakout of Friday's highs, good luck with that, because it seems like we're getting a little toppy here. 129.50s, bit of a resistance. We know 130 is actually a decent level as well. We saw how clean the short was last Tuesday when price did break that 130, and then the add on 129s was amazing as well. And we come back right into this area, and now we're chopping around. So I don't really want to be involved too much in this chop. That 174 on Apple as well. High a day today. Very, very interesting stuff. I don't have too much on the board as of right now, but maybe I'm thinking about some intraday swings off of whatever the lunchtime hour can give us today. So going forward, not really too much. Like I said, I didn't have too much of a plan coming in. I knew that CCL and Nike were day two earnings. Those were definitely in play, and I was looking for opportunities. We defined some levels, that 95 in the morning, and we took that trade. Definitely can be much more aggressive here looking back at it. But it is what it is. We move forward and we try to get a little bit better every day. So that's what I got on the board today. What's up, Sharif?
Understood. Thanks for that thorough recap, Mr. Kenobi. All right, the trade that I'm in right now, AAPL, you know, it's got a decent catalyst with the iPhone 15 Pro Max being sold out several weeks into the future. It also, you know, kind of alleviated some concerns with respect to why the phone was overheating. Look, according to them anyway, it's software related, not hardware. We'll see if that's true or not as time passes. But I got to tell you, I'm still a little concerned about this trade, and the reason is technical. Not fundamental. And the reason is lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, and lower high, and then you have two lower lows. So we are, until otherwise stated, in a downward channel. We're going to have to make newer highs and get out of this funk before I'm going to really have a lot of conviction behind this trade. Looks as if we might be trying to test some higher highs. I'm long 43s. Where are we at? We're in the 60s, so we're 20 pennies some odd in the money. Nothing to celebrate. Let's be patient, and let's see if we can ride this one through. Otherwise, you know, we'll have to deal with it as it comes. Now, the infamous, the famous, the famed side charts coming in here. What am I watching on the day? Well, I'm watching MNTS, top left corner. Big small cap gapper du jour. Looks like it's giving up the ghost right now, though. That 3 level kind of was my last line in the sand if it wasn't VWAP, which was at 315 when it broke it. So lower high, bit of a double top, skew double top with a lower right, you know, crest, wicking off that 350. That's not what you want to see, especially rejecting off that level. Then it's breaking all the technical levels here. Do we have anything to support it? Sure, yeah, maybe at that 250 level. That was the HOD on Friday. Multi-day runner, MNTS. Keeping my eye on that one. We'll see how that one does. FEMY, Femi, Neil was all over this today. We've been all over it multiple days in a row because it is a multi-day runner. When did this bad boy start going here, Mr. Kenobi? It started going on the 25th, whatever day that was. You can see it there. It was riding 33 pennies on Friday. Ended up closing out 8 o'clock at like $1.25. And it really hasn't looked back since. It's been stair-stepping up multiple days. That's the 15 on FEMY. Right now, though, I mean, like, look, it is a small cap gapper. So you're going to have these intraday madness swings, and you got up to 475, now we're at 375, so $1 removed off that level. BNOX, the other third, numero 3. Small cap gapper du jour, BNOX. It had obviously a very good day. September 28th got off that $1 level, essentially where it closed off on the 27th, flew up into that 784, and now it's kind of found a happy middle in that $3 to $4 area. 449 the high, lower volume on BNOX, so relative to the price, about 22.8 million shares, and I know that's obviously relative, but yeah, you know, look, from a 5-minute chart perspective, it looks good. Pull back, bounce up, pull back, bounce up, pull back, bounce up. Yeah, I know, I sound repetitive, but that's really what's happening here. Gives you about a 5-minute pullback, and then you're making newer highs, newer highs. So this is a technician's like dream, especially the small cap gapper technicians who trade these stocks. That's kind of what it is. Wait for the first 5-minute candle, green 5-minute candle will make a new high, and then have your resting order there. I haven't involved myself in it. We'll keep an eye on it and see what it does. The other one, the last one of the small cap gappers, Pixie, showing back up on the scene, 46% to the good, 51.5% since the bell. Closed out Friday at that sub $1 area at around 81 1/3 pennies. And we already saw $1.35 HOD retracing now into 1 1/5. We'll see if we can hold VWAP, which on my chart is at that $1.15. So a couple of pullbacks. You know, it looks a bit more volatile than some of these other small cap gappers, maybe saving except for Femi, because Femi did a V-shaped retracement. But holding VWAP right now, I don't think this one's done. We'll see if it continues. Look for that 125 break and hold if that should happen. I'm going to probably put a couple of alerts to alert me, Obi, as to what it's doing. Now, with respect to the future, oh, the dreaded future. Well, look, it's not a bad look today if you were looking at 14.9 hold. Look at how many wicks we get in and around 14.9. You get one at 9.50 at 14.903, gets bought up immediately. You get another one. Where'd that one come down to, Mr. Kenobi? It came down into 9.05. Shout out to the 9.05. Comes right down, gets bought back up. All these wicks into that 900-ish area are being met with an aggressive amount of buying. To me, that smells like we may have a positive day unless otherwise stated. I know Papa gets on the mic later on. He could sink the market. He's done it before. We're up 2/3% right now, Mr. Kenobi, as we come into that 19.75 area. I'm looking at the NQs because we are looking at tech today. So speaking of that, back to Apple, break even, still in that downward channel, haven't broken out of that. I'm not convinced that this is a good long.
He's already on the screen here.
He's
Reversion Man, right there, going on live right now. We saw that pop, that random pop at 10 a.m. on. Yeah, I have no idea, but he's participating with the title. It says here in a community roundtable here. So let's see what's happening here at the roundtable. I got some captions on. Can't really hear them right now, but that wipe on the ES, interestingly, comes on right when his face is shown right there. So Papa Powell is definitely there. The Reversion Man is on deck. So be wary and be very nimble with your trades. I would I guess, I don't know, no financial advice, but when he comes on, definitely gotta perk up on the nimbleness there. So I'm gonna stay watching here. I know we got some requests in the chat, so we can take a look at those. I am watching Amazon right here, blasting through the high side, holding VWAP on the day. Very, very interesting. You know, getting a little bit of FOMO, maybe. We'll see. I don't know.
You're in a good
higher
mood
probability trades. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to wait. I'm just trying to wait as best as I can, because I understand that like the best opportunities. Oh, who's that guy that just walked across the screen? Never mind. I don't know, some camera guy. I was like, that's interesting. But yeah, no. Best opportunities. I was talking about this over the weekend. They don't show up every day. I mean, they may show up every day, but here's the thing. What's the probability that you're going to be there as soon as you kind of pull up the ticker and start watching the name there? Maybe some of the best places to be. We're out the open clearly as some of these pre-market highs got violated here, 127, and I'm sure other names such as Apple look very, very similar. That 172, that was a level last week, I remember. And then look at that straight swipe out the open of that 172, and then you consolidate almost a full point above on that 173, pushing for that 174. That was also key. Got 130 coming in on Amazon as well. You know what? I'll let it all settle down and potentially take whatever is the next trade. But before that, let's go over some of these tickers you guys are asking for here. Amy says, can you see Oracle and Walmart? Sure, we can take a look at Oracle first. So let's take a look at Oracle. Let me blow this up right quick. And let's take a look on the 15-minute, get the VWAP out of the way here. What's Oracle been up to? We know it's been fading off decently off of earnings, and it seems like if you swung that short off the earnings quadunk, you are a little bit in the money here as this 115 115-ish area stays quite heavy there. Bit of a bleed down into that 100, potentially coming in. Let's see whether it does or not. But yeah, a bit of a downtrend there on Oracle. Oh wow, take a look at that, Sharif. What does that remind you of? This price definitely does not want to be around this 127.80 on Oracle. Hello.
Price too.
Yeah, same price. So the sellers kind of come in and then quadunk on the earnings reaction high off of that level. Probability of that 100 just seems very, very juicy, but let's see if we can crack this consolidation going into earnings, this previous earnings first, as that level seems kind of a key here, 107, and we are trading and consolidating below that on Oracle here. All right, so the next one, Walmart. I know Walmart, we know retail has been selling off decently. I was watching some of the retail ETFs over the past couple of weeks as well. And as you can see, we've been in this bit of a downturn churn on a lot of retail. We know Target was definitely in the crosshairs last week as well. Kind of a heavy sell-off there, Sharif, on Friday. That 160 kind of coming in all the way, and then take a look at today. You can't even reclaim some of that consolidation. But looking left, I see that 160.50 right there. Can we even get past that?
Can we call Walmart the consolidation man? Because
yeah, Walmart's been doing great, man.
Dude,
Walmart,
I held this
long
stock
term
for almost 6 months in 2021.
Yeah.
And I mean, look how long it stays in consolidation mode.
Oh, yeah.
You have the year. What is
This is a weekly.
monthly?
This is a weekly.
A weekly.
We should have been long 1975 on Walmart. Like that's the place to get long.
No, show from that point on. You know
This
exactly
one right
what I'm
here?
talking about. Look at this, bro.
Yeah. This run up in 01. So like if you were long Walmart.com boom, you're still laughing. Like that name never really never really came back in. Sure, you consolidated for what, since '99 to 2012. So you might have gone sideways for almost 15 years, but
yeah,
yeah.
You get a couple of bucks now, and it's all worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
So
but
definitely a protector of wealth for sure.
No question.
Walmart here over time. Powell still not really speaking the
Is this the town hall thing that he's
some
supposed
sort
to
of
be
knights
doing?
at the round table.
In
Sorry, what?
community roundtable, yeah, it's a town hall. People are supposed to grill him on the cost of living and stuff.
Interesting.
But, yeah, look at him pretending to take notes like he cares.
On the cost of living, is that what the talk is today?
I don't know, bro. I'm not pretending like I know.
You
I'm
know
gonna
what?
have my blotter up. If he says anything important, it's gonna come up on my blotter.
I want to keep an eye out on the home builders if that's the case.
Very nice.
That's what I want to mention.
AB.
If he's going to be talking about housing and stuff like that, I definitely want to have
that's not his
XHB
purview.
On watch. What do you mean?
He can only talk about two things: money
Okay.
supply and interest rates, right?
Okay.
And then he can keep his eye on the market. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about Pixie. Pixie is flying here, guys. Just made another new high. Wow. I should have been involved in our friend Pixie here. It is making nice highs, lots of dips in the VWAP. You know, this retracement would have scared you, and it definitely scared me from getting into it, especially with how MNTS retraced. I'm wetting my beak here at 98s on MNTS, looking for a 3-hold. It looks like I might get stopped out. I have my stop just a couple of pennies short of where we are right now, so it's going to be like a 15, 12 penny loser, whatever it is. But Pixie really making that move up. Where did it bounce off? Yeah, 113, then another dip here into 114. And look at us go into 140, 72% now for Pixie. I think we might see another a half buck, 150 real soon, 75% to the good. This was just a 40-something on PIXY. Good move up here for it. We'll keep it on watch. Sub $1 stock to start the day, closed in at around 80 pennies. Now we're talking about a $1.43 high. Give you some data on this one. The float, 3.569 million shares, so essentially 3.6 million shares, market cap of 16 million. I didn't load up trade ideas. I forgot. I'll have to load that up now to find out the short float. Give me a quick second here for that to load. While we do that, let's have a look at our friend Apple. We got several beak wetters over there into the 174 on Apple, but we're looking for a 174 break. We're back into 173 and change. I'm definitely going to keep my eye on this market because we know what could happen when the reversion man starts talking. By reversion man, I'm talking about Fed Chair Powell. You know, anything can happen while he's talking, and especially these Fed speakers in general, but most notably him. Anyway, moving up, looks like we broke through that downward channel that I had drawn. Those lower highs have been breached. The future is at 15,000. Wow, here we go again. 15,010. The Katina man hitting the bangs. He's pumped up over there. Uptober, Obi? Is it going to be Uptober? Let's go. I want Uptober.
Down September?
I know. I tried to figure out a way
I don't
to
know.
make that cute. I couldn't figure out a way, but you're probably
Yeah, I like October. I like October. That's a good one for sure.
We're going to check Femi's short float here real quick, Obi. It is negligible, 0.15%, so nothing to speak of there on FEMY. But there are things to talk about here as we come into that 174 level on Apple. Take another beak wetter into that 174 level, but now just going to be hands off and let this one roll. I want to address something brought up in the chat. Klopp. Shout out to KLOPP in the chat. Clearly, you know, a name to give pay homage to Jurgen Klopp, the coach of Liverpool. Liverpool were absolutely robbed this weekend on a mistake by the VAR referee, after which it was admitted by the Premier League that they made a mistake. That, you know, does little to the 3 points that they dropped in a very important title race. Do better, Premier League, and make sure to fix your mistake. But here we go, Mr. Kenobi. Upside we go on AAPL. The Katina man smashing the bangs. He's feeling it over there, as are we. We're getting into that 17, 20-ish area. We've got another beak wetter right there. Let's see if we get filled. And we do get the F, in this case, fill, not fail, up into 174.20. And as I say that, Pixie melted. So, yeah, I'll send it over to you.
Yeah, man, straight up right there on that action. I don't know what was said, but like definitely, I don't know who this is, but this dude right here is talking, and apparently we're catching a bit. I don't know if that's correlated or not, but that 15 thou blasting to the upside, that 130. There was 400 lots on that 130 that got swiped. But yeah, you know what? I'm gonna let this kind of, you know, things are getting hot. And sure, you can be taking quick scalps off of that. But again, I want to stay a little reserved and let the action sort itself out for a potential higher probability trade. Now, going back to the chat there, I think Nita Stonk was asking VFS. Let's take a look at VFS, as VFS is trending down, very unlike the market. But yeah, let's see where's my RVOL calculation right there? It's saying it's giving me some trouble for calculating that RVOL. That 130 blasting high, about 50 pennies, maybe some exhaustion there. I'll be waiting. I'm patiently waiting for that one. But yeah, no, VFS, let's take a quick look at VFS. I haven't taken a look at it since it had that crazy move. Was it a few weeks ago? We talked about how some of these tickers, the swing short on some of these tickers is definitely amazing. And VFS here, Sharif, the swing short on this name, if you shorted any prices during the RVOL days, sure, 100%. If you shorted in the 40, it went all the way to 84. But then if you shorted that as well, you know, this is what I'm talking about. If you can get in on the backside of some of these moves, when key levels break. You know I love the backside, but you can see that key level break on VFS, that 42 on the way up, definitely a key, and then you blast up another 100% off that 42. Look at that. Once you come back down and go get below it and start consolidating, we never look back and take a look at this a few weeks down the road. If you have shorts off of that $40 mark, oh boy. Laughing straight to the bank.
You have a lot of energy today, Mr. Kenobi, and I gotta say,
I did recharge over the weekend. Yeah. I think we had that conversation earlier. But yeah, so take a look at that. So yeah, maybe a bit of a cover coming in. Seems like this had a bit of a spacky action right there. You can see that $10 hold on VFS, and we're right back at that $10 level on VinFast. So yeah, those swing shorts definitely laughing straight to the bank. I love that strat.
All right, we're $1 in the moolah now on our friend Apple. We're plus now. Here we go, breaking the $0.25. We're long 22s. We'll see if this one can continue to go into the high side. But I'm also involved in another trade. As you can see there on the big boy board, MNTS, really hoping this can hold 3. We got a dip south of 3. I got in at that 98 level. I've got a couple of profit takers here layered for the touch or break or whatever of VWAP, rejection possibly of VWAP. We'll have to wait and see what ends up happening. Clearly, a level to keep an eye on is that 315, 320-ish level. It was the bottom end of this range. The wicks came into about, 312. Like I said, it's about a 5 penny range. If this breaks, this trough right here, that will be the end of the trade. That's a newer low, and that makes the trade invalid, at least in my book. So this one's going to have to continue, and it's going to have to hold above this $2.84 level. We're going to have to wait and see how this one manifests. But the other one that's paying the bills at the moment, Apple 1 3/4 to the good. The long-term account beat jumping at the moment definitely was averaging a lot, and when those 160s, 168 and change came in, got a couple of shares added last week, Mr. Kenobi. Even though my hands be sweating when I was adding those, because you never just know. I had a conversation with the Katina man last week. We were like, man, if I had the type of confidence that I needed in 2022 to be adding to these big tech names, when Apple was at $125, Microsoft was south of 250, et cetera. You know the story. I'm not going to sit there and name all the prices. But, didn't happen. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. So I don't want these opportunities to pass me again. You got to have the confidence, know that these are the big players. These are the cash money players. These ones are the ones with the proper balance sheets. With the innovation, you know this.
They're not going anywhere.
It doesn't feel like for the moment, at least for the moment, right?
No, I mean like they're not like closing down shop tomorrow, right? They're not going anywhere. Is what I mean.
Yeah.
So I think it's valid to kind of trust some of the big players, and of course you want to get some good prices. So buying
and that's
that fear is definitely something. I think I was having this conversation I think sometime last week as well. I forget with who, but if you're not feeling even a little bit uncomfortable while taking some entries, then like it might not be the right price to kind of interact at.
Absolutely.
There, if you're buying the dip definitely does not feel comfortable. Selling the pop definitely does not feel comfortable. But if you can recognize that feeling and switch it on its head, maybe there's something there. But definitely,
I agree with that.
Definitely those dip buys last week were great. Still going to the upside. Where will we stop? I have no idea. I got Amazon up here on a 5-minute. Take a look at this trend hold. Very, very clean. Back into the 130 there, holding tightly on that 8 moving average there, and we broke past some of these levels, some of these key levels from last week. Let me get rid of that spaghetti right there. So that 130. So that 130 coming back into play. We saw how heavy the sellers were last Tuesday, right in and around these levels. So I'm going to be patiently waiting. Let's see if we violate this 130.50. Market's pretty hot right now, swiping up and down. We know we got some Fed speak going on. I guess these guys are at the round table still talking here. I have on my screen. I have no idea what's being said because these closed captions aren't really working too well right now. But I guess I'm keeping a note on like when they're going to stop talking and whether or not this market continues to move as they continue to speak. And it seems like that is the case here as we've blasted through that 15 thou mark on the NQs. I was looking for that 4,300 on ES. And because remember I was short that Nike in the morning, and I was like, if ES can come down to that 43, then we're definitely going to get some nice selling pressure on our side for the short idea. But that never really came. That 43.10s. Look at the wicks on this chart. This is a 15-minute chart, so definitely some buying pressure that overwhelms the sellers down on top of this 43 here, clearly seen as some of those wicky candles on the 15 kind of pushing up, and then the move happens using that Fed speak to kind of push some of those sellers out of the way, and we're blasting right back to the upside here. You almost sold the short here on the NQs. Take a look at how wicky some of these candles underneath that 15 on the NQ were. And I know a couple weeks ago that was kind of signifying some strong selling pressure. So if you got in short here, it was a trap. I don't know where the animation for that one is, but definitely a bit of a trappy action there underneath that 15 thou, and then you wipe up with that Fed speak past that 15 thou. So definitely interesting level. Going to be using that 15 as a bit of an over/under going forward this week if we can kind of interact with this 15 meaningfully as we have been over the past few weeks. That could definitely give us some direction on where these markets kind of want go or the direction that they're kind of headed in there on the day. So I like that 130.50-ish area on Amazon. So you know what, I wanna get a little cheeky short here. I know they're still talking, but let's see where this
about
pressure
education. The guy has
goes.
nothing to do with education. Stop getting off topic. You're ruining the market move here. Like this man, he's just yapping up a storm about we're not preparing our children for education. Talk to the education secretary about that, man. What are you bugging him for? He's got two uses. He can buy or sell treasuries, or he can increase or decrease interest rates. That's it. That's as good as it gets for the Fed, man. Talk to him about that. Sorry. I'm just getting a little excited over there. But yeah, Mr. Kenobi, you know what we're doing here with MNTS? We're hanging out at $3. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. There was a good 5-minute candle here to make a new high, but ever since then, we've been making lower highs. So yeah, this one, I don't know. I think it might have, this is as good as we're going to see on the retracement. Not going to change my strategy, though. The L stays south of this area over here, breaks this trough. That's the end of my trade. We'll keep an eye on that. But as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. 15.046 high a day on the NQ. We're getting a bit of a retracement now into 15.0425. You know, these 50-point, 100-point levels we always keep an eye on as areas of support and resistance on the futures, at least I do. And on the NQ right now, we are getting a bit of a pullback. I'm going to keep my eye on I have a good closed captioning app that's separate from the YouTube app. So I'm going to try to keep my eye on that as he's talking. Yeah.
That's definitely that's useful.
Yeah, and then I'll also keep my eye on the news blotter and use Powell's last name as a keyword. So anything involving him, anything he's stating should come up on that news blotter if it's important anyway. All right, let's have a look at the future over here. Like I was saying, 15.046 HOD at the moment. That takes us back, Mr. Kenobi, to Friday's high. Look at this head and shoulders pattern over here. Looks like a head and shoulders pattern that topped out up, you guessed it, 15.050. Sure, the wick goes up into 15.060, but look at the closing prints. They're all at that 50-point area. So we know this 50-point area is a resistance level from Friday. Can we find the legs to break through it? We'll have to wait and see. So far, it's an inside day. And that being defined as we are within the lows and within the highs of Friday. The lows of Friday took us down to 14.812. We haven't quite made it that low today, 14.826 to the low. And then, like I said, on Friday, we wicked up into 15.060, but the closing prints were up 5.0. So definitely not breaking out below or above the highs and lows of Friday. We shall see what this manifests into at the moment. So keeping an eye on that. Also keeping an eye at MNTS. It just made a big boy pullback into that 290 level and then got bought up right back into 296. So this one's doing a bit of a consolidative dance south and north of that $3 area. That's not really the trade I'm looking for here. But yeah, I'm involved in it and I have my stop instituted. So if it breaks down again below the trough, that's the end of it for me.
Yeah, so Amazon kind of pulling back into that trend here. We were talking about it holding that 8 EMA on the 5-minute, kind of get short a little bit there, almost instantly in the money as it kind of reverts back down into the trend that it's already doing, right? And then we got a little bit of confluence as well with the ES and the NQ pulling back slightly as well. So all I'm looking for is just a test into that level, and that level is just in the 80s right there off of the 130.50. So just to even on a quick churn back into that support level that we've been seeing on Amazon, that's the idea of the trade here. You guys saw what that was just a few minutes ago, and then we get a little short there on that kind of flush there. So you know what? I'll take it right there in the 80s. Thank you. Come again. Take a look at that. That's the idea there. If it's going to chop and churn, I want to stay nimble. We were talking about staying a little nimble, right? Staying nimble on our feet. Now, if that's the top, hey, I don't know. We'll get back in there. But as of right now, all I'm seeing is an uptrend, and I don't want to fight that uptrend. But yeah, it seems like we got low 80s, and what did I get there? I kind of just punched out of that one. We got the 90s there, so not the best. not the best out there. I was looking for an out in the 80s, but you know what? A few pennies here and there, that's perfectly fine. And if the market's going to come back down and crash through that 15, then yeah, even more reason to get short on maybe a lower high underneath that 130.50 on Amazon there. Something to be noted, we saw that 174 on Apple was very key in the past week. The market slaps up, consolidates, looks like a sell, rips the faces of shorts off, pushes that 15K, and then Apple pushes like what, 25 pennies past that 174? Huh. Interesting stuff, Sharif.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Okay.
Papa Powell's.
So Q&A starting right now. Yeah. Now is when he's going to start speaking. That I think he was just taking notes prior to that and letting people rant on about non-Fed related things. In any event, here we go. The statement's coming in. This is where he can have an effect on the market. It's really going to depend on the nature of the question. Keep an eye out now for the volatile movements. Apple making a move down now. We kind of crested out at that 174 in the third. It's really coming down now, though, breaking through 174, decidedly coming into that 173, 80-ish area. Do we get the hold at the 50 period? We'll have to wait and see. But, yeah, what is he talking about? Uncertainty we're facing, yada, yada. We've heard all that before. Okay. Questions at the end of the, okay, all right, we'll have a look and we'll have to keep an eye on that. MNTS still not stopped out of this level. It's very much, you know, finding a bottom here, but with the lower high, and a flat bottom, you usually know how that resolves, and that is usually a breakdown to the south side. Okay, so yeah, maybe I'll have an order to get out and go short if it does break that level. I don't know if I can do that. We'll have to wait. I have multiple orders. But yeah, this is what concerns me. You have the peak, another lower high, and we've been kind of dancing at this level, you know, going on almost 40 minutes, half an hour now. We'll have to wait and see. This one I feel less good about. What is it, Kenobi? We are flushing, aren't we?
The sells came in a little bit there. So you know what? I mean, no, I'm just expressing my frustration a little bit, just tiny. You know, I was like, okay, well, that Quadun slapped right through that 15. We were like, huh, maybe it does get to that 15, and then just straight through that 15. Definitely a bit of a churn around that 15. Very, very interesting. Sure, we leave about 30 pennies on the table there on Amazon, but the thing is, we really only did leave 10 pennies because the idea was to cover in the 80s, and then we cover in the 90s. So the fact that it's at the 60s, that's perfectly fine. Looking left, 129.50, kind of a double top consolidation here on Amazon. So if we're going to continue this trend to the upside, we can see here, okay, we talk about holding this trend on top of the 8 EMA. Now, I'm not going to, like I said before, I'm not necessarily using the moving average as like a place for entries and exits. It's just more of like a sentiment type of indicator, right? It's not necessarily like, look at the times you do violate that 8. Right? You get bought up, you get bought up, you get bought up whenever you do, and that piece of information is definitely something interesting to me. But yeah, no, I'm definitely not sitting at the VWAP there. It's like, oh, VWAP, or sorry, at the moving average is at 128.94, so I'm gonna put my order right there, 5 pennies in front of. No, none of that. But yeah, definitely reading the tape and listening to the tape. Maybe a little bit of talking to the tape as well. As I heard this morning, I was just talking to Nike, and then people are like, "Oh no, Obi's just talking to the tape in the morning." I thought that was kind of funny, right there. But yeah, no, we see how it violates it, picks it right back up. So let's see if we see more of that, or this sell-off is distinct, and we kind of crush below this 15th thou on these names. I'm watching that 174 as well. Definitely a key area on Apple that I wanna interact with. Let's take a quick look across the board because I am not looking at some of the Mag 7 over here. But we can take a quick look there. Apple 174. You see that line? That line has definitely been there, and we're getting a bit of resistance there, kind of showing up there at that 174 on Apple. Let's check Softy real quick. Softy, that 315 was interesting to me. didn't even get down to that 315. We can see that on Friday, that was a consolidation low, pretty sideways, and stepping up of previous consolidations on top of this triple bottom here at the 310. So that was definitely an interesting look on Softy for me, that the fact that it couldn't even get down to that 300 mark. And then every day where you did have strong selling, that 310 kind of buying came and defended that level pretty well. And then you consolidate, you chop, and then you consolidate and pop. Above those levels, that 320 definitely coming in. So I think that's definitely that's an interesting look on Softy. Didn't necessarily have any fills around that 315 this morning, but it gave you about 5 points in the money. Nice consolidation churn before the pop there as well on Softy. Let's take a look at Google. Google super strong on the day. That 133 area, kind of a level of interest from last week. Couldn't really get convincingly above that level, and then we came right back in. But take a look at today. You magnet right into that 133 area, 134-ish, and now we're chopping and churning in around those couple of prices there. Let's see what we have in store for that. Just want to take a look at NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA 450, very, very interesting as well. Kind of look at this solid churn there, Sharif. Very interesting. That 440 holds out the open, and then you have a nice, let's define this real quick. This kind of a channel to the upside right there on NVIDIA, kind of being defended on both sides as we kind of churn to the upside right there. So kind of seeing that pattern form on NVIDIA. Let's see where this takes us. Now, again, just a reminder that patterns definitely reoccur in the market, but the way they kind of what they mean is definitely random, and how they consolidate and how they result off of that is going to be a little bit more random than normal there on some of these chart patterns, right, Sharif?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Apple coming in to my entry here. Going to have to really be careful as the NQ gives up 15,000 as well. And by the way, I got stopped out of for like a 12 penny loser. Obviously, bottom wick on MNTS. Surprise, surprise. That seems to happen to me a lot these days. But there we go. We get stopped out of that one, and it comes back into 3. But it's still very consolidative. So I would say, it's still in that zone. Maybe this is the better short. Also want to mention that Patrick Harker is at the table with Jerome Powell. I believe he is a voting member. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to look at my list of current voting members. But it is Harker and Powell at the table. Looks like they're taking questions about local economies and stuff. Some guy was talking about Pennsylvania and what they're trying to do with their local economy. It looks like they're just taking in information at the moment. But no comments coming in from either of the Fed participants. So we'll wait. So I don't know if this move down is in anticipation of anything he's going to say, because he hasn't said anything, essentially. Coming back down now into that 173.50-ish area on Apple. We're 1 3/4 to the good. Now we're just 1 1/3 as we get a pullback into this breakout area, essentially, I would say, because this is where we kind of double topped at before breaking through this downward trend line. We'll see if we can get a little bit of support here. But Pixie. This one, everybody yelling about Pixie. 88% now as it knocks on the door of that $160, 159 HOD. It's been a good mover. Again, just to reiterate, started the day out at around 81, 82 pennies, and now we're at $153 or so. So where do you get in? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. You're going to have to really take a chance here. Earlier, I would have said to you, VWAP looks like an interesting area off which to get in. You had multiple dips into VWAP, all of them which were bought up. We're getting a little bit extended away from VWAP at the moment. VWAP's a $132. If you want to sit maybe for a dip trade in and around there, we'll have to wait and see. But, these ones have a way of giving back everything they've made intraday. So if you sit too far away from it, you may be catching the move down. And so that's the concerning part for me on a dip trade off VWAP on Pixie. Coming back a little bit and now breaking through that 145. We'll have to wait and see what this one does. But we are moving down, guys, on the MNQ. And I'm almost at my area here at 173.20. We're over $1 in the money. We're at $1.20 in the money almost at one point. Now coming back aggressively at 173.40 on AAPL. Still watching you want to call it community roundtable, community, what do they call that? The
Knights at the round table.
no,
Oh.
the town hall.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever you want to. Knights at the round table. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds like it's coming from somewhere, so I'll just give it a quick giggle. Right. Anyway, I'm
Nice.
basically it's Jerome Powell doing the majority of the listing and very little of the talking so far here, Obi.
Yeah, so I took a look at this this video here. I was like, how far ago did we kind of start? So about 45 minutes right there. You can see the stream cursor there or something. I forget what it's called, but yeah. So about 45 minutes ago. And how many 15-minute candles is that? That's about 3 15-minute candles ago. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. The reversion man is definitely on deck, because when that started, we popped up. And then now he spoke for a bit, and then he stopped talking, and then we're back to exactly where we started. So definitely reversions are on the table. 50% reversions, you got them. 100% reversions, you got them. They're for sale today. But yeah, definitely coming in. We got short on a trigger to get short, and that initial entry is about I guess a point below. We're about a point below that initial entry, testing that 129. We got short above 130, and yeah, kind of broke that trend, broke that. I guess that we were looking at the 8 EMA kind of for that respect, and on the 5-minute, I might add. But yeah, take a look at that. Totally crushed that trend there. So like I said, I wanted to wait for a lower high to come in, and that lower high definitely, I guess that came in on a very short time frame, as that 130 did retest, and then we slapped back down, and we punched through those bids back down into that 129. So you know what, it is what it is. I think what was it? Somebody said something. It was. I liked what that was. It was something about, like, if you overthink. Okay, right there, Iron in the chat saying, Obi, sometimes overthinking a trade can mess up your whole day. Just take calculated shots. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to do. But yeah, this was definitely a little calculated there. We saw a little bit of action just above a key level, and I was like, all right, the future's turning as well a little bit. Powell's talking. Powell started talking on the mic, and before he kind of came on, we've only had strength. So a little bit of betting on the reversion man, but the reversion man giveth, and I taketh nothing. So it is what it is. We're trying to get better on that there, Sharif.
Yes, Pixie is making that move up again, Mr. Kenobi. Man, Pixie is like the gift that keeps on giving on any dip trade. Right into 140, shoots right back up into high a day. It's at 159 again, 90%, almost 9. There you go, 93% to the good on this move. I mean, I feel like we're missing out on this trade. This could go like 200%, 300%. We've been seeing a lot of those lately. And, you know, these small cap gappers, they run in bunches. You know, they have their time in the sun, and then, you know, they're dead for a month, 2, 3, and then they'll come back again. And so they've been running a lot more lately. We've got several decent ones today. Some of them, you know, from last week carryovers. But in any event, Pixie continuing to go here near high a day. That 140 dip probably was the entry that I would have liked to get into, but in any event. All right, Apple, the other trade that I'm in, seems to be trying to hold that $0.50 area. It hasn't broken down through this downward trend line. You know, former area of resistance should be support. It's not really breaking down in the same way that I'm seeing the market break down, right? That V-shaped retracement on the NQ looks a little bit more aggressive than the one on display right now on Apple, but you know, that just might be temporary. We could be breaking down soon here. Patrick Harker talking at the moment, still no Jerome Powell talk. They're talking about, you know, very macro issues about childcare and other things like that. It doesn't seem anything to be related to inflation at the moment, but again, I'm not getting a full view. It's just like I'm hearing little tidbits here and there in my ear. So yeah. That's a look there. I don't have too many other things on watch. Again, I was in this MNTS trade, but that stopped me out. It was twice I was stopped out of this for 0 for 2 on this stock, by the way, as it you know, does a little bit of consolidation above 3 and then below 3. Not really doing much at the moment, so I'm not going to continue to take cuts on this one unless it breaks out, really holds up at that breakout. But Seems like you know, all the small cap traders are looking at Pixie at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
It just made a new high day. $1.62 right now 99.33% on the day. This one opened up at 82 pennies, Obi.
Yeah, that I guess like you said, a lot of these runners here, and I'm looking at Shift Pixie just now, and this is it's on my list of again. This is a name that does the pop and drops, and it has a bunch of traps. It's a repeat offender, right? But taking a quick look from last week, you can see we were talking about how great some of these swing short ideas are, but only if they break key levels. Take a look at the lack of breakdown here on Pixie. You have a high RVol day on what is this? On Wednesday. You fail to break down the pre-market consolidation lows there at the 71 penny mark. You kind of coast sideways on low volume for the next couple of days. Coming in on Monday, guess what? It's a trap. That's a liquidity trap for sure. Look at the price kind of bidding back up, expanding volume there, Sharif, into those highs from last week. So definitely some buying pressure coming into Pixie there. How far will it go? Who knows? It depends on how many people are stuck underwater, swinging short from off of these areas, you know, or maybe even short from in here because they're like, oh, well, we're back below $1. What are the chances it's going to get back above? It's already been a few days. No. You got to be patient for key levels to break down. That's why I don't really mess with things that are sub $1 here, especially on these names, as again, easily can be manipulated. Doesn't take very much to corner floats. Doesn't necessarily take very much to rip faces off of shorts on a low volume day, right? You have a low volume day, low RVol day, and you're like, oh boy, this thing has trapped. We can add a bit of pressure on this one, definitely, and you can see that coming into fruition. So I don't really mess with these on the front side per se, but definitely when the backside does come in, Sharif, I like to be all over that one.
You keep talking a lot today about backsides.
No, I'm just saying the move.
How was your weekend?
It was good, man. No, it was good. Perfectly fine. Yeah.
I think Ramin liked that one. All right, guys. What are we doing over here? We're getting an interesting balance off 14,950 on the NQ. Let's see if we can hold this level. I don't want to call it the breakout level, but it's a level that there was a lot of consolidation at that level. It's also right at that VWAP area. So if we can hold this level, it'll be interesting. But in any event, you know, we're giving up the majority of the move here on Apple, and it's not looking too good for this position at the moment. You know, still about 20 pennies in the money or so, but you know, nothing really to write home about here. The chat liked that little comment there. Yeah, I like that. They got it. The chat got it. All right. We're moving down here, man, on Apple. I have to be careful. We're about to go out of the money here. We're coming down. We're coming down big boy here, so we're going to probably have to cut this trade, and I'm going to cut it here, Mr. Kenobi. So we go flat on the remaining portion there as we break down into VWAP. Now, that may have been a mistake because we got into that VWAP area.
Oh, boy.
Let me just have a look. Yeah, we're right at that VWAP area here, so I don't want to give up the ghost on VWAP and then give up the ghost again at the whole dollar level at 173. So, you know, I can always get back into this. We took a nice winner on it initially, but we're still holding about, I would say about 35% of the position when we got out here. So we didn't get the full move there. So it sucks to be me, but it's just the way trading is. All right, let's go into some of these other movers. MNTS now back above 3. It trades a little bit above, a little bit below. Do we get continuation here? We know that we found resistance at 310, 309, yeah, 310-ish area, that general area here on MNTS. So until we break above that area and hold above that area, I don't want to have anything to do with it. Pixie continuing to go. Man, I feel like a fool for not getting into this because it's stair-stepping up aggressively. 166 now, HOD, up over 100%. 102 I just saw, but this one fluctuates, obviously. Could we see $2? I mean, maybe we should start charting some Pixie here. Mr. Kenobi, I know you were looking at it a second ago, but I'm going to do my own little charting here. Yes. Let's zoom out. First of all, look at the hourly. Okay, hourly is not going to tell us anything. Let's look at the daily here. Okay. All right. So, yeah, this 175 definitely a level. And the reason I say that, it's the bottom end of the trough on that move down from 275. 275, you could say, was a bit of a top here from around early June to late June, and then we kind of bottomed out, even though we wick below it. Again, you guys know I like closing prints better than the wicks. 175 was definitely the lower end of the closing prints there. So if we see 175, that could definitely be a resistance level. Then we're talking about the whole dollar level after that, $2, right? But that's not really reflected too much on the price action, save and except for the price. In late May, early June, we saw some $2 troughs there. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's been a great time on Pixie from the 26th of September onwards, where we were basically at 40 pennies, give or take here. So Pixie looking good. I can't bamboozle my way into it unless it's on a really pronounced pullback. I mean, this is the area where I should have been getting in. That move back into 140. I was looking at VWAPs. I was looking 5 more pennies south. That was probably a mistake. But in any event, you can't get them all. Up over 100%, and we'll keep watching it for some moves.
Yeah, so we kind of came crashing right into that 14.9 and bit of a stall there. So got a little cheeky long there. It's teetering in and around my price. So we're underneath that 129. I do want to keep that in mind. But something else I am keeping in mind as well is we kind of came right back into this consolidation on Friday's tops, and we're kind of churning, and it happens to be VWAP as well. So a bit of a few confluencing factors. If we get that bounce off of that 14.9, that'll definitely be looking nice for a quick little scalp there. Again, gonna try to stay as nimble as possible. These guys are still talking at the round table here. This 129 kind of coming in, but that drop on the market quite heavy there. Back into this support from the morning there. So just looking for a quick scalp if it comes into fruition. If not, that's fine as well. Want to respect the selling that's going on, but that 129 to 130 definitely kind of key. Let's see if we can get a little bit of relief off of Friday's tops as we've sold right off into them. We know that we've been uptrending pretty much all day, and this is the first kind of strong selling that we've had off of that 130.50 area, and then kind of that crack through that 15 thou as well. But yeah, a little too hard, too fast potentially. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a reversion back towards that 15. Not expecting that 15 to come in right away, but yeah, even a little bit of reversion maybe is what I'm looking for. A bit of definitely some demand is seen here in the morning on top of that 14.9, and I'm looking for that to come back in. Not all hasn't necessarily confirmed all the factors for the trade yet, but we are starting to see some of those triggers come in.
Absolutely, Obi. Yep. 14.9 coming in here, guys, on the NQ, and we saw what happened on all the dips into that 419, 14.9. Goodness gracious. General area, it's worth looking over again. All the wicks into 03s, 05s. This one came into 06. Progressively higher, but the general area around that 14.9 area all been bought up. We just dipped into 909 and a quarter, 14.909 and a quarter. Haven't printed anything below that area. Keep an eye out for possible support here. We saw it all morning at 14.9. Yeah. And I've been watching this entire time, and I haven't seen Jerome Powell say one word. Patrick Harker said a couple of words here and there. It's been mostly listening on his part and taking notes. So, I don't think there's too much fodder for the market to use at the moment, whether for the good or bad. In any event, yeah, it looks like we might be holding that 14.9 right now, guys. We dipped into 909. Now we're back up to 9 and a quarter, 925 area. So good strength at that level. We'll have to keep watching, but we're definitely not out of the woods yet. The other stock I want to talk about, you guessed it, Femi. We're back at day's highs.
Femi WAP.
Yeah, man, Femi WAP. That's funny. A $1.66 showing up now, 167 showing up on my book here. That's over 104.25%. 168. Femi, sorry, not Femi, guys. Pixie, excuse me. I'm getting them confused. Femi's tanking. I'm talking about PIXY now. Just touched $1.68 to the good. Maybe something off the 7 period. I mean, that would imply a $1.50, $1.51 retracement right now on my 7 period. It's held the 7 period quite well, going back into around 10:50 or so. So about an hour for the most part. Hey, my goodness. Again, worth repeating, 3.5 million share float, negligible short float on this one. It's a multi-day runner, in case you're wondering what they do. They specialize in human capital services. They provide solutions for contingent part-time workforce demands, primarily in the restaurant and hospitality service trades. Hardly something that you would expect to be running this aggressively, but if it's running, it's running. No problem. Shout out to the Hayes Records. May we have a moment of silence for the Playmaker. Absolutely. Playmaker was a fantastic viewer and a good friend of the show. And I believe, it's been some time now since he passed away, but he's definitely not forgotten around here. And we shall always remember his name. And yeah, thank you for bringing him up to Hayes Records. Appreciate that. You get a couple of bangs there for the super chat. And he would have been happy with Dallas Cowboys' performance yesterday. It was a you-know-what whooping of the Patriots. We beat them pretty handily, even though I have to say, I was telling Neil this morning, 1 for 3 in the red zone by Dak. I mean, a better team would have made us sweat a lot more. I mean, he kept getting sacked in the red zone on 3rd and 1s. I think that happened twice to him, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, and he was losing the ball. In any event, I was not very happy with the way we played in the red zone yesterday, but our defense is just ridiculous. We had 18 points on takeaways from the first half just by our defense alone, so the defense did real well. But we're good? All right, guys, it is time for lunch money. There's only one bully at the desk today, so you get to keep some of your money. Time for lunch money.
Take it easy, guys.
Welcome to Lunch Money. It's all about finding the opportunities that might not have been there in the morning or something they can set up in the afternoon. What's going on here and how can we dig into it? Bit of a range-bound day to talk about, but I want to start off by giving a shout-out as well. Thanks to that super chat from Hayes Records there. We'll never, ever forget the Playmaker, one of our favorite viewers there. It's a great community. I'm glad that we can always remember our brother, our fallen brother, to be sure. We're going to do it right for him every single day in this Trader TV Live community, because that's how we do. And I promised that in Lunch Money, well, I would have done it anyways. I promised that there'd be a crypto name out there, so that's where I want to start. I want to set the stage here for why we are moving. If you saw over the weekend, little something something on Bitcoin, just going to pop it up for you. Not a bad break if you look at what just recently happened, and this is the daily, so if you take a quick look at where we've come from, that 25,000 and attempting to break out at 28,000 on the daily. Pop that over into the 15 and see what's happening here. With a big move, took out that 28,000, continued trending higher, and we are dropping it like it's hot currently. Back underneath 28,000. Nasty, nasty retracement here. So I'm going to start off with Mara, 30% short float, but the crazy thing here is the reversal is just continuing to flat bottom break flush, so let's just get right into it before this thing falls any further. Mara, breakdown on the daily chart. You already had a fail of the $10 level. That's where you failed in here today. So it's a bad level that it's stair-stepping into the downside from. Now pop over to what's happening now, and that is in the 3-minute, you've flat bottom broken. Now, when you set these things up, or at least when I'm setting these things up, I can't know that it's going to already take out 9 when I'm going over the levels at 10 o'clock or 10:30. Sometimes after 11 o'clock, I'll get to the names that I like. It's already broken a 9 flat bottom. So all I can think about here is first consolidation, join pattern, stair step to the downside. If 28,000 is reclaimed on Bitcoin, I think you can look for some kind of a bounce. If I'm looking at Mara specifically, the 850 is just almost too obvious. It's probably just a trap because on Friday that was all kinds of a support level, a couple of cents underneath it at times. You're getting down to 43, you're getting down to 42, you're getting down to 40 even. So if we were to fall all the way down into that 840, 850 area, and then at the same time you're holding on to 28,000 in Bitcoin, that wouldn't be a bad place for a little bit of a bounce play on Mara. I don't necessarily want to assume that it's going to make the bounce, but if those two things converge, I am all for it. Make sure you're watching spot prices. I mean, if you're looking at a trend, 27.8, that could potentially hold. And if 27.8 holds, you could look for a bit of a bounce. I might be looking to fade that one off of 9 or VWAP, at least first look on Mara. It is worth mentioning, as I said, that 30% short flow does give it some juice to the upside, despite the fact that clearly, I know top to bottom, it's made a bit of a move today, but it's still up percentage-wise. Right? So it's up 3.7%. You're not going to have to worry about any SSR, short sell restricted. It can move 10% intraday, but from yesterday's close, it doesn't have any chance. From Friday's close, it has almost no chance of going SSR, despite the massive drop that we had. So if I look for a bounce off 850, it will not be an SSR bounce. That said, it's got that 30% short float that could come into play. I can't really talk about crypto without speaking about my fave. Well, maybe it's not my favorite, but Coinbase. You're always looking to trade some Coinbase. It's going to be the same pattern, a very, very similar stair step to the downside. A little bit closer to the key level of support, which is not that surprising. We mentioned this one. There's two levels we liked in Coinbase today, 80 and 75. Sometimes it ain't rocket science, but you do have to have a quick trigger at the open when this failed at 80. I mean, this was right off the bat. You got up to like 79, 80, and then just absolutely flush. Now you're going to be testing that 75 level. I think you get into this level before you get that support at the 50 or 40s and 50s on Mara. If that's going to hold up, as I mentioned before, all things are going to start with, can you hold on to support in Bitcoin? So when we made the move up on the weekend, it was 27.8, 28 quarter, whatever you want to call it. That's where we're heading into now. You get a consolidation there and a bit of a bounce play, and I would tend to think you can bounce off some support there for some related names. First things first is going to be whether Coinbase can hold up. Underneath that 75, the bottom was 74.5. So this is not some round number that you can just auto go long in front of. It has to hold the support from Friday. And just jumping into the higher time frame, because I always do this, and this time I've kind of gone the other way around. It is worth mentioning with coin, you look at that 80 reject, this would be higher lows if it's able to bounce. It's already held the 70 area. So bounce at 75, not as big of a deal on the higher time frame as you might expect. It's a level from Friday, but it's not a significant level on the daily. So I think to me, that says give it a shot, but I'm not going to be stubborn about it. If it's a huge level on the daily, I'll take 2-3 swings at a huge level on the daily because the risk to reward, if you get it right, I think is humongous. In this particular case, you're not dealing with the big level down around 70 even, which is giving you that bigger support. So I do like Coinbase in there. It's not as significant a level as I would like for multiple shots at that long off it. But if you're bouncing on Bitcoin, you can chase the short all you want, but right now you're on support, so you're going to want to make sure that you're looking at those levels. I don't know if Pixie's done yet. I saw in the chat a couple people saying Pixie might be done. I was trailed out of my long here in Pixie. The first thing I want to say about PIXI, it's not always about short float. Like this is a 3 million short float, but it's a 3.6 million float in general. And when you get these types of names, it's difficult to want to fight them when they start going because they've been beaten up so badly. That doesn't really take a lot for it to get going to set upside, but the daily chart's only going to tell you a little bit of the story. So one of my favorite setups, and we've been talking about this, is when a stock is stair-stepping up like this, is instead of trying to buy these breaks, like you look at a breakout at $1.10, if you get the break off $1, that's great. You can go long 101, you can go long 108. Like these are longs early enough that the risk reward in the break is pretty good. Once it cleared that level out, and we get into later on in the day, that crazy the dip buys work out better than the breaks. Like when it took out 135 at 10, at 11 o'clock, I'm looking for not this break. I'm looking for that rejection, dip back into previous support areas, and then bounce and go. So that one did work out relatively nicely off the 1 quarter level. I trailed out of it when it couldn't hold 150. But I'm thinking about the same thing here. I did say 175 was an area I wanted to target for an out. That's because on the daily chart, 185 is a bit of a level. Not a huge one, but a bit of a level there. So it's got some room to go. I think that dip and go price, like 150 makes sense. It might have just done it there. Didn't really get a chance to see volume as I'm sitting up here, obviously. But that dip and rip idea, either off VWAP or off of the next big level, which would be around that 145 to 150. So I want to play that at least until 185. I have stops no matter what, because you're willing to take small hits to try and grab that big win. If you were long at the 1/4, you're risking about 7, 8, maybe 9 cents, and it gets to 150. And at that particular point, even if you've taken everything out at an average price midway, you're going to be looking pretty solid, better than 1-to-1. And if you hold on to a piece for more, then all the better. I think that's going to be there at least until 185. I haven't paid for locates on this, but I think I am going to pay for locates as we get closer to 2. That just means I'm open to the idea of shorting it if it gets to, breaks out at a key price level. That might be that 185, $2 level. You got to talk some big cap tech names, obviously, the way this market is going. I mean, it's up, down, and around. We've taken 15,000, we failed 15,000, we're holding 14.9, we're not holding 14.9. But there's a couple of big cap tech names which have been all over the place, and I think are setting up pretty nicely for the afternoon. Now, Amazon, humongous runner. If you look at it, the 3 minutes going to tell you afternoon support on Friday was support again today. But I just want to look at this stair step. Let me just get the 15-minute up here. A lot of times I'll go 3-minute, I'll go daily chart. Sometimes I like to pull it back and show you guys the 15-minute and what I'm looking at here. On Friday, you had this wick top. You got up to 129, but really a lot of the liquidity was stalling out at 128.5. This gives you a previous high on the 15-minute chart to work off of as this is attempting to break out. So if the futures can hold on to support at one of those even 100 levels on the NASDAQ, strong name like Amazon today looks pretty solid off that 128.5. Now, it'd be easy to look at the 129 wick and just say, I'm going to go off of this when we come back to the chart. Oh, let's just worry about the 129. No, on the way back down, allow it to get into the spot where there was tons of liquidity on Friday, holding out that $0.50, actually even down to 128. The same thing this morning. It was a 128 chop into 128.5. That's your dip buy zone. A lot of times if you start buying the dip at something like the 129 even, you get yourself into trouble because it's easy to get wicked out in that dollar range. You want to be patient in that buy zone, allow it to consolidate, accumulate, whatever you like to call it, and then it can go dip and rip. That is a huge rejection off the top. It was a huge rejection off that 15,000. So you want to be very careful buying any dips in that zone. And you know if it takes out the 128, that's just a head and shoulders setting up to the downside on Amazon. Not the only big cap tech name that's setting up. Another one is going to be Meta. And you know what? I think a lot of people, I might get into Google as well because I think that bears mentioning. But Meta, more simplistic of a setup because this is already broken down here. So while you've got some strength over there in Amazon, Meta has already taken out its support from the morning down around 304, 304.5. My line in the sand was going to be that 305. Interestingly enough, sometimes a level isn't about it just bouncing off that price level. It's simply about consolidation off of it. Look what's been happening from 304 to 306 on Meta on a 3-minute chart. It rejects above 306, but it's got back and forth, $2, back and forth, back and forth. As it comes back into this zone, the way I think of it is, if it comes into this zone and breaks back out to the upside, you like the long. If it comes back into that $2 zone, cannot get past halfway and breaks down, as long as the market's holding under 15,000, as long as the market isn't doing something crazy to the upside, Meta looks pretty weak. I think inside of that zone is a bit dangerous. You'll want to see how it does coming out of it. It's already started to break down. So Amazon showing some signs of strength, some signs of weakness there in Meta, but I wouldn't rush into it just yet. You got plenty of time for things to settle themselves down at lunch, for the moves to set up. But Meta, if it cannot get out of that $2 range to the upside, I think it makes a lot of sense to be at least favoring the short. You don't have to be in it, but favoring it makes some sense. I don't mind going over Google as well. It's like, we can do all the big tech names if we can. Alphabet is a similar name, probably more similar to Amazon at this particular point, as opposed to what we were just talking about in Meta. Great run this morning. I mean, you can flip a coin as to which one you thought was the better breakout between Amazon and Google. I don't necessarily think there's a wrong answer there. I do want to flip the daily chart up on Alphabet just so you can see how nicely this is done on the 127 level. This is what I want to point out. I mean, this is a very good trend, but as the market pulled back, this just came right back into that June high, held support multiple times, and is now breaking back out. Now, Head and Shoulders breaks if this holds above 133, a bit of a gap at that level. That's been a little something today, as you can probably see. 133. Like 133 was just your dip buy price. I think the issue with honing in on that 33 and being long right now is that the morning support was down underneath it at 132.5. But that's where your Head and Shoulders is forming on the daily. That's where the resistance is on the daily. You can see it reject that 134. So it's got to hold out here. I like the long if it's in front of 132.5. Underneath that, I think you're rejecting the 33 level on the daily, and you're wondering about, can it even hold on to this gap underneath? Makes it really easy to get out. A lot of times, I think one of the good things about just like in general, like a bull flag setup or one of those types of moves, is it's hard to be stubborn about the retracement back in, right? Like anybody looking at this chart, if you want to avoid a typical mistake, which is liking the long so much that you're just buying the dip, buying the dip, buying the dip, buying the dip all the way through, most people aren't going to stomach that when they're looking at a flat bottom break with a huge gap underneath it. So when you're buying off of those gaps, at least it's easier to be disciplined from it. You're joining something which is strong. You're acknowledging that it has a pretty good pullback, but the general trend has been to the upside even if it had reversed. So Meta showing a bit of signs of weakness in this regard. Google and Amazon still have a decent chance at holding up if we're going to get any kind of a bounce this afternoon. I knew I had to go over this one because I wrote it off this morning. I was like, the second I saw this chart, I was like, no way Peloton got back to the highs. And it did. So my bad for writing this one off. It was an absolute classic dip buy setup that I did not take. Everybody already by now you know the news. Lululemon, Peloton partnership. I can't help but see Peloton ads all over NFL broadcasts. I don't know if you guys have either. I'm still not going to use one or buy one, but it doesn't really matter. It's a 12.5% short float, and Lululemon's a great company. So for now, we are looking for breaks and potential squeezes, in my opinion, on Peloton. You got one at the open today, and you saw Friday's high, 520-ish. That's where your support is. It's a simple stair step to the upside where you're looking to buy the dips that support into higher lows into a potential breakout. And when you look at the daily chart on Peloton, the reason to me it's appealing is because it hasn't gone anywhere yet. Since it got to that $5 level, what has it done? Absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. I would tend to think that if we're really breaking out on this Lulu news, you should be getting all the way into at least that 650. Look at how big the 650 level was. Support, 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 resistance like gangbusters. So as far as I'm concerned, there's a lot of room for Peloton to go. It making a move of $1 is fantastic for day trades if you have 520s, 530s long. And one of these days, as long as you hold on to 5 and keep stair-stepping, I think you can get that. Shorts always have a need to cover at some point when they want to take their profits as well. So benefiting from longer-term traders exiting can be your alpha as a short-term trader. That's how it works. Actually, that's how it works most of the time when you think about it. So I like Peloton. We'll try to join the trend. I should not have written that one off after that $5 bounce. It was a bit of a mistake on my point. It was brought to our attention in the middle of the morning show, and I kind of said, yeah, it looks like it's dead, falling under VWAP. But you zoom out, and it still looks pretty solid for risk to reward. One last one for you here. I have to talk about VinFast. It's unavoidable at this point. It's at $10, right? So what goes up must come down. It's not fun. I really and sincerely, I know Sean and I say this all the time, like we sincerely hope that no one gets caught in things like this. And I know that on the way up, you can buy 20s and 30s and get out at 50s, 60s, 70s, whatever it might be. It can be a fun ride to the upside. But if you catch yourself without an out in these types of stocks, it's going to get all the way back into the bottom. Now, none of us knew exactly when it was going to get to $10, but we're pretty damn sure it was going to get there. Let's be real. And the problem is a timing issue. Now, all that said, we are at $10.11, I want to say. This is what it looks like. What would you do here? Now, I'm not saying, oh, just hit the long, go for it off the bid. It's getting crushed. But it does have a hard bottom right at $10 even. That makes the setup relatively easy. If you've paid for locates, I actually got to double check to see what they are. I think they were like 1 or 2 cents a day trade. Well, it was relatively cheap, and they have been cheap for a while. If you paid for the locates, then risking on a 10 breakdown isn't really that bad. You can usually get away with risking about 10 cents on a breakdown trade like that if it absolutely flushes. Pretty easy to grab 60s and 70s on the initial way out and then try and hold on to a piece. Now, if that's not your cup of tea, the only thing you can do is go long. My preferred trade for a long off this 10 level would be a failed breakdown. Not just sitting on the bid and hoping and praying that it's going to hold out at 10. I would be looking for a break of 10 to the downside on VinFast if I wanted a long. So I'd be looking for a break of 10 that immediately traps some people that are going short, which I might do myself, to be honest. And then it gets back up and stops all those people out. Everyone that's been long is probably, a lot of people that have been long short-term are stopped out in that situation. A bunch of people get trapped in some shorts underneath. And then you're just looking for a relief rally to the upside on low liquidity. And that's it. If it starts going right away, you know you've trapped some people down there. And if it doesn't, it's like, oh, crap. Like, there are no people panicking here. You can just get right out of Dodge. Be very careful with that long. This is not a long. It's not Instacart at $30. Instacart at $30, I sat on the bid at 30.01, 30.02, and just took it every single time. This wouldn't be one of those situations. It needs to break the level first, then bounce back to the upside. Then I would look for that long, trapping some people underneath there. To me, setup matters because you got to paint the picture of what's going on in the stock and what it is that you're looking to capture. When you go long at Instacart at 32, defending the IPO issue price, you're going long because there is a buyer down there. And when you see it bounce off that level, you can presume the underwriters are buying that price. And all you want to do is buy in front of them. And as long as they keep buying, you're going to keep scalping the wind to the long side. In this particular case, you're looking for shorts that have been absolutely winning on the stock to look for a reason to get out and some more to jump in, and that would be that $10 level. It's gone down so far. Some people are going to start covering. It's where a lot of people thought the stock was going to when it made the move to 80. It's an obvious level for people to say, if it can't hold underneath there, I'll just take my profits wherever they might be. So you tell yourself a little bit of a story about who are the people in this stock, why are they in it, what are the reasons they could get out. And I'm not saying that that's the reason I make the trade or not, but that's going to inform how I trade the level. Who's on the other side of the trade, or at least who do I presume is on the other side of the trade, and then that's going to dictate the manner in which I want to get in. Very big difference between sitting on a bid of, say, a Palantir and then sitting on a bid of VFS. I'd much rather that fail break to the downside there. So knew I had to talk about this one. Doesn't mean it has to go, but when it does go, it can be a fantastic one. That is your lunch money for the day. No bullies around here, just all about finding you some trading ideas for lunchtime and on into the afternoon. Let's throw it back to the desk where I see the professor and Adara are ready.
Bullies never really recognize they're bullies.
Yeah, I guess that's clearly what's happening here.
They
There's no
usually
other.
think they're good people.
Yeah, well, there's no other explanation apparently. You know.
We thank Neil for that. Fantastic job, Neil. Thank you very much for that thorough. Welcome, Adara.
Hi, happy to be back. Happy Monday. All happy October.
Yep, Uptober, baby. We're just gonna be Uptober.
I was thinking, because I heard you guys like talking about what was September. I think you could do Sadtember and then Uptober. That to me,
yeah, that makes sense.
I'm okay
You're
with
looking
it.
for something for September.
Yeah, I overheard that, and I was like thinking, what could it be?
Nice.
I'm okay. Sadtember's not perfect, but it's something.
It's good.
So yeah.
It was kind of sad for my long-term account, but you got some trades today.
Yeah, we did. So we're first gonna talk about Apple, which is an example of I was really happy with it at the start, and then at the end we made some questionable decisions. But yeah, so I got it at Apple right around the VWAP, like right here the first time, because then we get back in, which was a mistake. But yeah, because I was kind of noticing here, we were and I mean, like, even now, I don't know if the levels necessarily, like, support the decision I made, but whatever. I kind of was noticing, I was like, we're going down. I think we're going to, slide back up here. We're noticing some upward momentum. Thank you. So this was right. It did get out here. So the reason I got out here, which was a little bit early, I originally was planning to get out around 1740. I think I got out just around 1705. But then I was noticing around 1736, or 173.36, sorry, there was a lot of resistance. And the spread was getting to like 11 cents, and we know I get stressed out by a large spread. So I was like, time to leave. I'm happy I left when I did because it didn't move super up like immediately after that. Then, of course, after it expanded. But I think I'm realizing, and maybe I'll change my mind on this, I'm not super comfortable with like long-term longs. I would like to become more comfortable with that. But yeah, for now, I was happy with what I got out when I did. The thing I wasn't super happy that I did, however, is what we're going to talk about here, which was, so I was seeing this downward movement, and I was thinking, because we're seeing, lower, this from here on, we're seeing, lower lows, higher highs. I was hoping, although I should have noticed, the fact that this was a bit of a stutter step down here, I was like, but I got in hoping it would go back up. It did not. In the end, I cut my losses. I got out here, and I'm happy I got out here when I did, because it's not even back at that level where I got up yet. So I think, what I learned here is maybe getting back in wasn't the greatest decision, but at least I got out. I was happy, I stood by what I wanted to get out, and I got out where I needed to. So I can't complain about that. I'm also going to show my Coinbase trade here, which was, so I was in on Coinbase because Bitcoin has been super strong, like over 28,000. This is something that I thought, I had my eye on all of those, coin adjacent, like Mara, Riot, Coinbase, kind of all day. So yeah, so basically what happened was here, and this was a theme of the day for me, like things getting partially filled. So I got mostly filled here, and then we got out here, so I was like okay with that. We made a little bit of gains, and then here I think it was like 4 shares left. It wasn't much, but we didn't lose any money on this trade. So as much as the partial fills were incredibly stressful, I cannot complain about this trade. I'm happy with it. I'm okay with it. Yeah, so that was, Apple and Coin. Those are my big trades. I have my eye on BABA. I made a couple cents on BABA. I've got a couple things I'm keeping my eye on, but yeah, those are Apple and Coinbase were the big ones to talk about so far for me from the morning.
Solid. And I just wanted to point out, when you get a partial fill, usually you know that you got a good price.
That's true,
there's
too,
demand.
Because people want it.
Exactly.
Okay, so
right?
that's
And
a
then
good
there
way of
wasn't
thinking
enough
about it.
liquidity to give you what you wanted. Usually others are looking in the same area. So,
Okay, good to know.
so good on that. All right, guys, I'm glutton for some more punishment here as I'm back into MNTS, but I've been profitable on this trade and profitable so far. And as I say that, it dips 5 cents. But yeah, took out 4 exits already with the next exit plan for 335. I mean, I don't even know why I'm in this trade. I should be trading Pixie. Look at what Pixie is doing, man. 126, 127% now as it breaches that 187 level. That is the high a day. And, some people were yelling in the chat that this was dead when it pulled back into that $1.50. I think it broke it by a couple of pennies. 147 or so, I think it dipped into. Yeah, 147. But it really has not looked back since. This is the one that I keep lamenting not having got into. There's a new high a day, 188. This one keeps going. Now it's over $1 removed from where it was in the pre. This started out the day at like 81 pennies or 82 pennies, something like that. Can't quite see it on my chart, but yeah, $1 removed from that now, continuing to stair step up. A nice dip into that $0.50 area. That was probably the area to get into. And it didn't even really retrace all that much off that $0.50 area, but only 3 pennies if my chart's accurate here. Yeah, 147 dip. If you gave this 5 pennies, you were good. Any event, shoulda, coulda, woulda. I got to get out of this MNTS trade now as it dips quadunks below that $3 area. Another rejected trade on this one. Got to just look at Pixie. Thankfully, I only had one more out on this bad boy, so not too much of an L on this one. But woof, what a flat bottom. Well, that's not even a flat bottom break. That's just a all-out sell. Somebody really liquidating the position there. I'm sure the tape was really red at that point. There we go. Big move down, sub 3 again. Do we find support? That will be the last trade I take on that one. Very bamboozling. Apple, though, very interesting trade here. You got that 173 defend earlier. Now, it did dip into like that 172.90-ish area, a bit of a double bottom on there. Then it moved right back up into 173.5. Now it's coming back down again into that VWAP area at 173. I want to say 25, 20-ish, that general area over here. It really hasn't respected it all that much. Yeah, I mean, like, you got one measly bounce off VWAP here, then it found it as a level of resistance on that, initial bounce, and then you had the break. Yeah, okay, maybe it is respecting VWAP a little bit. Just super choppy, and I think a lot of that has to do with the futures as well, because we are just a smidge above 14.9. We had been defending 14.9 from the north side all morning until we broke it. We got to about 8.86 or so, and then reclaimed 9 again. But it's been super choppy, so I'm gonna try to slow it down here, not take any trades that are going to go against me because Jerome Powell's still talking. Now, with respect to what he said, he didn't say much, right? He's been doing a lot of the listening for the most part, but here's what he said. A couple of little tidbits here. All right, first and foremost, Fed Chair Powell says ambition is a sustained, strong labor market. That's his ambition. To get that price stability is needed. The Fed is very focused on achieving it. As expansions get longer and longer, more wage gains go to the lower part of the economy, okay? Yeah, that's repeated again here. Economy still working through the impact of the pandemic, he says the economy is still combing through the other side of the pandemic. That's repetitive. Yeah, that's basically that's all that's come in. At least on my blotter, I know he was speaking for about 1 or 2 minutes there, still doing the majority of listing though, Derek.
Yeah. So I have SPHR up here. This is Sphere Entertainment. This one was in the news this morning. It was on my personal watch list just because it had, I guess, it opened a venue in Vegas and U2 performed. I think this was on Friday. So yeah, so this is of note. We are seeing, let's, a moment here. Come on, chart. Yeah, so we're seeing from kind of 10:30-ish on, we're seeing this really nice pattern upwards. So we're looking like the lows are kind of staying kind of stagnant. Or stagnant, so it looks kind of almost like a bit like the kind of descending wedge thing. It looks like the lows are kind of sticking where they are. But yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Another one, Nimit in the chat mentioned Axla. Axla's making a move. It is. My boy Axla, or my complicated relationship with Axla. Yeah, so it is making a bit of a move. But here, our spread is 60 cents. So this is the point I have about Axla remains, in that it gets very stagnant. Like it'll look interesting. It seems exciting. It lulls you. It entices you. It entraps you. And then it just kind of breaks your heart. So yeah, I mean, shout out to Nimit though for bringing up Axla. I love to check in on Axla and feel lots of feelings about it. But yeah, so we're not getting in an Axla, but yes, it is moving for sure. So that is of note. I'm gonna look what other ones did I have on my list today. Yeah, I'm gonna pull out Clorox, which was a trade I was in today. And you know what? I had my reasons for getting in this trade. I did have reasons. The pattern looked nice, although as you can see when I got in, it was not necessarily nice. But yeah, so the pattern looked nice going into it. It was predicted to rally. There was some strength on it. There was a news story on this too. Yeah, so it was upgraded to a buy from D.A. Davidson. And earlier in the day, AKA before I got in it, we had some nice movement here, right? So we did have, we're going up. We were playing around in the VWAP area. So I got in just below VWAP, hoping, just looking at, these lower lows here, that we were going to make a swoop upside. And this, I think, around when the whole kind of overall market tanked, and you can really tell. This is where I got in, and I just kept trying to get out, was not getting filled. We lost, $1 on this? Yeah, it was not a great trade, and this was another situation with partial fills. And the thing is, I had 1 share left. I got 24 shares filled here, 1 share left. Ended up getting out here, so the Clorox one was my nail biter trade of the day. Didn't work out for me, but yeah, it's a lesson of just maybe I should have waited and seen how the overall market was going, especially because the Feds they're still doing their roundtable, but the roundtable had just kind of kicked off with Q&A at that point, so I probably should have waited. But yeah, I mean, we live and we learn. We live and we learn.
Absolutely, yeah, and Clorox was a good upgrade today too. And
yeah, that's why I got in on it, right?
Yeah.
I thought it did have strength, and analysts were saying it was going to move, but things don't always work.
Yeah, and you never know. It'll move the next couple of days.
Probably,
too, and that's the
yeah.
thing. It's a good bellwether too for the economy. kind of as the economy does, Clorox kind of reflects. It's almost like Canadian Tire for us.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
that's a good comparison too.
Yeah,
Okay,
so it's one of those ones to definitely keep your eye on if you're looking out for the overall economy, guys. What a move down here on our friend Pixie, but finding some support at that $1.70. Is this the umpteenth time it's giving us an opportunity to get in, but we're too stubborn to get our way into this one? Now, if I get in here, where do I give it to as a stop? Well, technical analysis tells me you're going to have to give it to that $1.46 because the trough stopped out at 147. So that's almost, essentially 30 pennies from where we're at right now. Do I stand to make 30 pennies on this? Look, it may, right? It could break 2 and go into 250, etc. Now, we saw 175 was definitely an important level on the daily on PIXA. It's since been breached, 188 high. Now, we talked about that $2 being the whole dollar level, always, support of areas of resistance and support at that whole dollar level. And then technically, though, where the price action really did crest out at was at 275. So we could easily see that amount, that level come back into play today. Whether or not we do, completely different story. I don't know. I'm not going to get into this one. I just feel like, I'm late to the party. Maybe I should. But anyway, Jay Lee, it's not worth getting into Pixie. It's a literal hwadunk any minute. Shout out to Jay Lee. I still haven't read, can you believe I still haven't read that article? Oh my God, Jay Lee sent me an article telling me about the new Mat Pro by Huawei and how they're using recycled technology to make the new chip. It's not this breakthrough that some people have been saying. Yeah. I still haven't gotten around. That's a required reading if you are into the microchips and semiconductors, especially. Got to get to that, Jay. Thanks for the move on that. Nimit, good call. Stay away from Pixie. Right price was $1.30, says Nimit. Yep, nice consolidation area at that $1.30. Multiple pullbacks into that bad boy. You could have got a $1.50 too, Nimit. Like that $1.50 hold, all you would have had to do was give it 3 pennies worth of risk. Anyway, it looks like it's moving up now. We'll have to keep an eye on that. It looks like Adara, the Jerome Powell town hall or whatever they were calling it, is done for the day.
Look at that. Okay.
Yeah, I know. So maybe the market can move up again.
Yeah,
we're still holding 14.9, so we're not really holding.
No, that's fair. I think the market is a little bit scared of Jerome Powell, which is fair. But yeah. So I think it's really interesting to see what the market does now that he has stopped speaking. We've had a couple people mention Plug in the chat, so I've pulled up Plug here. Yeah, we're seeing just a journey downward. I'm gonna pull up the 5 minute. This is the 1 minute. I've got the 5 minute here. Yeah, we'll zoom in a little bit here. Gotta love playing with the charts. Yeah, so I mean, we're just seeing kind of a steady decrease here. We'll go, up a little bit down. Yeah, it doesn't look super promising. Like we kind of haven't touched VWAP since, around open actually, and then it just kind of steadily dropped. So yeah, we'll see. This is Plug. That's what we've got going on with Plug right now. Also, we had some mention of BNOX as well a while up. Sorry for the wait there. Whoever, we had BNOX mention up here. Yeah, BNOX is definitely doing things. I'll say that. Yeah, we've got. It was kind of steadily kind of going down around here. It was kind of in play all day though for sure. And then we had around the VWAP, we had some movement, kind of went up, and then we're seeing, from what I can tell, where it looks like we're kind of seeing some lower lows, so higher lows and slightly higher highs. So yeah, we'll see if it kind of taps out around here, if it doesn't get much higher at this point, I don't know. But yeah, it is. I think BNOX is one to keep an eye on for sure with regards to like the small cap runners of the day, but it's definitely not a Pixie. It's not going to have like the straight, like I think Pixie was the small cap of the day for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't even think it's done at the moment.
No, I don't think it. I think it's like good to stress everyone out for a little bit, as the small cap runners are wont to do.
Yeah.
But I think that's
what they're good at doing.
That's all they do. They're very talented at that. We got to give them credit where credit's due. But yeah, so that is it's definitely Pixie is the winner, but there's some other small caps. Like I think BNOX would be one to watch.
Yeah, BNOX is definitely on the side chart. FEMI, MNTS, those are the other ones that I'm keeping. There's 4 essentially that I've got my eye on today. Negative on MNTS. Not gonna pretend about it. Sadly, would have liked to have been positive on this one. It gave me multiple opportunities around that 290 level. I kept getting in at higher levels than I really should have. But in any event, gonna keep my eye on it. It's on the side chart anyway. FEMI has been the kind of the multi-day gift. Now it's did a huge topping tail candle at 475, and it's been making lower highs and lower lows since that time. Trying to dance with 350 at the moment, but not going to involve myself in this one. But definitely keeping my eye on Pixie here because we are at that critical level, that $1.75. Sure, we wicked to 188, but we know that the important level is that 175 general area. And let's talk about it. Let's talk about why I believe that. Let's go to the daily, because we really need to go back a ways to figure out why this is the level. Look at this trough over here stemming from June 21st until June 28th. Yes, sure, that June 21st print takes us all the way down to $1.25, but look where the closing print is on all these days. They are at the 175 level. The more times it touches and closes at that level, the more important that level becomes, at least in my books, right? So that 175 looking at as an area of resistance. Why? Because former support becomes resistance, or so the TA books say. And then above that, then you have the $2 level. Now, yeah, it is the whole dollar level, and we have to respect it as such, but there is correspondence with that level on the price action. May 31st, you get a touch. June 1st, and then a possible touch here at close on June 6th. So $2, definitely a level. Then to find the level even above that, I would suggest to you it's 275. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 touches from essentially June 8th all the way to June 16th, where it crested out and could not break above 275. Now, you don't have to be a super technician to see that we are in a downtrend here, and we have shifted that trend lately. And I got to tell you, it's a reverse split play. I mean, somebody was just telling me that in the chat, and you're absolutely accurate. But the fact of the matter is it's running, it's reclaimed the 50, and that's all we really need to know as intraday traders, whether it's moving on the day. So looking at that too, but I don't think we're out of the woods with the 175 quite yet. Just because we wicked above it doesn't mean we've claimed it, right? We could wick above it, and then you have the closing print south of that. And then you'll look back at it in a couple of days and be like, oh, that 175 was a real level. And that's what I kind of want to stress here. So keep your eye at 175, then 2, then 275. Those are my levels on our friend Pixie.
I mean, someone was asking here, let me find this chat now. Kevin Sanford, NVIDIA 5-minute head and shoulder about to break. So let's pull up the 5-minute on NVIDIA here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you think you do have the shoulder, you've got the head here. Yeah, I think, and in general, this is something I'm still working on understanding all the chart patterns, right? You know, with regards to like the head and shoulders, but it does look like we're seeing a dip down here. We'll have to see kind of how that plays out, but we are definitely dancing around VWAP on the 5-minute chart especially. So thank you for bringing that one up, Kevin. I'm going to pull up Etsy now because I was trying to hop in Etsy because with Etsy, Wedbush initiated coverage with neutral with a price target of, I just got it in Etsy, look at that, with a price target of $70. So as I get into Etsy, I'm waiting for my fill, Etsy goes down. But yeah, looking at the 1-minute chart of Etsy, I'm going to pull it out a little bit. Yeah, we were seeing these, little bit highs and lows. I mean, I think I was started trying to get filled around here, which would have been a better place to get filled. Now, of course, once I get filled, it starts going down. So we'll see. We'll hang around this for a little bit, but I don't feel as good about it as I did 4 or 5 minutes ago. But yeah, I mean, that's how the market works too, right? Like things move around, things bounce around. But yeah, so Etsy's the one I'm in. I'm looking to get in on a couple other longs here. So I'm going to keep my names, my eye on the names that I had, going forward. The new list I made around 11:30, 12. But yeah, so Etsy's a trade I'm in right now.
All right, let's have a look at the future because we are doing that dance at 14.9 again. I mean, if we keep staying above here, if the buyers keep stepping up at 14.9, Papa Powell or not, this is going to be an interesting buy. I mean, when Arun used to sit where Adara is right now, this is what he was showing me. He was like, look, you come into that level, that critical 100-point level or whatever technical level you're looking at the chart, and every time you dip into that area, you see the buyer step up. You don't jump on the first move up, but you watch it over and over, and it looks like all the dips here into 14.9 are being bought up. So this is going to be an interesting play if we can hold this 14.9 in general and get a nice move back up. Now, we've got plenty of room to move up because the high at day is 15.046. So that's 146 points, I mean, potential, and potentially even more, quite frankly, if you want to subscribe to my Uptober theory. And I'm kidding, of course, by that, right? We don't really know where the markets are going. But historically speaking, right, we have a weak end of Q3, possibly weak beginning of Q4, and then we get the Thanksgiving rally, the Santa Claus rally, whatever you want to call it. We usually get a good move into the new year and into Christmas. And, that sometimes starts later, sometimes it starts earlier. But in general, that has been the trend. You need only look back as far as the last few years. In fact, I think it pays a little bit to look at that. Now we're in a slower time of day. Let's go ahead here and look at the indexes. Let's bring in the SPX. So, guys, this is the SPX index. It is not the not the futures contract. It is the index. So let's look. All right, let's take post-pandemic, right? This is the weekly. Actually, let's go to the daily. I think the daily probably paints a better picture, but it's going to require me to move back a little bit, which is fine. Zoom out here and go into 2020 or so. So let's go. Where are we at here? What year is this? There we go. Perfect, 2020. All right, so just as a point of reference, this is the March low past the pandemic. And then we have a big move up, obviously recovering. And then look what happens in September. Early September, you get a move down on the ES from 36 all the way down to 32.25. You get a bit of a bump up again late September into mid-October, but then you have another retracement. You get up to 34.5. You come right back into that 32.5 area, and then you have the big move up subsequent to that. So that is another historical one. Let's look at the year following that. Let's look at 2021. Move in here. This is 2021. There we go again. So September starts. This is September 1st. You have a big move down from where 45, 47. You get a move all the way down into 4,300. And that started the move back up October 6th. And then you have another big move up. So that's 2021. Let's look at 2022. Bit of a different story, 2022, because it was a really bad year. But those October lows, we know about those October lows. So this is Jackson Hole over here when Papa Powell sank the market, right? August 17th. You have a huge move down from 4,300 essentially all the way down to 3,500. And then you recover when we know the story from there. So last 3 years at least, but the technicians and the statisticians write that it goes back way longer than that. So we should have an interesting rally possibly here, Dara, into the end of the year.
Yeah, let's see. So I'm in Etsy right now. We're dancing around a bit. This was maybe a regrettable trade. I've said it, I can admit it. But yeah, so we're going to see if I can get out just like a couple cents more than I got in. Obviously not a huge win, but just getting in and getting out, getting a sense of things. But yeah, so that's where we're at right now. Here's how we are going with Etsy. I'm going to check on that Sphere Entertainment again with that Vegas venue catalyst. Yeah, so I think I'm going to have to wait and see because we are in a downside, but that's not necessarily a trend. That could also just be because the market is heading down. So I'm going to wait on this because I have had issues before where I've got in a little too early and then I have lived to regret it. So this is definitely one to keep my eye on. But as long as this kind of continues, there is, I think, enough pattern, enough strength that I would be okay with it. Nimit is mentioning Mullen, M-U-L-N, making moves here. I'm going to pull this up. Oh, yeah, okay. So let me, zoom out a little bit here. Yeah, so we're definitely we're playing around here. It's definitely like a penny stock for sure. We're under 50 cents. But yeah, this could be one of note depending on, we're seeing like a little bit of a resistance, a little bit of stagnant around this level here, like that 46. But yeah, so that we've got Mullen up here definitely is moving.
All right.
I'm gonna check on Etsy again.
Yeah, go for it.
But yeah. I would just love to get out of Etsy and not lose a cent, but it doesn't seem like that's super happening. Yeah, we're okay. I had my stop at 64.46. I got in at 64.44, so a couple cents. It does not look like I am going to get the limit order that I want. Picky eater at Adair. Yeah, meta trauma. Yes, I do have meta trauma. Let's look at meta. Yeah, I have meta trauma. I have axilla trauma. I have a whole a bias, and I don't know if this will change. Where it's if I have a bad experience with a stock, I don't get back in it. And I don't know, or if I'm very hesitant to get back in it. Now, I don't know if this is something healthy. I don't know if everyone has this. I don't know that this is a thing that I should change. But for now, we're going with it. Yeah. So here is meta. My meta trauma is well noted. But yeah, so we're dancing around a little bit here. We look like we're headed down. I would not get in for reasons beyond my meta trauma, just because I don't really love the movement here. But yeah, we're keeping our eye on meta. One of the big stocks here. Yeah, so let's see. A whole plethora of stock trauma. Yes, kind of ready. Yes, for sure. Let's see what else we've got. SPY, low of day. Okay, let's pull up the SPY.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, okay, wow. So as you can notice here, this is the 1 minute. So I'll pull up the 5 minute, but I think 1 minute you can definitely see that steep. I will borrow Quadunk to the downside here. Yeah. So here, 5 minute, I think 1 minute, it's a little bit more of a stark difference. But yeah, here we were kind of playing around the VWAP. We were up a little bit here, and then we just crashed. We just crashed. We died. RIP. But yeah, so I mean, like, it looks like maybe it's trying to recover a little bit. This is the 5 minute, so I don't know. But yeah, it looks like we are making a skosh of a recovery here. But overall, it seems like the markets are tanking, and it seems like I should not have gotten into Etsy. But we love Nvidia. Let's look at that and short.
I like the skosh. I'm gonna take that.
Yeah, skosh a tad, a little bit. Yeah, okay. Nvidia is dipping around here, and I think 5 minute. I prefer the 1 minute, and I think as things go, and I think I'm gonna guess this is true of everyone. Like, you get a sense of what charts you prefer, and I think as I get more into it too, I'm going to have more, more charts up, like comparing 1 minute, 5 minute, daily, whatever. But yeah, it looks like Nvidia is doing a little bit of a stair step down here. It'll be interesting to see if it does kind of go back up. We kind of got a couple green, one green candle, but yeah, that is Nvidia is moving around here, kind of playing around the VWAP. It hit VWAP, it went back down. We'll see. It's a big we'll see for me.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm totally stealing that skosh.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
we still phrases here.
smidge a lot.
Yeah, I like skosh. I'm a skosh person.
Yeah, they're both S. I can go with those.
And they're the same vibes. It's the same.
Yeah,
vibes.
exactly. Now, a nice little dip trade possibly happening here. I mean, I don't want to be jumping in at these levels on the future, to be honest with you, because we're printing a whole bunch of lower lows. So I'm going to steer clear until I see a better pattern going. But I'm involved in Pixie now, guys. And, call me a little bit late to the party here. We're long 73s. We're going to see if we can get a bit of a bounce, maybe into 80s. My L will be the break of 58, so it'll be the break of this area over here. I've already got my stop instituted. Possibly, we get something here. Trying to find maybe something off the 50 period. It had held the 50 period earlier. Could be holding it again. Let's keep it interesting. Small size. We'll see what we get on this. Extended, no question about that, up 116%, 188 top. Let's see if we can get to that $2 move on the day. Let's see if we'll sit here at double sevens, get filled at 7.7 here for some shareage. What else we got? What's actually really funny is we're only 0.13% up on the NQ.
Really?
Yeah, look at all these big tech names. You've got Netflix up 0.3, Microsoft 0.75, Meta 1,
wow.
Apple 1%, Google 1.63, and then the other one 1.22 for Amazon, and 0.4 for Apple. Are these things frozen? No, they're not. We're actually up these amounts.
It's shocking.
Right? Which is a little bizarre for the NQ. I mean, usually these are the names that are heading the NQ, and usually there's not such a big divergence between them. It means that everything else and their mother's cousin is tanking. So anyway, we'll have to wait and see. Now, nice move up here on PXY. Let's see if we can get something else out here at 180.
So were you in Pixie earlier? Or is
no,
this
first time.
So you're talking about it, so I was.
I know.
Yeah.
Because it kept moving.
Yeah, well,
right?
I thought you were in it earlier, but no, yeah.
Right?
I know you like the small caps too. Like, you were much more willing to get into a small cap than I am.
Yeah.
So
I actually started my whole trading journey trading small caps.
Okay, because I think you mentioned that
I have,
at one point. But that's I mean, it makes sense then, right? Like, whenever you start trading, if you have some, I mean, and they work out. Like, I think probably the more you do it too, you get more of a sense of when to get in.
Remember we talked about this because it was like you have a smaller account, you want to trade like those cheaper names.
No, it makes sense.
You come on the floor, you have all this buying power. You're like, oh, great, I can trade.
There's other options.
All right, yeah, exactly.
But I mean, like, I'm sure there's still if there's a stock you love, I get getting in it, right? So that makes sense. But yeah, I thought you were in Pixie earlier.
No.
But it looks like Pixie is making a move up.
So let's
just
probably hope so.
Let's hope, because it looks like it looks like you got in at a good time. For my money, for what I can tell.
We'll see. I've been bamboozled before, mainly on this MNTS trade.
Oh yeah, MNTS is. I've seen some MNTS popping up in the chat here.
Yes.
So that's another one of those small caps that's been a thing for like a while. Like, I think on Friday too. This was moving
it was.
a lot.
It was
Yeah, we accidentally pulled up Monster. I remember that. But yeah.
Yeah, we thought it was Monster. I remember that. It was clearly not accurate.
Okay, it's had quite the day. Like, it's really. I'm going to pull up the 5 minute. But yeah, we're flipping around here. I think it could be a VWAP play, but even just based on what you said about it just kind of crashing earlier, I would be a little hesitant.
But what do you see there when you look at this chart?
So what I'm
What
seeing,
stands out to you the most when you look at this chart?
I mean, I feel like I could be wrong.
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, I
by the
understand.
way,
I think it's good
yeah.
for me. I'm gonna try my best here, right? I'm seeing there's not a lot of like consistency in terms of the movement. Like it's kind of, I mean, this is the 5 minutes. We'll see the 1 minute if I feel I'm out a bit here, pull out. But yeah, I mean there's not a lot. I mean, there's like a lot of steep kind of lows here. There's a lot of volatility. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sure if I'm seeing the right
Zoom
thing.
back out.
Zoom back out?
Yeah, that
Okay.
5 was really good.
The 5? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so do you see like a bit of a pattern?
Oh, I see where
Yeah.
the lows are kind of bottoming out. Flat bottom break territory.
Or
Okay.
there is a buyer for whatever reason at that level keeping it afloat above and it's a general area. As you can tell, sometimes it wicks below that general area, but immediately gets
It
bought up.
stays at, okay, so like levels. This is another case of paying attention to levels. Okay.
Now, let me show you another thing. So there's something called a descending wedge, right?
Yes. Yeah.
You know exactly what that
Yeah.
is. So draw it out. Do you know how to use the tools? I know that it's kind of new. Right there, these guys right there. So you want the angled ones? Yeah,
yeah,
that's
okay.
the one. So click that bad boy, and then start at the top of the wedge. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. And then,
Click it, and then
I see. Okay.
it'll kind of like,
yeah.
see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you've got to click it again and lock it in. There you go.
And then
go to the horizontal line, the horizontal one right there. Yeah.
Okay,
click
there
it
we
right
go.
there.
We've got
And
our wedge.
There you go. And so usually, or so the books say, Adara, this usually resolves downward. If you're making lower highs and you have a flat bottom, this was kind of the pattern that the boys kept pointing out about Li Auto.
I see,
Kept
okay.
having lower highs, and then that 38 was holding until it didn't anymore.
Yeah, and then it crashes.
And then it huadunk went to dynamite, right?
Yeah, so basically the lesson here is if you're seeing bottoms level out, it could be going lower and it might not necessarily hold that bottom. Okay, that's good. That's very good for me to know.
All right.
And yeah, seeing it in practice is also, it's helpful.
There you go.
To see how a thing moves. Yeah.
Yeah, some people call it descending triangles. You can call it a wedge, whatever you guys want. All right, guys, we are absolutely flying here on our friend Pixie with a 20-penny winner. Guess we chose the right time because I really did get the trough of their bottom wick. Well, not exactly bottom wick, but we got the trough. That's good enough. But now we're knocking on the door at $2. And when you knock on the door at $2, you better have a brave soul because that's that whole dollar level on a small cap gapper. You could get very bad rejections off there. And we already saw that 2 level was an actual technical level on the chart, not just the whole dollar level. So de-risking around here is probably a good idea. And then, you know, as some boys on the floor like to say, you hold a piece for the dream. Now, how big the piece is depends on your risk appetite. I probably won't be holding a big piece, but we're moving up nicely off that 173 entry. We just knocked on the door, Dara, of 197 because that's the HOD at the moment.
Okay.
But I'm expecting a retracement here. Yeah. I think, you know, if we touch 2, we see it, you know, very transient. I hate to use that word, but you see it quickly and then boom.
It's there and it's gone.
It's gone,
okay.
right? Have your resting orders there unless you're super quick with the hotkeys. At least that's what my suggestion would be, right? Take profits in those areas. Otherwise, they may not be around for that long. Up 136%. The gift that keeps on giving, otherwise known as pixie.
Yeah.
You like pixie dust? I don't care for it.
Like the pixie sticks?
I don't know.
Or what do you mean? Like, do you mean like?
Isn't there something like?
I know there's like pixie sticks. I think
sticks
is that's what you're.
Are those food?
It's like the candy thing.
Yeah. So then I'm all for it. If it's candy, I'm good to go.
Yeah, I find
What's
it kind
that
of difficult to eat. Like you just have it's like the one that the little kids and toddlers and tiaras are always like guzzling.
I like it, yeah.
But
let's have a quick Google search.
I believe that is a pixie. I mean, unless there's a pixie dust that I'm not familiar with.
Pixie dust?
But pixie sticks is what I think. I feel is what
there it is.
Pixie
Pixie dust. Pixie dust, magical dust associated
I didn't
with
realize
pixie.
you were actually talking about pixie dust. I thought you meant like.
Adara, we did break $2, so I got to talk about that quickly.
Let's do that. This is more important.
Pixie is absolutely flying here, baby. We are moving off that $1.70 into that 204 level. We just blew through 197 like it was nobody's business, and now it's a print factory to the high side. Could we see 210? Now we talked about the levels. Is, in my opinion, 175 to 275. That's what the daily chart shows. So I mean, we could We could see 275. That would just be aces in my book. Up 150%. It's a very strong name on the day. Do we get support at 2 now that we've breached it? Or is it going to be kind of like we were just talking about earlier? We see 2 quickly, and then we got to talk about how much we left on the table, so to speak. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. I mean, I think you made the right choice to get in when you did then, clearly, because it looks like Pixie is, I mean, hopefully, it looks like Pixie is just swooping up here.
Swooping, love it.
Yeah. I'm going to go over to AMC because, as we know, move over Taylor Swift. Beyonce has her own AMC concert movie now, question mark? But yeah, so that is, I mean, I think originally they were saying it was talks, and now as far as I'm aware, it has been confirmed. But yeah, so we've got AMC, if I'm going to go back a little bit. Yeah, we've had, like, now it's kind of lower on the day, but I'm going to be watching it because I wonder if it could swoop upwards. But given the general downward turn of the market, I'm a little bit hesitant. But it is one I'm going to keep my eye on just because it looks like we're maybe kind of trying to move up, but then again, we are making lower lows. So there's not a ton of consistency here. We shall see what we shall see. I also had someone mentioning Junior Mints in here, so I'm going to pull up MNTS.
Love Junior Mints. I love the Seinfeld episode about Junior Mints.
I did not know that existed.
Oh my God, yeah. So the Kramer was watching surgery happen, and he invited Jerry. And Jerry had a box of Junior Mints that he got from the machine.
Okay.
So Jerry is yamming, it was the opposite. Kramer got the Junior Mints.
Okay, and Jerry was...
And he kept trying to offer Jerry some, and Jerry's like, I don't want any. So he pushed his hand away. Lo and behold, Junior Mints flies, lands inside the patient. No doctor sees it, of course, because it's satirical, right? And yeah, it ends up getting closed in on him. But in a twist of irony, it ends up staving off the infection. So strong is the Junior Mint, Dara.
That's crazy. I mean, I guess that's memorable. I get why that one would associate Junior Mints with that.
Come on, that's like tattooed in my mind.
That's crazy. I mean, I pulled up Junior Mints, I pulled up MNTS, I pulled up Momentous here, and I think, Sharif, it looks like you were very right on that 5-minute with the flat bottom here. Yeah. We're seeing a little bit of small little swoops up, but yeah, it looks like it's been flat for a while now, especially given that this is the 5-minute. I would be a little hesitant about momentum going up or down either way, unless it goes down, unless we have that flat bottom break. But yeah, and I think, like, I'm going to check the 5-minute charts more now especially now that I feel more confident in being able to read those flat bottom situations here. Yeah, so I appreciate the tutorial on that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Junior Mints looks like it is chilling a little flat on the 5-minute now.
I like how you're calling it Junior Mints.
Yeah, I mean, it was mentioned
Neil
earlier. I think Neil mentioned it earlier. Yeah. Someone in the chat mentioned it. So I'm gonna shout out Junior Mints. Junior Mints.
Do your thing.
Gotta do your thing, 21.
So Pixie coming back. Here we go. Retracing off that 2. What do we get up to? 206, right, coming back into the 180s over here. That's the whole point of de-risking, guys. It doesn't usually hang out for long. This comes into my entry. I'm cutting the trade. That's just no question about that. We're not letting it go against us with the rinsing that we got on Junior Mints earlier. Can't afford to take any more L's on these small cap gappers, whether I like them or not. I mean, we're going to play the price action here, but looking for a retracement, possibly back into this 185 area. Could be an interesting area of support. It's where we crested out at. It's where I'd expect there to be a good area of support. If we don't get that area of support, the 50 has been absolute money on this way up. And the 50 right now is hanging out at that 176, 177 level, depending on really what chart you're looking at. In any event, trying to see if we can get a move back up. A Pixie's been strong, but a big red 5-minute candle showing up on my side chart here. Now 127% to the good, but definitely giving up some of that move. And so we need to be cognizant of that because, it's in the area and then it's not, right? And we know how these guys roll. So keeping an eye on Pixie. I'm also looking at the future, keeping my eye on that 14.9 on the future. We're below it at the moment, 899, 900. We dance above it, we dance below it. It is obviously some sort of support level on the day because we're not really giving up the ghost that quickly on it. So keep your eye on 14.9. I would say the corresponding level on the ES is 4,300. We're at 4,301 at the moment. So 2 important levels of support on the day, despite the fact that, we did close out Friday at that 14,867. So if you're looking at the close as your support level, you're a smidge below it, or a skosh below. There we go. On the ES though, you're decidedly red on the day now. You're about 0.5% red. The ES and the NQ diverging a little today. We've been seeing that a lot less, to be honest with you. Up 0.22 is the NQ, down 0.55 is, pardon me, the ES on the day. We'll have to wait and see how this one resolves. How is our friend Apple doing? We're in that one earlier.
Yeah, I was going to say someone
hanging
just
above
mentioned,
173.
yeah, John Spruill, Apple holding, and it is this. I've got the 5-minute chart up now. This is my new discovery of the day. We're pretty much chilling around that VWAP, which I believe is around that 173-ish area. Yeah, as you were mentioning.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, Apple, we're pretty flat. We're pretty chilling. I don't know if I would get back in right just yet myself personally, but yeah, I think it definitely. Depending on how it all shifts and moves around. Yeah, I think the 1 minute, we're definitely seeing some movement around here. But yeah, I think because it does look flat-ish, I would kind of, for me personally, I think I would wait to see a little bit kind of how it moves. But yeah, I think 173 does seem to be that one kind of 173, 173.2 area seems to have some strength. Renata, what about Tesla long at VWAP? Okay, let's flip Tesla over here. Okay, I'm gonna zoom out 1 minute. Yeah, I think it's, let me look at the 5 minute on this too, just because I want to get a better sense of what's happening here. Yeah, so it looks like, I mean, we haven't really been at VWAP with Tesla until almost the open, right? At least on the 5 minute. So yeah, we go all the way up here at almost like around 11:05, 11:10, and then we kind of start to drip down, and then we're seeing at least, on the 5 minute, getting a broader perspective, right? These lower highs and lower lows. So I think, unless I think I would honestly, for me personally, I'd like to kind of see how the market moves to kind of see, because I would be worried that it wouldn't, I would like it to bounce off the VWAP, but it'd be interesting to see if it just kind of dips below the VWAP too, right? So I think it would be kind of a wait and see. But I definitely get the impulse. Like I do see how it could totally bounce off the VWAP. It does look like there's that potential. I would kind of want to wait. And the CVNA getting wrecked. Let's pull that up. Jameson. CVNA here. Carvana. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, we're taking a little dip dive on Carvana. This is the 5 minute. I'm gonna pull up the 1 minute here for comparison. Yeah. So steady dip. I'm gonna see if there's any new. I believe I saw some news on Carvana earlier, but I don't know what exactly that was. Yeah, so just it just looks like some unusual options activity. That's what I'm seeing here in Benzinga. I'm gonna do a quick little Google here to see what is going on with Carvana. But yeah, this is quite the little swoop down. And I mean, to be fair, it's been kind of down all day. Like we've been flirting with that VWAP a little bit here, doing a little dance and then just swooping down. Let me find news on Carvana. Yeah, I'm just seeing this unusual options activity. Okay, this is another company year to date underperforming Carvana. So then I don't know. Carvana is a question mark. I'm going to keep checking my eye on that because I would love to find the news on Carvana. But yeah, it's doing a swoop right now. Thank you, Jameson, for mentioning that one. Happy I pulled it up. Yeah, it is getting wrecked. You are correct about Carvana getting into a car crash right now in the market.
I like it. No, that's on the nose. I love it. Yeah, but this one really ran earlier in the year, Adara, and it was kind of due to the short float. It didn't really have a fundamental reason for which to run, but it was running. Remember, and Max was trading this to no end, and he was trading it like in the $50 area. That was his level. So we'll have a look at that in 1 second, but I'm just keeping my eyes peeled here on Pixie because now it's back into my level. So I'm thinking I'm going to cut this one. There we go, into 73, 74. It's holding my area. I don't want to cut this too quickly, but that's a big move down, and we have broken through that level that I liked, right? This 85, 84-ish area has kind of given up the ghost. But the thing is, you still have that higher low, right? So if you stop here at 75, well, the last time you came down into 64. So the trend isn't done yet, but the 50 period has held quite well. So it's a matter of, really looking for, and this is from Obi's book, a confluence of indicators here. You knew I was going for that, right?
I could tell.
With respect to the price action, with respect to indicators, I don't want to cut this too quickly. We'll see what this one does, but I also don't want it to go against me. This was the whole point of de-risking on the top there. At the moment, what are we doing? Are we going to hold 75? Make up your mind. I'm going to look at this Carvana in just 1 second, but still holding this trade on PIXY up 115%. Definitely having some trouble breaking below that $0.75 level. Could this kind of be the trough? And then we're going to do a little bit of a test, possibly into 2 again. We know that 2 was definitely a resistance level on the daily. That takes us back to June of this year, where we saw that $2 area act as a level of resistance, but we haven't been there since that time. In case you're wondering why this is running, it's a multi-day runner. It was a reverse split play. You know, and these ones that lack catalyst, you know, that they tend to run out of fumes, but hey, every time we said it was running out of fumes today, it seemed to find another move up. So
yeah, Pixie's on like some kind of pixie dust, I think, over here. It keeps running.
Magic dust.
Magic powers. Yeah. Speaking of small caps, I'm gonna pull up my boy Axla again. Oh yeah. Okay. This 5 minute, I like when you compare to the 1 minute.
I'm gonna cut it.
The 1 minute has I mean, it's volatility on steroids here. We've got these giant candle wicks on the 1 minute, which to me is like, you know, insane volatility. We have a 20-cent spread, which is somehow like better than the last time we checked Axla, which was a 60-cent spread. But yeah, I'm gonna compare. I'm gonna pull up the 5 minute again now, just to kind of compare here. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely it's an interesting stock to watch. I'll give it that. Like I legitimately enjoy watching what this stock does and how it moves and why it moves. Is there any news on it? I'm gonna pull this up right now. But yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, I think it would be a stock that I am, you know, question mark about whether I would ever get back in that. And regardless of the fact that it burned me before, I just look at the spread and I get sad. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, we'll see on Axla for today. I think it's probably a no for me. But yeah, like there's no news on it. So yeah. So there we go. That's the 5 minute on Axla. And I think the 1 minute somehow is even more fascinating just with these. Oh, that's very zoomed. I apologize. With these giant candles. So yeah, volatility city over here on Axla.
Yeah, lamenting having gone out of Pixie, and this is kind of why it's tough. I mean, this is what happens when you get burnt on MNTS, and then there's
once burnt, twice shy.
Yeah, there you go. It's exactly. That's so funny. There's an expression in Arabic means like if you get burned by the soup, you end up blowing into the or trying to cool off the. What's it called? The yogurt, which is usually cold, because you've been burnt before, right? In any event, I think I'm just gonna take my W on this one and run. But keeping my eye on the one that Adair was pointing out, MNTS, holding that flat bottom real well here. This is a very interesting level for me, having been in this stock all day. I'm looking for the flat bottom break, but don't want to get bamboozled. Look for that 285 break through the 50 period, and maybe something a bit more south. You have a big amount of room to move to the downside here. The breakout price off the close was $2, and then say you take the high, the pre-market action, which is like 2.25. So that's a lot of room to move down, but don't want to jump into that one too quickly. Nimit, some kind of saying in Hindi, same kind of saying in Hindi. Yeah, there you go. So it looks like it's a multicultural type saying. Yeah. What's the one that you said?
Once burned, twice shy.
Once burnt, twice shy.
Yeah, I think it's in like some
that.
Christmas song too. Even like I think that what the George Michael one last Christmas. What? But yeah, it's a good saying regardless. It works. It's real. I'm just pulling up Tesla right now too, because we've got some talk about Tesla in the chat from a couple different people, and for good reason. I mean, yeah, if you look at the 5 minute, we've got that move down, but I think right now, just in the movement in the moment, I think the 1 minute would be of interest here. Yeah, we're kind of. I would wait to see, because I think we could have a situation where it kind of dips above VWAP. We do have that green candle here. But I mean, I also think just as the market kind of goes down, we could see a swoop down. But even if I look at this, at least for my interpretation, right? And I think this is why I want to pull up the one candle in a situation like this. We're not seeing like we're not seeing a super sharp. We're not seeing a super steep decrease, right? We're seeing these kind of little stutter steps down, at least in my interpretation. So that could mean that it does have hold. It could mean that it will swoop back up over the VWAP. I think that could be a possibility. It's definitely one that I will keep my eye on. Kevin Stanford, NVIDIA kaboom shorty. Okay. NVIDIA. Hello, NVIDIA. How are you doing? Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, it's doing things. Yeah, we have, it looks like here, I mean, let's pull up the 5 as well to kind of get a comparison. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of dancing. We're dancing with VWAP here, right? And then we're just kind of dipping down. It looks like we're getting slightly, like, I mean, both in the 1 minute and the 5 minute, we saw this, slightly lower lows here, kind of stutter stepping down. But yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see because I think the VWAP to me looks like it could be a critical level. We'll see how if it plays or dances up around. Are you still in Pixie or no?
No, I got out.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, which is a little bit frustrating because right now I literally have bottom wick on the out, but it's retracing right back into my my exit again. So I don't feel so bad anymore. The one I'm really keeping my eye on is 4,300 on the ES and 14.9 on the NQ. Looks like we're getting a little bit farther removed off that 14.9, and we're coming into Friday's close at 14,866. Bouncing off that level now. We're definitely holding 4,300. 4,301 is where we're currently at right now. So the market, I mean, look at this. I mean, let's do a bit of a watch list look here. I already talked to you about big tech and how big tech was very strong, but look at these ES names. Energy, all red. Airlines, for the exception of JetBlue and what's this one called? Southwest, we're all red. Cruise lines, mixed bag. Banking, all red. You saw the Katina man on JPM today.
Yeah, that was quite the short. Yeah,
that was
great short, but it's not moving up. No.
Yeah, no. The whole sector is red. Consumer defensive, red. Nat gas, red. Uranium, everything. Mining, infrastructure. All these names red on the day. You got to really find the names in tech, and it's all here by big tech. I mean, this is really the only reason there's a huge divergence between the NQ and the ES right now. The NQ, believe it or not, still up on the day, 0.19. The ES down 0.51.
Yeah,
we're moving down on the watch list, to be honest with you. We
crazy.
can't really find anything that's green except crypto, and these guys don't weigh anything on the index, by the way.
Okay,
right?
that makes sense.
Yeah, and then again, cloud computing names, these are tech related, Zscaler, Crowd.
And those are green.
Yeah, they're green.
So
Everything
it
really
looks like
red.
it's a tech-ish day. Yeah, speaking of the NQ, SLNO, we had a mention. Let me find who this was in chat if I can. So it was a little bit. Oh yeah, sorry. So Carlos, SLNO going for the break of 30.33. Yeah, it looks like it's definitely. I'm gonna go back because this is one where I want to see. I mean, yeah, I think it could potentially. We are seeing a bit of a pattern here, and I'm gonna see if there's any news on this just because of the. I mean, it's a small cap, so who knows? But like just the sheer volatility and the suddenness of this move up, I wonder if there is. Ew. Okay, I'm gonna let me do a little quick Google here. Because yeah, I mean that move to me is of interest. I would like.
What's the ticker? I'll look for you on my.
SLNO.
SLNO, sure. That one was moving on.
Yeah,
Friday.
it was moving last week too.
Nothing today though.
Nothing today. Okay, no news. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I mean it does look like it's got that pattern of these. I mean, but like we've got some like giant wicks here. We're seeing some giant wicks to the upside, a little bit down. I mean, and. Like the spread is like, and the spread isn't everything. I'm aware of that. Like I know I'm always talking about with the spread. I'm aware the spread isn't everything. But I think, for me at least, I think it serves as a good marker for myself, like what I'm comfortable getting in on. But yeah, the spread is about 23 cents right now. That being said, though, I mean, I think we are generally seeing some move up, right? Like at least from this point of, I mean, this is a 5 minute, but from like point of like 12:30ish on. So we shall see. We shall take a look. Tesla bounced. Okay, let's pull up Tesla. Yeah, there's just, I mean, I think the theme of the day for the midday is just so much volatility. Like
Absolutely.
the markets are doing things.
Churning,
they're going
baby.
crazy. Yeah, churning, exactly. Yeah, I mean, like here in the 1 minute, you can kind of see it in the 5 minute too, but the 1 minute, we are seeing a nice little swoop up for Tesla. I think a couple people called that, and I was a little, I pulled it up like 10 minutes ago. I was a little skeptical. I said, we'll have to see what it does at the VWAP. It looks like at the VWAP, it's moving up. So go people who called long on Tesla. You made the right call, it seems like, for now anyway. Because even if you got in here, you could definitely, make some sense here. Yeah, it's definitely moving up, at least for now. So we'll see. But yeah, Tesla is, I think, one to watch. It's looking like a long.
All right. Someone wanted me to look at Rivian, and we saw this one. This one was all over the place this morning, Adair. Remember this one? We were up like
Rivian was on my watch list, and then I took it off my watch list in my brain because I got scared.
Right? I mean, it was up big, and then they released the numbers that beat, and then it sold off. Like, look, guys, this was the move, right? We kind of gapped up. We closed out the day on Friday at 24, just a smidge above a quarter, a skosh above a quarter, and then you got up to 25.5. So it was a decent move up, dollar plus. And then quadunk went the dynamite, and we still don't understand why, other than, you know, a sell the news type event. That's really what it could be, because they beat analyst expectations, unless there's something there in the data that we haven't deciphered yet, and maybe a more thorough view than just a cursory look at the numbers would uncover. But we move down, break 23, we get to 22.90, and we kind of recover back almost into 25, 24.87 HOD is the best we could do. But the reason it's interesting now is doing a little bit of a dance at 24. And someone brought it to my attention. Thank you for that, by the way. And it's holding that general 24 area. But I got to tell you, right, you had a nice pattern here with the trough, and then you had a nice move up into 24.60. You dip down, you hold that just general 24 area, and then you make a newer high. So now you've got 2 higher lows and 2 higher highs. But then you break that pattern with this move down, right? And you break that 24.10, 24.11 area, and now you've got to kind of reset all over again. So I don't really know how to play this other than to say, okay, great, let's get in a dip off 24.
Yeah, it seems like a second-by-second play, right? Yeah, I mean, actually, Kate, so shout out to Darren who mentioned, look at Etsy, LOL. Yeah, so Etsy now is up. I should have stayed in Etsy. Because I saw the movement, and then I doubted myself, and I was like, oh, it's going down a little bit here. Yeah, Etsy's up now. So this was a situation of maybe I got out a bit too early.
Zoom out a bit.
Oh, sorry, zoom out. Yeah, so here we go. I'll pull up the 5-minute too so we can
there you go.
That.
It's zigzaggy.
Yeah, right? Like, so, but we are up now, so maybe I could have held on. Thank you, Darren, for pointing that one out to me. I appreciate it.
Oops. Didn't mean to hit that one.
I was gonna be like, it's the opposite of a dollar.
I know, right?
I did not get it. I was like that. I mean, it was funny. I was gonna laugh, but yeah. So, but it's like good to look back and be like, hey, you know, I could have stayed in that trade longer. Learning opportunity. So I appreciate you, Darren, for mentioning that one. So it looks like Etsy was on the move up, and we took an L on that. But, you know, we learn, we live, we move on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm hearing people yell about Tesla.
I've lots of yelling about Tesla.
Yeah.
People are excited about, it's exciting trade today. So
the Stressla is back. Well,
I don't think he's very stressful right now. I don't think people are very
stressed. It's always Stressla, Dara. You're stressed whether you're doing well or not, because like, oh my God, I'm leaving money on the table.
Anywhere.
Right?
Yeah, that's fair. I take it back. Stressla is always stressful.
No, I know. Well, hopefully maybe it'll change its ways, but then it won't be as entertaining if it did, right?
Right, like I think that's why people are drawn to stocks like Tesla, right?
Yeah.
For all of the volatility. Even I think that's probably the appeal of stuff like VinFast as well in a different way, because people like watching them move.
Oh yeah. Now we just got back up to 14.9 on the NQ, up 0.25%. We retook 4,300, but I don't think we're out of the woods yesterday. Get it together, bro. Out of the woods yet on the N or the ES move down. Why? We still have that downward pattern of lower lows and lower highs. That is until we can break above that, say 43.10, 43.12, and make a newer high above there. Then we're talking. But what you do like if you're a bull is that, you know, the general area of 4,300 is being defended. But it's a toughie, right? It's a toughie to want to get behind, especially with this big move down and everything else in ES world being red. We'll have to wait and see if we get that move back up. But Tesla, the reason I looked at that before I looked at Tesla is because they're so connected. But here we go. 248.50 on the dot hold, and now you're $2 in the money on the 250.56 pop up. You go green above this 250.25. You know, we're just marginally green here, 0.16 to the good. In case you're wondering why there was this big move down in the pre on Tesla, that is when they released their delivery numbers. And as expected, it was a little bit below.
Yeah, I think everyone was calling that.
Yeah. I mean, there was a wide range of analyst estimates.
Wide range, but I think the range was generally low.
Exactly, yeah. It was. It was to miss the Q2 deliveries. And now, in case you're wondering why, is it a demand issue? Is it price? This, that, and the other. They're saying that they had to shut down their gigafactories. I think it was a Shanghai one, for some modernization and improvements, and as a result couldn't produce as many. But we're talking like 5,000, 10,000 vehicles difference here, guys. I think they're still kingpin in the EV game. Now, they do face a headwind.
Okay.
Because, if you recall, the European Union, not too happy about all these Chinese EVs flooding their market.
Yeah, well, I feel like everything is, like even Rivian, we were just talking about EV. Like, I think EVs are definitely they're trying to push in. And I think it's scaring some markets.
It
That's what
is,
seems like.
and
yeah.
they're displeased about it. 8% of their market are Chinese EVs. Now, if you're wondering what Sharif, Tesla's an American company. Well, they count the Shanghai-produced EVs coming from there into Europe as Chinese EVs.
I was not aware of that.
They do.
Okay, good to know.
That's how they look at them like that. And so Tesla could be on the receiving end of some tariffs vis-a-vis the European or Commission, not the European Union, the EC, which is the executive branch of the EU.
I see.
Yeah. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean,
That's my
definitely, like that explains, right? Like why I think the EVs and Tesla, I mean, that makes sense, the volatility there, right? Bill mentioned a firm a while ago, so I'm just getting to this one now, but
good call.
Shout out to Bill. Yeah, I mean, like, as you kind of mentioned it, it's doing some weird things, Bill, and yeah, it is. I mean, we're above the VWAP now, and if I'm going to pull up to the 5-minute here, yeah, I mean, it's been like taking quite the move. So we're around 9:30, we're seeing like tons of volatility here. This is the 5-minute. And then we're dancing around. We're flirting with VWAP here again, going to kind of down, going back up, and yeah. And then we did kind of a weird thing over here around what like 12 to where we were kind of going like higher, lower, lower, higher, and then it was kind of playing with levels here, and now we're pushing all the way up. It looks like it's above VWAP now. So like I guess a firm, if you got in it, that could be a cool long from this point or from that point. However, though, a firm, I could not find any news on it. So that is of note. Couldn't find any news on it. Someone also mentioned, someone tagged me here. Let me find your name here. Jameson, do I trade low flow stocks? I don't. I'm kind of scared of low float. I'm scared of anything small or with a tiny spread. And you mentioned RTX here, so I'm going to pull RTX up to see what I think about RTX. Yeah, I mean, okay, the spread's nice. We always look at that spread. Yeah, I mean, to me, like, float matters, I think, maybe less to me than like volume or spread. Which, and again, I don't like. I'll have to see it, how I feel about things as I go, right? But for now, I think in terms of like my experiences and what I look for, I get a little bit scared of bigger spreads. I get a little bit scared of lower volume. To me, I think float, I've noticed for myself, has mattered less. Also, we have Darren mentioning Etsy again. Thank you for holding me accountable for that trade. I appreciate it. You got to reflect on mistakes, like maybe getting out super early. Okay, yeah, so Etsy is continuing to swoop up here. So I got in. I didn't stay in, mind you, but I got in at like 64.44. Now it's almost at 65. So imagine if I had stayed in, it would have been a great time. But, it's nice to be able to look back and we've learned. And, and it's called, like I was saying this last week too, it's called a long for a reason. Just stay in and have patience. That's the big thing that I have to tell myself. But yeah, here we are.
Our friend Fed Chair Barr dropping some hot lines. He's on the mic, I believe, at the moment. Here are the comments. Fed Barr says his focus is on how long to hold rates up. We've been hearing a lot about this higher for longer scheme. Federal Reserve Vice Chair for the Supervision, Michael Barr, says monetary policy, a blunt tool, likely not appropriate to address specific financial stability threats. Could have told you that. What else did he say here? Fed Barr says targeted supervisory and regulatory action best positioned to address financial stability risk. Where did I end off there? Risks, monetary policymakers best served focusing on macroeconomic objectives. Supervisors expect banks to be ready, willing to use discount windows. So just basically trying to delineate the separation of powers. And then he says he is confident that they will get inflation to 2%. And the reason that, is not redundant is because so many commentators are really questioning openly whether the Fed privately can actually hold on to this 2% target, or whether it's just a public number that they want to state for whatever policy reasons. People are saying, they really should be more like Canada, where there is the range. We say between 1 to 2 and 2 to 3. So you're giving yourself a plus or minus 2%, 1%, pardon me, off that too, right? In Canada, we have a bit of a different beast in our economy. We're definitely not as productive as the U.S. economy, more export-based for sure. So I think maybe we need to have some nuances with respect to our Fed funds rate, but with their inflation rate, pardon me. So those are the comments coming in there. You'll recall Harker and Powell were on earlier for that town hall. So, nothing really came out of that too much. So, yeah. Anyway, keeping my eye here on the future. Keeping my eye on the NQ, specifically 14.911 and 43.07 on the ES. I looked to the Katina man. I'm like, dude, what's good? He's like, look, man, I'm short ZOM and I'm short AMD. And I'm kidding, right? AMD and XOM, he's short both those names. We saw how weak energy is on the day. I was just showing you guys the watch list. Bring it in again real quick here. The West Texas Intermediate down below $90 a barrel. Again, 1.91% south. And then you're seeing, you know, Chevron, Devon, Occidental, and the like, XOM, etc., all sub 1.5% on the day. And there's been decent amount of volume on it, too. Should also mention that Nat Gas, again, down 1% plus on the day. So keep your eye on that. About half an hour to go on the midday. Thanks for shouting us out here. Bears versus Bulls. The world's greatest moderator is not you, Cal Candace. It is Bears versus Bulls.
Go Bears versus Bulls. I mean, killing it. Yeah, I'm just looking here too in the chat. We've got Microsoft breaking out. This was a couple seconds ago. I apologize. But yeah, like you're right. Microsoft does look like it's swooping up here because they were kind of playing around the VWAP. We were dancing around here a little bit. But yeah, I mean, the thing is too, I need to see how low this got. Yeah, I think it looks like it, for now at least, it's marginal gains unless it really pushes up here, because the lowest you really could have gotten it in at would be like here, right? So to me, it doesn't, I mean, you're definitely like, if it swoops up higher, you could definitely make some gains here. So definitely of note, keep an eye on that for sure with Microsoft. Let's take a look as well at NI. People keep mentioning NI and EE. Moment here. I just want to find the news on it. Yeah, Next Energy. Okay, so it looks to me, I think maybe NI could be like a short opportunity just because of how it's swooping down.
NI?
It's Next Energy. People keep mentioning
that
Next
was
Energy.
downgraded today.
Yeah, okay, that's why.
Yeah,
there we
I
go.
saw that earlier. Mm-hmm. Do you want me to show the headline on that?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to find oh yeah, there you go. I can pull up the headline. Sorry about that.
It was cut to 72.
72?
Yeah, so they maintained their buy. Goldman Sachs maintained their buy. This is very tricky. They do this sometimes.
Okay.
Where they maintain the buy or outperform or whatever the categorization is.
But they'll lower the price target?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Throws you off a little bit.
It's or like when they'll like maintain the rating, but they'll raise the price target. Yeah. I mean, it looks like a fun, funky short here with me, we're swooping down. I'm trying to find the headline on this. But,
I just want to update the viewers. The Katina man just covered some AMD and some ZOM. Yes, 102.83 is where we are on AMD. In all seriousness, though, 30 million shares, good amount of volume today on the microchip name. Here's a look at AMD. Let's have a look at it here. Popped into 103, quick reject, right back down into flat on the day at that 102.80, and there goes the cover. Shout out to the Katina man for that. Here's a look at XOM, ExxonMobil. The Katina man is short 115.50. We're dancing at 115 1/3 at the moment, rejecting off that VWAP area. I know you love these type of plays off VWAP.
I like the VWAP plays. Sometimes they don't work out, but I think, you know, and sometimes too, I'll call them and then I won't get in on it and then I'll kick myself for not getting in on it, right? So I think sometimes you just have to try and see what happens with the VWAP, but I do love those VWAP plays. You are correct. That's like my big play, VWAP and trading off the news.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
We have basically, you know, a big move down on XOM. This is the chart on XOM, people. I'm going to get complaints that there's no ticker on it. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and put that. Guys, we closed out at 117.58 on Friday, and we made a low day of 154.15, so about $3 worth of range on there. But we have a 117.79 high, which tells you that this one popped up green quickly on the opening print and then did not look back as we made one lower low after another. But since the time we made that 114.55, it has been a series of higher lows culminating at the rejection where the Katina man got in on VWAP, and there it goes. So keep your eye on oil today, weak, but we know that the oil is essentially, or was, at 10-month highs, mostly in part due to the production cuts by Saudi Arabia and Russia, about 1 million barrels per day for Saudi Arabia, about 300,000 a day for Russia. The Russian ones don't matter as much because, well, for Western countries, we've kind of weaned our use. Basically, we don't buy from them anymore, essentially. The Saudis, though, you know, very much, obviously, we're buying from the Saudis. I don't know about Canada, but I know America is. So keep an eye out on that, as we could get possibly more volatility into the end of the year. All right, back to the future here, as we just got up into that 14.9 and down we go again to test 14.9. How many times are we going to get this 14.9 retracement? I would say this is a level that is interesting right now because it is definitely holding. You have breached it. Sure, you've reached it by 30 points. It's not an exact science, but the level seems to be coming back every time. And so this is one of those ones where, you know, that 14.9 could look like a real good entry point at 3:30 or at 3 o'clock, where you're looking back and say, oh, I should have done that. I should have done this. A lot of recycled levels today at that 14.9-ish area.
Yeah, I mean, we had some people mentioning, I definitely agree. Like, I think that the NASDAQ, we're playing around there. We're seeing some consistency with levels. I had some mention of Disney in here, so I actually just got in on Disney too. I checked. It looks like there is some ESPN news right now. I mean, it could be because of that, you know, Apple getting Formula One, or it's rumored to be getting Formula One, which could be a bad sign for Disney. But I mean, Disney is rallying. Did I arguably get in too high? Sure, for sure, probably I did. But you know, we're taking chances. We're making moves. We're seeing if we can get, you know, one more trade in before the end of the midday here. And we're seeing, I mean, yeah, like Disney, thank you everyone in the chat mentioning Disney here, because I mean, it looks like it could be a good call. Even if we make a couple cents, I'm going to take it as a win. You know what I mean? You got to do what you got to do.
Big dub.
But yeah, so here's Disney. We have someone, M. Mason, my weed stocks are going up in smoke. Let's take a look at weed.
Come on.
Also very funny. That was
yeah.
great. Shout out to M. Mason for that banger of a pun here.
Yeah, there you go. You're a writer too. You could probably appreciate it.
I can appreciate it. Like it, you know, the poeticism of it.
There you go.
It's funny. It's great. Oh yeah. So CGC, shoop. RIP CGC. Let's see how CGC is doing with its life. Any news? Oh, so it finalized a $39 million Hershey Drive facility sale.
Oh.
Let's
I love when Ramin giggles in the background. It's so funny.
I know, it's having like such a good time. I love it. But yeah, so they closed. So they closed the Hershey Drive facility. So that's what happened. Is the facility closed? So this I think could explain the canopy growth tank. But that was this morning. So I don't know if that explains this right now. That was the one thing I found for CGC. I know you have like the blotter.
Sure.
So
yeah, I'll have a look for sure.
But yeah, I'm gonna take a look at some other. Let's look at.
What are you doing, Katino? Oh, there you go. I thought something was happening over there. He was
MSOS, which is like the weed ETF here, right? Yeah, also tanking ACB.
Are you killing it on that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, ACB is kind of a little less swoop down and more kind of just all over the place. Yeah, I'm gonna pop back and check on my Disney here. Did we find anything on?
Yeah,
CGC?
actually,
oh, okay.
it's supposed to be good. Canopy Growth Corporation price target raised $1.30 from 60 pennies by, you guessed it, Alliance Global Partners. You didn't guess it because they're not very popular.
I was gonna say, I've not heard of them.
Yeah. All right. So you got a price target upgrade. Well, how could that be bad? Well, the market does funny things. It's got its own thing. I'm assuming CGC selling off aggressively. I didn't have a look at the price.
Yeah, it really is.
Okay.
I'm just gonna try to dip out of Disney here in a moment while I can, and then I will pull
Do
out.
your thing on Disney. You don't have to.
Okay,
if you're in that trade, deal with it. I'll talk
appreciate
about
that. Yeah, sorry about that.
Femi. No worries. All right. So somebody was asking me. Hamptons Trader. Shout out to the Hamptons Trader. Femi, is it dead? Well, it's making a move here. Here's the move. I want to say a bit of a double bottom, kind of. At that $3.30 area, $3.35 area, kind of a random area at which to stop. But when you look earlier on, that is kind of where we hung out below, albeit in the pre-market, right? But we had that big gap up at 4 a.m., started the day out at 3:17. We whooshed up to 4:30, and then we kind of came back to reality at around that $3.30 area. And ironically enough, we're finding support there again. So here we go, bouncing off 335, coming into that 356, reclaiming the 50 period. But I got to tell you, This area here looks like the resistance area that you're going to run into if you run into one. Why? Because you have, excuse me, you have a test of it right here with the trough coming in. You get a bounce back up, and then you finally get that decided breakthrough. So this area looks like, you know, at 360, 360-ish, 365-ish area could pose some difficulty. So wait, I would say maybe until you decidedly take that, and then maybe looking for a VWAP retracement to 395, maybe a test of 4. So FEMY, I'm not going to write this one off. You'd be silly to, because it has shown you strength for multiple days now, and it's got a legitimate catalyst.
Yeah.
Is it something to do with like?
It's had like a few catalysts. So I mean, the one from Friday was the Wainwright.
Biotech,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So this is actually has a legitimate thing that could help society.
Yeah,
right?
it was. I think it's like it's focused. It's femicist, so I believe it's focused on women's issues from what I read, and I think it's something about fertility.
Oh, fertility. Okay.
I think I'm going to double check this, of course. But yeah, I know last week. I think that's why they originally popped off, for lack of a better term here. Yeah. So I'm trying to find Tuesday here. Yeah. So we had.
I'll have a look. Here it is.
Infertility treatment.
Yeah.
So that was what it was originally, and then they got a price upgrade from Wainwright on Friday, and I think that's what it's still trading off today. So yeah, a couple catalysts there. I mean, yeah, like you said, I think you can't really bet against Femi right now, or at least not yet, because it's showing consistent strength. Like especially, I'm always talking about how small caps kind of they get down and they like once they're up or they're down, right? But Femi has shown a kind of, I guess, endurance that very few small caps kind of have in my limited experience. So I think for that reason alone, it's been like a week since its first catalyst of note with that infertility treatment. So I would say do not bet against Femi. Yeah. I don't think bet against Femi.
No. And very good point that you came across there, and especially, you know, if you watch these small cap gappers, a lot of the times they have one, maybe 2 good days, and then they'll retrace the majority of the move, and you won't see them on the gap scanners, the gap up scanners. You'll see them on the gap down scanners the next day.
I've been like, I was paying attention to that too, because it's interesting how you see it and then you'll never see it again.
No, you'll see them on the other side.
Yeah. But Femi has not really done that.
Exactly.
Which is why it's
and that stands out. So good call on that. That's one way to kind of tell. This one might not be like all the rest. But let me tell you the trade that I'm really looking at thoroughly now. It is definitely this futures here on the NQ at 14.9. All right? How many times are we going to bounce off 14.9? We're at 14.911. And to, you know, just to kind of top that all off, we're holding 4,300 here on the ES, even though today has been that day where the two futures contracts have diverged. So I'm very interested now on the futures. I think that, you know, I don't want to say I want to wait till 14.925, because then you give up a lot, you leave a lot of money on the table. We are bouncing off it for the umpteenth time, right? And we are making higher lows and higher highs here. So I think this is an interesting area from which to get in. Let me have a look at the big tech names to see what their charts look like. Nothing's screaming at me at the moment, but you have Apple holding 173 at VWAP. Tesla's marginally red. You're getting a balance above 133 on Google. Shout out to Obi. You're also getting a nice move up off that 317.50 into 318.75 on Microsoft. Meta looks a little weak at the moment. Likewise with Amazon, even though Amazon's up 1.3%, kind of just a little bit below VWAP. I don't know. I feel like this is an interesting area to load up here on the future. I got to tell you the truth here. Yeah, I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, I will take it. We have a couple people mentioning Palantir over here. Accidental rhyme, maybe intentional, who knows? Palantir is, yeah, so it's definitely doing things. I think some people are asking about an opportunity for a long on Palantir. And for me personally, I mean, it's something I'm curious about it. It's something like for myself, I'm like, I could see myself maybe getting in on. The one thing that kind of worries me is we are seeing this kind of step down, right? And I mean, maybe we're headed back up, but even here to me, it looks more of like almost that kind of like V, that head and shoulders-ish pattern than anything else. So maybe we can swoop up from here. But I think for me at least, and then sometimes I've gotten burned on this, mind you, I like to see what one more little like bounce is going to do, right? Like if I'm not sure about a stock, and again, I'm not saying this is like a perfect method, but it's the one that I will use at times. I like to see, like, I wait to see, like, okay, it's here right now. Let's see what one kind of more movement up will make, right? Like, is it going to be a lower high? Is it going to be, you know, a lower low? I like to, and then once I kind of have a better sense of what the pattern might be, then I'll decide kind of if I want to hop in on it. So this, I would like to see what one kind of more bounce will do with Palantir. If it does go up higher this time, then I think for me, I would maybe get in on it and pray for a long. I also, for LTAZ, oh, Nike, what do I do with you? This is intriguing. I am intrigued. And Nike is, you know, on its second day of an earnings play. So it's of note. Okay, yeah, Nike, I mean, you were not wrong.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, we're dancing around VWAP here, right? Like,
Wick is completely ruining your chart there.
Yeah,
that's brutal.
But Nike does, like, the same thing happened. I was in Nike on Friday, and I was trying to see the chart, and the wick kept ruining the chart.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what it is with Nike and these wicks, making everyone's life hard.
It's not Nike. It's
the chart.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because I feel like this is the second time it's happened with Nike, which is why, you know, sorry, Nike, just generalizing.
So you know what
here.
those are? Those are dark pool prints. So, like, not everything that comes through the book is actually being bought and sold. There are dark pools between bigger buyers and sellers directly, and they kind of circumvent the entire process.
Yeah.
And they have to show up for regulatory reasons. And
so that's why those giant.
Yeah.
Because I've heard mention of dark pool, but I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing is, why they're so skewed is because the transaction took place at a different time when that price was relevant, but it gets reported subsequently, so completely distorts the current price action.
Okay.
That's kind of the look.
That's good to know, yeah, because I've heard a lot of mention of it, but so, yeah, now at least I know what, you know, kind of what I'm looking at there, so I appreciate
pools, baby.
that. Dark
All right.
pool time. Yeah, Nike is to add, yeah, I mean, I don't know what you will do with Nike. It is dancing around a lot. We'll kind of see if it's headed up or down, but it looks like right now there's just so much volatility on the 1 minute happening now. It's a strange time.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a great time to be alive, though.
It is. It's very entertaining. You know, like what I will say for the market today, it is keeping us entertained.
No question about it. All right, couple things. I'm in a future contract. I don't know what the position board is saying there, that my price is zero. It ain't definitely not zero. That would be fantastic. I'd be 14,920 points in the money. That would be the best trade ever in the existence of all trades. I'm kidding. But as we let that one do its thing, I want to tell you about Pixie here, because it's finding possibly here some support at VWAP. Right now, it hasn't broken 60. VWAP on my chart's 58, 59. Can't really tell. But, you know, not just going to take this trade because it's at VWAP. As Neil likes to say, this one's got a curl, and then you get it on the back end. And by that is, you're kind of looking for that U form to shape. And then you're getting it once, you know, a 5-minute candle, a green 5-minute candle makes a newer high, or the one following that, whatever your method of entry is, get it on the back end, let it prove to you that that is a support level, that it is respecting, unless you just want to get in and punch and pray, right? That ain't the move for me, so we'll have I'm keeping my eye on Pixie, no question about that, though, because it is at an interesting level. It's the leading gapper on the day, so we'll see what that one does. We're going to also keep an eye on this futures trade to see if we're able to maintain that level above 14.9, a series of higher lows and higher highs here, but we really haven't gotten that, you know, break out. You know, we 5 points above, 6 points above, but that's not the look. We're really looking for that confirmation that, hey, we're holding 14.9 and we're headed upwards. I don't think that there's anything catalyst-wise that we're going to get the rest of the day. So if we're going to move up, it's probably going to be on, you know, positioning of some sort. We'll have to wait and see. Still holding that 14.9, though, on the NQ.
Yeah, fabulous. I mean, a stock that's on the NQ that's tanking right now, J. Van DeWay in the chat, Rivian dumped. It is. Yeah, I mean, Rivian is I'm going to go to the 5-minute here. Yeah, I mean, like, Rivian's had quite the day, right? We were talking about Rivian earlier, too, in that it did have a catalyst.
It broke it. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of breaking above here, and then from the time it hit this kind of high point of the day, we just tumbled down. And I think, like, this is the 5-minute, right? So we can really kind of see that trajectory here. We're going up a little bit. It doesn't have the momentum. And I think it doesn't look like one that, as the NASDAQ crashes, it doesn't look like it's going to hold steady. Do you know what I mean? It looks like it's kind of moving with the market. We've also had a couple mentions here on Tesla and how that is also crashing. Oh, this is wrong one. Oops. Okay. here. Tesla, NQ. My apologies. Here we are. Yeah, so this is, I mean, yeah, Tesla looks like it's doing a dance around that. Oh, wait, this is still not the right one. Sorry, give me a moment. Yeah, Tesla, NQ. There we go. Apologies there. Yeah, so we are dipping below VWAP. I mean, I think I was like still just pleasantly surprised that it even went above VWAP, because I know some people were talking about longs there, and it looks like, you know, they won out here. But it is, yeah, I mean, it's dancing. We'll have to see if it keeps going up or swoops back down. We've got a couple green candles here. But yeah, I mean, as the NASDAQ kind of swoops down, I think it's fair to say that Tesla could swoop down with it.
All right, news coming in here apparently about Manchester United. It's getting a little bit of a bounce, not much. It was at 1960, now it's at 1981. Here's the news, guys. Ratcliffe, I don't even know who that is. Moles buying Manchester United minority stake. Aw, minority? That's not what we're looking for here. We're looking for the all-out buy. Watching this team is like pulling teeth right now. They are so bad. And, you know, much to my very great pleasure, because I dislike them. Anyway, Manchester United getting some news. They lost again on the weekend. Surprise, surprise. I went on my Prem rant earlier. Look, Liverpool, they're a competitor. So the fact that they lost is good for Arsenal, which won 4-0, by the way. I was going to get to that. You got to that? But yeah, anyway, Liverpool was robbed. They need to do better. They need to do better with VAR. I mean, the whole point of VAR is to have a second look. You're not supposed to make mistakes on the second look. But anyway, Manchester United was speculated to be possibly bought up by the Saudis, and then we heard the Qataris coming into play. Then there were some American investors that wanted to take it off the Gillette family's hands, or whoever owns it at the moment. But this is being reported by Sky News. It's a minority stake. It's not the full team. And we saw last time what they were asking. They were asking like $6 billion or $8 billion. They wanted $9 billion. Something exorbitant like that, and it was really like beyond what I thought the club was worth. Now we know the Cowboys are the most valuable sports franchise team in the world, and they're not even valued at that price, to be honest with you. So I don't know what the hell they were asking, but they were asking. They're allowed to ask whatever they want. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on this Man U news. If it ends up being anything, I'll keep it on the side chart. But yeah, anyway. What is this? Glad my team seemed to have resumed from NUFC. Might end up playing you in the Carabao Cup. Ah, okay. We did win our game against, I believe, Brentford. Was it Brentford? Yeah, I think we did beat Brentford 1-0. It's a really labored game. Anyway, long this future. We're long at 14,918. Now we're getting to 7 prints here. Another higher high. So we have multiple higher lows, and now we have multiple higher highs. It's a good 14.9 hold, at least for the minute, Adair. This could turn in a second.
I was going to say the NASDAQ is like, it's crazy right now. We had some people mentioning Apple as well on the move up. And I mean, for the 5 minute, it looks like, yeah, I mean, we're kind of headed up. It was kind of dancing around the VWAP here, dipping low, going higher. And it looks like I mean, again, you know, we've got like lots of volatility in the market in general, especially with the NASDAQ. We're heading into 2 p.m., so we'll kind of see if this continues. But yeah, I mean, it looks like, you know, if you got in around VWAP, you could have made a decent amount here. You know what I mean? You could have made a couple cents. I mean, it looks like Apple is, and again, we're kind of seeing these like little baby dips here, right? Baby dips. So yeah, I guess if you buy in the baby dips and it continues to go up, we'll see. But I mean, I think with the kind of volatility of the NASDAQ right now, it is, I mean, I'm very skeptical. We're going to see how the market moves, for me personally. See how it all turns around.
Yeah, we could get a VWAP rejection too. Don't forget about that. VWAP on my chart for the NQ is at 14,933. So we'll wait and see if we can get that continuity, or whether this is kind of like a dead cat bounce. By the way, I said the Gillette family. It was like lasers. I totally forgot. Thank you for that, keeping me honest there. I believe, who was that kept me honest? I've given him a quick shout out. Dr. J. Glazers blow. All right, my bad. I just remember the Gillette. Oh, that's right. They have interest in the team that the Cowboys beat yesterday. Of course, that's right. It was the Patriots. 38-3, by the way.
Okay.
Not a bad look there.
That's nuts. Wait, actually?
Yeah. The Cowboys won 38-3.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like I need to tune more into American football because I hear so much American football, and I'm a little bit of a CFL fan. Like, I'm from Winnipeg, go Blue Bombers. But yeah, I feel like I hear so much NFL talk. I'm like, I need to bone up on my NFL knowledge apparently, because I'm like, I mean,
it's cool.
Yeah, it's interesting, but that's crazy. 38-3 is a crazy.
We all have our teams around here too, so you're gonna. He
okay,
says.
so that's all we need to know. That's the okay. Cowboys, Sox, Bills are great.
Ask him how many Super Bowls the Bills have.
How many Super Bowls do they have?
Answer her, Neil.
Everyone's like holding Neil hostage. I'm so sorry for being a part of this.
I know.
But
we're using you vicariously. You shouldn't be put through this. I'm kidding.
Yeah, as people put me through it anyway. But yeah,
Right,
Tesla is moving crazy. Like, I don't. What are Tesla and Apple doing in relation to the NASDAQ, right? Like, we've got Tesla is kind of swooping up here. I mean, this is the 1 minute. Like, for a second I was like, am I on the 5 minute? Just looking at this crazy candle wick here. But yeah, it looks like we got that crazy candle wick. Now we're kind of stepping up. And I mean, like, we'll see, because it looks like right now it could be a lower high unless this continues to go higher, right? But yeah, I think everything on the NASDAQ is just going ham right now.
Yeah.
It's all just going nuts. It's doing what it wants, and it's weirdly kind of like holding on. Like, Google's up almost 2% right now. Let's plot Google. Okay, yeah, Google, I mean, would have been a nice VWAP play.
Yeah.
Had you got, I mean, either of these, you would have had a nice VWAP play here on Google. Let's see, other than the antitrust trial, because I would not have expected the antitrust trial to boost Google. I mean, I guess, no press is bad press, but yeah, I mean, right now, they announced a new Chromebook at a price of $400, so maybe that, but yeah, I mean, we've definitely got some trends on Google.
Do you know the problem with these Chromebooks? Have you ever owned one?
I've never owned a Chromebook.
Neither have I. So
yeah.
apparently, when the the version of Google Chrome, the browser, on it, it can no longer support the hardware requirements. That book is done.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if they make a new one, basically the old one doesn't work anymore?
No. Yeah. So there comes a point where the hardware specs on the Chromebook is no longer supported by the latest version of Chrome. And when that's the case, you can't really use it. It won't update anymore, and it becomes like unsupported. So it's a tough one. It's like whereas
That's
Windows,
fascinating. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
people buy these things on bulk
but I
for
was
like
gonna say,
super cheap.
Why would people, like, I guess because they're cheaper, right? But it just seems like if you want a long-term computer, I don't really know who they're building for. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I figured like students.
I mean, that makes sense. Like, people who don't really need it for the long term. But yeah, I mean, if you want to have like a long-term kind of computer, it seems like a questionable choice. I don't know.
To
That's
me
interesting. I
anyway,
wasn't aware of that,
yeah.
so thank you. Thank you for letting me know. That's crazy.
Got these.
But yeah, so that could be what this is. But now Google's dipping like crazy. As I said that, I kept the chart up just while we were talking about that. Now Google has like swooped down. So I don't know if that's NASDAQ or if that's Google specifically.
Everything.
We shall see. I mean, it looks like everything. Nvidia's still pretty strong though here. Let's pop up Nvidia. Really fun stock name to say, by the way. But yeah, I mean, so we have the dark pool kind of, now I know, dark pool.
There you go.
The day. We have the dark pool here, but yeah, I mean, it looks, we're still chilling above that VWAP area. We're dipping down a little bit, but it's still up like almost 3% for the day. So yeah, Nvidia might be like the better of the bets for the NASDAQ right now as Google tanks. I'm going to pull up Meta now because Meta, I'm just looking at my side chart here. That's how I'm kind of cross-referencing here. Yeah, look at Meta. So Meta, we just went above that VWAP at like 4 or 5 minutes ago, and now we're swooping hard down. Yeah, like it looks like the NASDAQ might be on a tear to the downside, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, that level for me is how vehemently we break 14.9.
Okay.
Or how aggressively we get bought up at 14.9. So I already took a little bit of profit there through the break of 14.30. It was right at 14.30, coming back down now into 14.910. We'll have to see how this one fares. We still haven't made a newer low, that's for sure, though. So if you're looking for the pattern to stay intact, we're going to have to break 14.9 to make a new low. But it's coming in, baby. It's coming in. It's coming in furious. Let's see what else is moving on the moment. It looks like that VWAP hold on Pixie absolutely held up. So
Pixie has been a monster. Pixie was another one we were talking about last week, too. Like, Pixie and Femi are the small caps that are trying to break the small cap trends.
Yep. They
and
are.
You gotta have, like, they're successfally doing it.
And there's no catalyst for this. It's a reverse split move.
Right? Like, at least Femi is moving off of two legitimate catalysts from last week. Like, but Pixie is like an outlier, and go Pixie.
It is.
Go Pixie.
Pixie does.
Pixie does.
Yeah. That 160 area, Adara held up real well, which is like a penny above VWAP for the moment.
Yeah.
We get above the 7 EMA, but I don't know if we're really out of the woods unless we really break above that too, because if you're looking for that trend to continue, we need that higher high. That higher high comes via 2 close, right?
I was going to say, yeah, it's getting a little dicey for the higher high
is,
at this
yeah.
point. We're kind of doing like a little triangular pattern here.
Yes,
But yeah, I mean, Pixie's a great one to watch. All these stocks today I find have been like crazy to watch because, yeah, the market has just been first day of October or October.
October, yeah. All right, guys, we are officially over time as it is now 2 o'clock. The Katina man just sat down. We're going to send you over to Brendo, who's at the big desk, OB&I, and Adair and I will see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon here. That's turning into a bit of a sideways chop once again. After an initial move goes to the high side, we come all the way back to basically flat right now for the NASDAQ. 0.3, we're holding on to a little bit of a gain, 0.43.